But out here in Ashburn, so say we are 25, 30 miles west of the city, you start to see a little bit of rolling hills as you get out towards the beautiful Virginia countryside, mountainside, whatever you want to call all that, Blue Ridge out there somewhere. The wind is absolutely humming out here. I posted a video on my Twitter. You should check it out. I'm no expert. I bet the wind's blowing 50 miles an hour. And I know that may sound egregious, but I'm telling you, Landfill, I'm pulling up my phone to actually check wind speed because, again, I'm not an expert. But the wind is throwing Randy Johnson heat right now. All right, according to my phone, I wasn't that far off. 38-mile-an-hour gusts. It is unbelievable. The team is going to practice inside. Thank God, because I think like a smaller player like Mikey Samerstill might get blown away at this rate. I hope people driving around, if you got to work outside today, if you're a construction guy or something, man, stay warm, dude, because it is brick cold out there. This is the B. Mitchell Finley program. We are gearing up, man. This is Thursday of Wild Card Week. Like, things are happening, dude. And I think it's a really exciting time for the city. I was driving in listening to Van Pelt's podcast, and they really like Washington this weekend. One thing that I don't want to say has me nervous, but it almost seems like the majority of people like Washington going to Tampa, getting the win. And I like the logic everybody puts on display for that. I just kind of like when you're a little more low key, a little more off the radar. But there's this like overpowering question that I think a lot of people have asked. Do we have everybody this morning? I got Landfill, White Brian, Jeff, everybody here? Good.
Yep.
Okay, good. Jeffrey, I'm going to start with you. The Commanders have 12 wins on the season. It's been absolutely fantastic. How many of those wins came against playoff teams? Jeff, do the math. Come on, buddy. You got this.
I'm going to say, I'm going to go 2.
I would take the under on 2, Jeff.
That's the Falcons and the Eagles.
What seed are the Falcons in the playoffs, Jeff?
Hold on. Say that again, JP. My headphones wasn't working.
What seed are the Falcons in the playoffs, Jeff?
They're not even in the playoffs.
Yeah, so they did not. That was not a playoff.
But they were contending. That's what I meant. They were contending.
So here's my point. Commanders have 12 wins. Only one of them is a team that got into the playoffs. And if you really want to play the game and pull the string, that was with their backup quarterback. That was with Kenny Pickett for most of that game. And my contention is that I don't know that matters. Like, if that is your logic for why you don't buy into this Washington team, your logic is fair. Like, if you arrive at a conclusion based on that, I ain't mad at you because there's some merit to that, right? But my counter argument would be, so what? You play the teams on your schedule, and of the team, I still think their best win of the year might have been week 3 in Cincinnati, where you stared down Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, both of whom would go on to have just absolutely legendary seasons, and you were able to just outscore them on the road with a rookie quarterback making his first primetime start. And the play Jaden made to Terry late in that game really, in hindsight, to me, announced to the universe, these dudes are for real, and this season's going to matter. And then, perhaps more impressively, one, on behalf of the organization for spending the money and showing the willingness to do things kind of the right way in the modern NFL and go on the road for the week. Think back to that moment. Week 3, they win in Cincinnati, Monday Night Football. Let's say that plane left. Game ends. I don't think so. I think Cincinnati is still East Coast time. I don't think Ohio's Central. So that's an 8:15 kick. Game ends 11:30, 11:40-ish. That bus probably took – I'm sorry. The bus to the airport – the airport's weirdly in Kentucky. It's like 45 minutes away. Now, they get a motorcade and all that, but still it's far. It probably took off around 2:30 a.m. is my guess. And the flight wasn't that long. But in the old days, in the Steiner days, they would have been cheap and they would have flown Cincinnati back to Dulles. They probably land around 4 a.m. Whatever. They probably get the next day off. They're practicing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Friday night, fly out to Arizona, which is a long flight. You got some body adjustment to make because you're leaving 2 time zones that way. Go to Arizona, have a Friday night off. They probably all go out, run around. Saturday, you try to get acclimated. Sunday, you're playing early on your body clock against Arizona to fly back. It's not the ideal way to do it, but it's the cheap way to do it. The Harris Group, DQ, Adam Peters, they said, nah, man, let's just go straight from Cincinnati to Arizona. So instead of flying to Dulles, getting that terrible night's sleep, practicing, then having to fly to Arizona, they go straight out Cincinnati to Phoenix. My travel from Cincinnati to Phoenix on the following Tuesday afternoon was god awful. I went from Cincinnati to Houston, where I missed my connector and was delayed about 3 hours, and then got into Phoenix about like 2 a.m. Not those guys. They had a charter. They went Cincy, Phoenix direct. Woke up, beautiful sunshine, had a day off, and practiced 3 days in Arizona at Arizona State. I don't think there's any coincidence that the Commanders and Arizona State were two unexpected teams making the playoffs. I think Washington's practiced one for a week every year in Arizona. That's just my take. They did it right. And then what did the Commanders do in that game? They came out and beat the hell out of Arizona. Coming off a huge win in Cincy on Monday night. Short week, a lot of questions. Oh, can they keep it up? Are they for real? Arizona at that time had started fairly hot, if you remember. The Cardinals in that game, they came in, I think they were 1-2 at that point. But they had beaten the Niners, I think, and they looked pretty good. They beat them 42-14. It was an absolute beatdown. They ran the ball, they threw the ball. Their defense played pretty well against Kyler and that. And then all of a sudden, it's like, all right, these 2 great games, but what do Washington teams do? They have a letdown. Of course, they're going to have a letdown. Then they come back. They have the Browns at home. Browns stink. Everybody knows they beat them down 34-13. I think you go back and look at that stretch when Cleveland and Cincinnati and Arizona at those moments were legit playoff contenders. Cincinnati, everybody's talking about the Super Bowl still. And that's why you can't get caught up in, okay, when you look at the schedule now, there's only one playoff team on there. That's accurate. If you want to assess everything in the totality of a 17-game season at the very end, that is accurate. But if you go back and look specifically week by week, every week in the NFL is its own entity. That is not the case. And I almost wonder, when they got the Steelers week 10, that was a really close game down to the wire. If they got the Steelers week 16, if you swap the Falcons and the Steelers game, right? So you get the Falcons week 10 when Kirk was playing like butt, and you get the Steelers week 17 when Russ was playing like butt. Then all of a sudden you've got 2 wins over playoff teams, and it just all looks different. You got to look at the season week by week, inch by inch, and then also consider if they win this week and next week we're talking about Detroit or Philly, it's an entirely different ballgame. Tampa is about as schizophrenic as they get. I mean, the Bucs throughout the year have been up, down, shake it all around, do the hokey pokey. I mean, some of their wins are really good, but they were losing 16-6 at halftime against the Saints last week in a win and in game. Like they had to have it. Washington didn't look good in the first half against Dallas, but they didn't have to have it. They were already in. It might have mattered, how it for seeding and all that. We're aware of all that, but Tampa in 2 of their last 3 games, they thumped the Panthers week 17, but they lost to the Cowboys on Sunday night, and then they were trailing and needed a really good second half to come back and beat the Saints. They're not – this isn't the night – like it. This isn't the early 90s Cowboys they have to go face here. Now, Tampa does a lot of things really good, but I don't know, man. I feel a level of comfort with this Washington team, and a lot of it stems from Jaden Daniels and the way they've won games and their ability to control things late in contests. And just the feeling that nothing is ever out of reach, no matter what the game situation is, the flow, any of it. And that's extremely powerful. Not every team has that. And going into the playoffs, I mean, that is just an absolutely huge asset. What is not a huge asset, I'll be honest with you. And being in this Commander's locker room yesterday and seeing the amount of, I don't know what they call it. You know, the tape that players put on, and like any real athletes, you see like tennis players, basketball players, but they have this like specialized, I think it's called like PT tape, like physical therapy tape or something like that. And it's like intense tape. Seeing the amount of tape that players had, I don't want to say who, because I don't know what injuries were listed or whatever, but like seeing how guys' shoulders were wrapped up and their backs and kind of whatever this is called right here, where your neck, like collarbone-ish area, like seeing what guys are gutting through to make it happen this week. I'm not going to really discuss what I'm gutting through, Landfill, but like, it's pretty clear I'm dealing with a little cough cold thing. Last night I had to tape All Ears, my show for NBC4. And Landfill, you'll appreciate Landfill. I'm guessing you don't watch because you generally don't consume a lot of my products outside of the 4 hours you have to listen to every day, is my guess.
I'm generally napping.
Yeah, napping. I appreciate that. I appreciate the honesty. But you might really enjoy the last 15 seconds of the program where I just completely was incapable of speaking. And my only option was, all right, I can close my mouth and just look like a complete idiot. What does B like? What was the old John Thompson phrase B always says? You can keep your mouth closed and look quiet, or open it and look like a fool. My options were keep my mouth closed and be quiet, or open it and just die of coughing. Like I made it the whole, I don't know what that show is, 25 minutes. And 24 minutes and 45 seconds, I was dying on air, and it really looked great, I think.
You should have tried drinking some water.
Bruh, I tried. I'm going to try that today, too. I don't think the Arctic conditions outside are really helping. Also, where's the light winter we were getting? Because this ain't light. This is very, very strong.
It is kind of messed up how it was like 70 degrees 10 on the first on New Year's. It was like 70 degrees and now it's 12 at night, and there's a bunch of snow, and there's going to be more snow, and all of our lives are terrible now.
Yeah, man. Where are all my snow lovers at that get so excited for the snow? Because what those people have is short-term memory. Like, you just remember the highs. You remember how cool it is to have snow on the ground, and you go skiing and make a snowball. And there is some romance to snow when it first happens, but if it doesn't heat up and melt right away, like all the rest of this week is just a giant snow pain in the ass. How is it going? How's it going parking? How's it going driving down a 2-lane street where you've basically lost a lane and nobody can get around? The trash in my neighborhood comes on Tuesdays, right? The trash and recycling people come and pick it all up.
Not this week.
And I think a lot of people make a lot of effort to support a lot of people that do a lot of good in our community. And I don't think we should not support those people, but there needs to be a movement of like supporting the trash and recycling people. What they do is arguably as important as what anybody else does. And when the trash and recycling gets pushed back a couple days, it gets dicey at the house, man. It gets interesting around the house. Like they came today from when they were supposed to come on Tuesday, and not just that, but then it's also windy as hell. So my entire neighborhood, my kids, mercifully, I haven't actually heard from my wife if they've walked in the door yet, but they had a 2-hour delay. They're supposed to go to school today. So shout out to the decision makers. The children are finally back in school. My kids haven't been in school since December 20th. That's 30 days tomorrow, if my math's right. Maybe that's 20 days tomorrow. Maybe I should go back to school. But like my little one just turned 6 yesterday. Yesterday was her 6th birthday. Those are imperative days for learning. That's when you get, I don't know, you're learning to read, right, Landville? All those sorts of things. You got to go to school. They're back today. That's great. There's just trash all over the neighborhood because it's blowing everywhere because it's 50-mile-an-hour wind. So I hope everybody that loves snow and can't wait for it and dreams of it and all that, hope you're enjoying today and tomorrow and whenever the freezing rain and sleet come. I sound very grumpy today. That's not really what I'm going for. I'm in a good mood, minus this little cough. All right, the reports are starting to come out about Cliff Kingsbury. Look, deep breaths, everybody. Deep breath, Jeff. Deep breath, Jeff. He's going to get interviews. He's at least going to get requests. I am not convinced at all he's going to take a job. He's making a lot of money. He still owns his house in Scottsdale, so it's not like he's, kind of pressed out to. Dude is doing well, and I just think it's so great to not have to live and die with every coaching report that comes out because there's so many of them. Washington's staff undoubtedly is going to lose some folks. That's just how this is going to go. Staffs move every year. The best, the worst, there's always moves, right? So if you only want to flip out about Cliff, that's fine. But they'll end up losing assistants from both sides of the roster. That's just how it goes. But it is damn pleasant to not stress out about every coaching report we hear. I don't want to credit one person too much on this, but there's going to be a lot of reporting about Kingsbury maybe getting interview offers. Frankly, I think at this stage, that's the only dude that'll get head coaching interview offers. I wouldn't be shocked, depending how things go, of the coaching staff, and this would be down the road, because unless you are out of the playoffs or out of the league, you can't even do interviews till next week anyway, unless you were on one of the two teams that got buys. So the Chiefs and the Lions, those guys could be doing interviews this week virtually. Next week is when other teams that get eliminated can start doing them. Kingsbury's going to get head coaching interviews. Of the rest of these dudes, I don't know that there's another head coaching interview coming for anybody. That doesn't mean Anthony Lynn, Brian Johnson. I couldn't get OC interviews. I think if Cliff gets a job, I'd be fascinated to see what happens with guys like David Rye and David Blau. If they're getting promoted, if they're getting other jobs. A guy like Jason Simmons, I could see maybe getting the DC conversation. There's going to be movement, right? But I don't want to put too much credit into any one person, but it's pretty clear that Peter Schrager and Cliff Kingsbury have a really good relationship. That's with all the Cliff news that's going to come out. Chill and see what Schrager says. If Schrager, the last report I think he had was last week in the Fox pregame, and he was like, yo, everybody relax. He's going to be very selective. And what we know right now, I think it's the Saints and the Bears. If I'm being very selective, despite the fact that New Orleans, Chicago are wonderful places to live, I don't know that that's what I'm holding out for. I think there are jobs I would hold out for. I'm not sure that's one of them. All right, we got a packed show today. Will Brinson's going to join us. You'll hear from Joe Witt and Cliff Kingsbury today. Peter Rosenberg at 1:30. Nate Tice coming on at noon. Plus, open these phone lines up for Bleep You Thursday at 1 o'clock. Early submission, Landfill, if you'll take it. Bleep this. Wind. Nobody go anywhere.
Good morning, everyone. The Capitals beat the Canucks in overtime at Capital One Arena.
Skates in behind the net, but now feeds it up the middle. Dubois comes in. A shot, he scores! Pierre-Luc Dubois, his second of the game, is a game winner in sudden death.
The great John Walton on the call, heard here on the Fan, as Pierre-Luc Dubois' second of the night wins it for Washington 2-1. Logan Thompson registered 30 saves in the win. The Wizards fall in a tight one, 109-103 to the 76ers in Philly. The Nationals signed utility man Ahmed Rosario to a one-year deal. And in a top 10 women's hoops showdown in College Park, Maryland drops their first game of the season 79-74 to fourth-ranked USC. From the Crump Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
Dude, I watched a movie on the plane. What's the name of the band that sings that Nothing from Nothing song, Lanville?
Billy Preston.
Billy Preston. So I watched this movie coming back from wherever I was, and it's called Saturday Night, and it is the story of like the 2 hours before the first ever Saturday Night Live episode came on. And it's pretty damn entertaining. It's pretty self-indulgent, but like everything with Saturday Night Live is fairly self-indulgent. But Billy Preston was the band. It was like the first musical act on the first ever Saturday Night Live. So we often like heard that refrain watching the movie. I recommend it. It was also short. I think movies have gotten far too long. So if you give me something that's under 2 hours, that generally holds my attention. Some important information out here on Twitter, Landfill. This is from District Sports Talk, and I can't argue with this logic, Landini. Maybe you can. He says, when the Commanders were in Tampa week 1, game time temperatures were in the 90s. This Sunday, they will be in the 60s. Heat will barely be a factor this time. Had you considered that, Landfill, the difference in weather from September to January?
I had not, no.
I'm just saying, you can't argue with the logic. I don't know that is earth-shattering, but I do think it's accurate. Accuracy matters. Let's check in with the stream. So far, you're only seeing my mug. I think B-Mitch is joining us any moment here.
I'm right here.
There he is. All right, if you are on the stream, shout out to Strizzy. That's the first comment I see. He says, is it Sunday yet? Let's go. Strizzy, it is not Sunday. It's Thursday. It's windy and it's cold. Good morning, Brian. How do you
What's
doing?
up, brother? Chilling.
You were at school this morning?
Yeah, I was dealing with some energetic little kids. I tell you, they wake up like they slept, they drank Red Bull all night.
B, I love you. That's my life, dog. I wake up to energetic little kids drinking Red Bull, like literally hitting me in the forehead to wake me up.
Hey, man.
That's life, dog.
You have two. I had about 200-300.
What was going on?
Had like a little pep rally for Garrison Elementary School. And the principal is a true fan. He called his son. He said his son was a hater because he's a Buffalo Bills fan. So I went over and showed his son my Super Bowl ring. He said, what's that? I say, something y'all don't have.
I love that.
Like a little 8-year-old kid.
And that was specifically against you, buddy.
Yeah, I was talking to the 8-year-old kid like I was dancing against a 6-year-old at that time.
Oh, wait, this is an 8-year-old you did?
Yeah, hell yeah. His daddy
you said the principal's son. I thought he was like a 20-year-old.
No, the principal called his son a hater. So, well, if he's talking trash to him, I can talk trash to him.
God bless you, B.
Yeah.
Hey, man, you got to be consistent in this world.
Always.
What do I always say with these coaching staffs? I don't knock them if they're consistent in their approach.
There you go.
And B-Mitch is consistent in his approach to competition and haters, regardless if they're under 10 years
they
old
can
or
be
not.
A kid or an adult. I don't care.
All right, great. Dude, is Garrison Elementary right off U Street? I think we used to.
Yes.
Okay, right, but it's
N
like
Street,
right
south. No, northwest.
northwest, right?
Yeah.
Dude, this was a long time ago now because I'm an old man, but we used to volunteer down there when I was in high school with this dude, Coleman McCarthy. He used to
Some
run
desperate
this
people having you volunteer when you were in high school. You were trouble.
B,
in high school, dog.
Well, think about what that neighborhood was like 25 years ago. It was a very different. They were happy to have me, even though I was trouble. I was just less trouble.
It was cool. I had fun with it.
That's great, dude. I've been getting these emails from the Commanders. I meant to. They're doing a bunch of cool stuff this week.
Yeah.
Where is this email? I'll try to shout out.
Tomorrow I'll be bar hopping from 4 to 6. So come down to the harbor. You can check us out.
That'll be fun. The
Yeah.
only thing I hate for them, so they're doing all this stuff. So January 8th, which was yesterday, right?
Yep.
If you went to Northwest Stadium to the team store, I guess this doesn't really help because it already happened. But if you went to Northwest Stadium yesterday to the team store, you got a free Major Tutty keychain.
All right.
Which I am pro Major Tutty. I still don't love this name, but Major Tutty's my dude.
Yep. He was dancing this morning.
Then today, January 9th, right? Is that today?
Yep.
Washington Legends will be in several locations around Washington, D.C. with a limited amount of team memorabilia and giveaways.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that was you, B.
That was me. And then there's some other people at, I think Fred and somebody else is at some school in, I think, Bethesda. Then I think
Are they at Bethesda Elementary?
Santana
Shout out to the Lions.
Santana is there. I don't know if it's Bethesda Elementary. Santana is doing something over by the mall where it's
You're
like
really giving
a
good,
scavenger
specific
hunt.
information here, B.
Yeah, scavenger hunt. So
All right, and then this is you tomorrow. I'm guessing. Fight for Old DC Friday, presented by Bud Light.
Yeah.
On Friday, fans
Yeah.
can enjoy beer specials.
That's my friends there.
Yeah, this sounds like you. On Friday, fans can enjoy beer specials at local DMV bars from 4 to 6, courtesy of Bud Light, only when they wear Commanders gear to the bar. Fans can also receive exclusive Commanders playoff giveaways while supplies last. So you just got to wear your Commanders gear to any bar in the DMV, and maybe you'll get free stuff.
If you're at the
Is
bar
that right?
we're at, yeah, if you walk into the bar that some people are at.
Well, and if you are an astute listener of the program, B-Mitch just gave you a little hint that he's going to be at least near the harbor, he said.
Yeah.
So
3 different bars, 3 different times.
What bars they got over there? They got the piano bar. They got that one that's a little lower down to the water. I can't think of the name of that one. But there's bars over there, man. Check it out.
All over the place over there.
And then, I don't know what this is. 100 lucky Commanders fans will each win. This is wild. I don't know how this works. Oh, you got to fill out a form online. But there's a form online that 100 lucky Commanders fans will win 2 tickets to the Wild Card Sunday night football game in Tampa. Now, I don't know if that includes travel.
That's what I was thinking right there.
That seems complicated. Yo, if you win tickets on a Saturday morning, don't you think those joints are going up on SeatGeek by Saturday at noon? I don't know. Just get in the car and drive, baby. The only thing I feel bad for with all these cool giveaways and stuff, Brian, it is cold outside.
Hey, man, you know one thing I learned about people, though? It can be cold, it can be hot. If it's free, they're going for it.
Sure.
So, Brother Jimmy's, Brass Tap, Irish Whisper. I'll be at one of those.
Is that Brother Jimmy's that used to be in New York City? Like the old barbecue joint?
I don't know the history of it, Jay.
All right. When you get
know
there.
what I know about it? I'll be there tomorrow between 4 and 6.
Perfect. So if anybody wants to go see B tomorrow from 4 to 6, that's where he will be. All right. We are getting back. We're getting our life in order here, Brian. Early in the program, I was listening to Van Pelt's podcast this morning, and they were kind of going through that of 12 wins this year, B.
Yeah.
The Commanders have 1 over a team that's in the playoffs. And Van Pelt and Stanford Steve both said this, and I agree. I don't think that matters that much.
But when you played a lot of those teams had winning records when you played them.
Well, B, what I went back to.
And I could care less about what they're not in the playoffs. You know what a lot of those other teams that are in the playoffs did? They lost to those teams.
Well, dude, to me, go back to week 3 and week 4 at Cincinnati on Monday Night Football, then at Arizona. Both those teams were still very much kind kind of the talk, since he was kind of talk of the league still. Those 2 wins, I think, were as impressive back-to-back road wins as maybe any team has back-to-back wins in football this year. Maybe not of the super upper echelon, Kansas City, Buffalo, Detroit, but anybody else, you stack those 2 wins back-to-back, were pretty damn impressive. For me, Brian, it's also you got to just play the teams on your schedule.
Yeah.
And when you win late, week after week after week, and you build this identity of a team that's going to give you everything to the final whistle, that's a different thing entirely. It's not like they just ran through the NFC South and, every week's its own entity. They got some teams at really good spots for the opposing team. And I just think Washington has earned its way in. If you're trying to pick faults about why they're there, I think you're kind of just a hater.
Hey, man, sometimes the fact that they're not in the playoffs has a lot to do with the fact that you beat them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you help them out. And I think people go through that and you haven't beaten anybody. And then that same team that you beat the teams that they're praising. You know what I mean? So
right,
it's crazy.
Everybody loves Cincy. Well, they're out. And one of the reasons they're out is because Washington beat them.
Exactly.
And I think you could look at Atlanta too. Atlanta's out because Washington beat them. And they had to go to overtime, and it was tight as hell. But if you swap that around, and all of a sudden Washington's 11-6, and that would have put the Falcons at least to 9-8, how much different are the last 2 games, or is the last game of the season when Atlanta's going to Carolina, and the pressure's way different on Tampa? It's easy to be dismissive. The Cardinals, the same thing, week 4. The Cardinals finished the season 8-9, 3rd place in the NFC West.
Uh-huh.
If you flip that, they're 9-8. Yes, they only beat one playoff team, but they also probably knocked a bunch of teams out of the playoffs. They more or less directly knocked Atlanta out of the playoffs.
Hmm.
And Cincinnati finishes 9-8. If they had one more win, they're probably in.
They'll be in. But the fact that we beat them, they don't.
All right. Shocker, you and I are on the same wavelength there. Shout out to all the kids that B. Mitch was heckling. I want to get into the injury report. One piece of very big, very good news, and then another piece of news that let's discuss. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Football fans, buckle up because for the first time ever, we've got 5 straight days of playoff football in college and the pros. And FanDuel is celebrating with the great playoff payoff. There's a no-sweat same-game parlay every day for all 5 days. With a no-sweat same-game parlay, you can combine your bets for the same game for a chance at even bigger winnings. And if it doesn't hit, you'll get bonus bets back. So not only do we get to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, but there's also 5 chances to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to be part of this epic run. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. It's the great playoff payoff, and it's only on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch, shout out to your boy Neil, big Tone Loc fan. He told me that when we were at the bar in Dallas.
Rosenblit.
Yeah, dude, he loves Tone Loc.
All
right, B, I got a question for you.
Got
Saints have asked for an interview with Cliff Kingsbury.
Mm-hmm.
The New Orleans Saints.
All right.
What, if any, impact does it make that Cliff Kingsbury, I think it was the preseason, but suited up in a New Orleans uniform, had the fleur-de-lis on his helmet?
I don't think it makes that big of a difference. I think what it comes down to is the opportunity, the what control he's going to have, and how much money they offer. And for those people that sit up here that act like they got their head stuck in the sand, when you have a season like they had, you're going to get interest. Cliff still has the ability to say no because of what he has, but he also has the right to move on if he wants to. And I believe the way that they, like I said this yesterday or day before yesterday, the way that they built this staff, they knew that some of the people that they have on their staff may get interest.
Here's all I could say. If I'm going to be picky about my new job, New Orleans ain't it. Period.
You know,
I love the city, B. It's not about the city.
But
they are currently minus $50 million on the salary cap.
Yeah, I understand that. But
like
still,
they're just a mess.
I understand that, but it's only 32 of them out there. And
I get that.
A lot of times, you know, what Ben Johnson did last year doesn't happen very often.
I get that. But I think, and you tell me if you agree with this, I think on your second job, when you've made some money, like the notion that anybody should be happy with enough money is silly. Like, go back and watch Wall Street and save me your pearl clutching about how many yachts can you water ski behind. Everybody wants more.
How many you want?
Right. This is America. Like, it's easy if you're driving in your car and traffic sucks and you're like, oh, we'll just stay here. He's already making money. You would leave for another job too. So yeah. I don't do that, right?
In a heartbeat.
But I do think knowing things, knowing how the NFL works, knowing the difference between good ownership, bad ownership, knowing the difference between good situation, bad situation, like, for a second job, I do think that stuff matters. It doesn't mean you're not going to take it. You're not going to interview. You're not going to look at everything. But I think you do a much better job of discerning what is better. You know what I mean? And as of now, honestly, I think the Bears' job would be better. If you have legit questions about Bears ownership, I understand. I feel like you've got a weird – they can tell me all they want that Kevin Warren and Ryan Poles are on the same page. I don't believe you. Like, there's just an inherent power struggle brewing there that if it isn't already happening. But the Bears, if you believe in Caleb Williams, and I think there's still plenty of reason to, if you believe in Caleb Williams, or at least you aren't convinced we've seen the finished product, right? Like, if you believe in that, they have $80 million cap space, good pick situation. The Bears, to me, are a significantly better job than New Orleans for the long term.
But you can walk into there with that mindset, like you just stated. But they also can have somebody. They can say, "Listen, you get a chance to bring in a GM, and you all get the chance to fix this thing, and we're going to pay you this dollar amount." Blah blah blah. Things happen when you get in a negotiation. You go in, a lot of times you go into places where I'm not doing this, and then you hear everything you wanted to hear. So, but I don't have an issue with Cliff getting these interviews and things like that, because that's what happens in the NFL when you're successful.
Agree with that. Like, these are good problems to have.
Yeah.
It stinks that this is going to be a talking point this week when they have a wild card game, but that's also life in the NFL. Like, you think Detroit wants to deal with it? Ben Johnson's actually taking interviews. Aaron Glenn's actually taking interviews.
Yeah.
They're doing them virtually, but they're doing them right now.
They're doing them.
Now, maybe it helps. They don't know who their next opponent's going to be yet, all that kind of stuff. But
see, in that situation, they don't know who their next opponent is, but they have a possibility of who they could be. So they have to work on 2 or 3 different teams at this point.
Yep.
So they're still working, but one thing about it is, if you are successful in this league, you're going to garner interest, and you still are professional. You know, Kyle was getting interest when they were going to the Super Bowl, and his offense looked great for a half, and then he messed it up for the next. He still got a job, right?
Yeah. You know what's interesting about the Niners? They have had a ton of turnover on that coaching staff.
Yeah.
From what I find interesting too is that it's the DCs typically. Like, it was only when did they lost the Super Bowl last year, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, I'm trying to remember. Who was the DC that they fired like 2 days later? Steve Wilkes.
Yeah.
So they fired him. I think they blamed him for like running a zero blitz late in that game. Prior to that, they had D'Amico Ryans. He got the job in Houston. So they were pretty settled when they had D'Amico. Prior to that, it was Salah who got the job with the Jets. I mean, some of this is just guys getting jobs. Those are good problems to have. But I think they just fired their DC again. I know they also fired their special teams coordinator. When I hear of a dude that's been to 2 Super Bowls in 6 years, and then they're clearing out their staff, I'm curious if you hear the same thing. Feels like they're getting some pressure.
They're getting
Hey,
pressure.
we got to shake some stuff up. Don't you think?
They're getting pressure, but it's also self-preservation too.
Of course.
Oh, I'm getting rid of
Everything
this side of the ball because that's the problem. Well, in that game that they were playing against, I think was it Detroit? Yeah. They kept throwing the football. And Purdy threw 2 interceptions late in the game. How about you run the damn football? You hadn't learned from the Super Bowl that you lost?
That Detroit game was final. They lost 34-40 to Detroit at home. And I think they're already knocked out of the playoffs, but it would have been the kind of win that shows like, hey, we still have the talent. We just dealt with all these injuries.
But they kept tossing it in the end. Bryce Purdy had 370 yards passing. Kyle was trying to get to 400 so he could make sure his offense looked good.
They had 475 yards of offense,
but a weak
75
weak arm guy at a point after he started throwing it too much, started throwing it to the other team.
Would you give Purdy the bag, B? I think you like him.
I like him. And in this league today, hell, he's better than most of them out there. I mean, just because he was the last person in the draft doesn't mean I wouldn't pay him, because there are a lot of guys that were drafted in the first 10 picks that he's better than.
Totally.
So, but the thing about it is you have to also protect him. If he keeps throwing it 30, 40 times, he's going to end up making a mistake.
I think paying Purdy is not necessarily about Purdy, because I understand the hesitation to be like, oh my God, Brock Purdy's worth $50 million. That's
you better up that a little bit. That was $50 million was last year. Remember, Daniel Jones got about that.
He got 45.
Okay,
right?
So that $50 million gonna go up.
It is. The problem isn't, oh my God, I gotta pay Brock that, because that's just the rate.
Yeah.
The problem is, oh my God, what does it do to the rest of my cap? When we come back, Will Brinson joins the program.
Good morning, everyone. Well, in a top 10 tilt in women's hoops, 8th-ranked Maryland came up just short in a 79-74 loss to USC.
And that'll do it. A valiant effort for the Maryland Terrapins, but they come up just short to USC 79-74 in an enthralling top 10 game here in College Park.
Brendan Hartlove with a call on the Maryland Radio Network as the Terps' undefeated season is no more after falling to the 4th-ranked Trojans. While it was a busy night in men's college hoops locally, first in the ACC, Virginia Tech loses at Stanford 70-59. Virginia struggles out west, falling to Cal 75-61. In the A-10, GW is 13-3. George Washington revs it up on the road with a big win at Rhode Island 75-67. George Mason beats Richmond 64-58 to get to 2-1 in league play. And in the Patriot League, both American and Navy come up short on the road. The Capitals win 2-1 in overtime over the Canucks. The Wizards fall in a tight one, 109-103 on the road to the 76ers in Philly. The Nationals signed utility man Ahmed Rosario to a one-year deal. And Commanders corner Marshawn Lattimore practiced fully yesterday as the Commanders get ready to take on Tampa Sunday at 8 in the NFL playoffs. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I'm fired up.
On it.
One of my favorite news, talk ball with Will Brinson from CBS Sports joins us now. Follow him at Will Brinson, Brinson. What's up, dude? How are you?
What's up, man? How you doing?
We are good, dude. We are kind of just doing our thing. I want to ask you a question, B. Mitch, and I don't want to lead the witness here. Washington is in the playoffs, a 12-win season, really just a remarkable string of magical late wins. However, they only have one win against a current playoff team. Do you think that matters?
I mean, maybe, yeah, probably. Like, I think when you look at the strength of the record, like, I think you can make a case that, and particularly in the AFC, maybe a lot less in the NFC, that this, and this is not unusual. We saw this in 2006, I guess, and maybe again, 2006, where, you know, there were all these teams at the top. Like, the playoff race was kind of boring relative to a normal 7-team, you know, expanded NFL playoff race, just because the league is so top heavy. And so I do think that having beaten the competition, like the higher level competition, and you see teams, I think it's like the Ravens, Chiefs, Bills, and the Eagles maybe have all the best records against the better teams. You know, I think that might matter when you start going up against better competition. But the NFC to me is just wide open. Like,
wide open.
I don't think the Commanders are going to go win it. But I mean, I wouldn't, you know, put anything past Jay Daniels at this point with what he does at the end of games. And if you told me the Rams, Packers, anybody from that side of the bracket came out and played New Orleans, I wouldn't be that shocked.
But how do you
agree.
explain the Bengals weren't winning most of the year, but everybody was so scared of the Bengals, talking about how great they were, and the Commanders basically outpaced them?
Oh, I don't know. We wanted the Bengals to be good, and prior, you know, sort of like you got these priors before the season. I think I picked the Bengals to win the division, and so, you know, when you have those B-Mitch, I think it tends, like, when they start sort of gravitating towards what we expected, we're like, oh yeah, the Bengals are who we thought they were. Whereas the Commanders, you know, the Commanders have Dan Quinn as a new head coach, and I think Dan Quinn. Sorry, I'm walking in from taking my dog out like an idiot. It's freezing here.
It's freezing.
I think it's so cold. I think the Commanders And particularly like Dan Quinn, you know, when he was hired, it's like, oh, Commander's got to retread. Like, it's a good hire, but like, what is it? I mean, Dan Quinn did an awesome job in Atlanta. Like, he had the Falcons basically about to win a Super Bowl, you know, and then Tom Brady pulled wizardry out of his rear end and, you know, orchestrates the all-time comeback. And so, like, I trust the head coaching staff. I think Cliff Kingsbury did a great job this season with Jaden Daniels in this offense. And when things started to sort of sputter a bit, they course corrected. And so, like, yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the Commanders maybe just like we didn't have this, you know, double-digit win playoff expectation for them this year. And so I think when the Bengals start to get hot, it's like, look out for the Bengals. But when the Commanders just keep kind of grinding their way to the playoffs, it's like, well, this team is magic and Jaden Daniels fairy dust.
Yeah, I totally agree, dude. DQ was not the sexy hire, but I think he was the right hire. I think Peters should certainly be considered for executive of the year. I mean, almost every move that dude made has been a absolute slam dunk. They put something together, and then you add Jaden, just a quarterback that hits the ground running and is a stud, and you get a magical 12-win season. It's been a lot of fun, but now you turn the page, right? There's no point in talking about going 12-5 when the next one is win or done.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think about this matchup with Tampa? Tampa's got horses, man.
Yeah, let's set the over-under for number of ejections in this game between just Mike Evans and Marshawn Lattimore at like a half.
Yeah, dude. It exists.
Those dudes hate each other. Like, it's one of the sneakiest, like, most hated rivalries, you know, in the league, dating back to the NFC South times. And so I think that would be a really interesting matchup. I heard on that update coming in, he practiced fully, so should be good to go. That's huge against a guy like Mike Evans. Yeah. I think the Buccaneers, though, present a lot of challenges. Liam Cohen's done a great job with that offense. You know, people worried Baker might come back to earth when Dave Canales left. I think Baker's been better than ever. I'm curious to see how Jaden plays. There's always this stigma with rookie quarterbacks in their first start. Certainly he's got a better setup than Bo Nix does in Buffalo, right? But I do think, even great rookie quarterbacks can go out there and struggle a little bit in their first start in the playoffs. And, if you look at what the Buccaneers do on defense, they're a pass funnel. I mean, they're a good defense overall, I think, at this point of the year. But, you really can't run on them. And so I think it's going to be really important for the Commanders to kind of come out. Like, Jaden Daniels has to be sharp early in the passing game, maybe use his legs some to sort of open up the run, some designed runs. And I think, like, that's really important, how the Commanders start on offense, because Tampa's going to be able to score. Bucky Irving, Jalen McMillan, even if Lattimore wipes out Mike Evans or neutralizes him, they've got weapons on that side of the ball. Those young players for Tampa. Jason Light killed it in the draft this year. So, like, I really think you need to figure out a way to neutralize sort of the advantage that Tampa has and come out on offense and start hot, but you probably can't do it just by running the football. And as good as, like, that offensive line has been for Washington this year, I think being a little aggressive with passing, with using, like, rolling Jaden out, letting him see if he's got looks and if he can use his legs. I think they need a hot start on offense through the air in order to sort of get Tampa on its heels and prevent them from becoming one-dimensional.
But Tampa had some had a point in this season where they sputtered as well. Are they completely over that? I mean, they did come back on strong late in the season, but they did have a part where they dipped.
Yeah, I mean, I think, with Tampa, I mean, they certainly were struggling out of the gate. They had a really hard schedule early. Coming out of that Week 11 bye, though, their only loss is that, the only blip on the radar is that loss to the Buccaneers. And so to the Cowboys in Dallas on Monday night. And so I think, you can look at the competition down the stretch. It wasn't that hard. That's why, even when they were sort of, the record wasn't great. I think they were like 4-6 maybe. It still looked like, all right, if they can get hot at all on offense, this is a playoff team because of the schedule. They pulled it off. And there's a reason it's a 3-point spread and not some, 9-point spread that we've got elsewhere. Like, Baltimore and Pittsburgh are playing. It's a freaking 9.5-point spread.
Right.
If Washington won the game, it wouldn't shock me at all. I think they'll keep it close. I mean, Jaden has been magic late in games, and I just think that it's paramount that it's like even early and not incumbent on this rookie quarterback in his first playoff start to try to create second half magic.
I couldn't agree more. Talking with our friend Will Brinson here. Washington, and Quinn has talked about it, Jaden Daniels, players in that locker room are all cognizant that these slow starts and then having to rely on the magic late is not the formula. They want to get going faster. Right. We'll see if they're able to do it. Tampa's secondary might be the place to get that going, honestly.
That's sort of what I mean is like you kind of got to come out like if you try to come out and just NFL teams love to come out like, all right, we're going to run the ball, be physical, and like you want to be sort of conservative in these first playoff starts. I think it's really the opposite for Washington. That's sort of what the point I was trying to get across. Like, come out and be aggressive, push the ball down the field, get Terry McLaurin involved early and, attack them vertically or use Jaden's legs to sort of open up that run. Because if you just try to pound the ball against Tampa, it's not going to work. Yeah. And I think Tampa will be able to move the ball and score. And that really puts you in a tough spot.
Yeah, I agree. I want to zoom out from the Commanders Tampa game specific. I want to get into some like weird, wacky coaching stuff and then maybe some of this wild card weekend. You're in Raleigh, and I know you're an NC State guy, but Chapel Hill's just right down the road.
Is this a Belichick question?
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Do you believe I think he's staying at Carolina, but now you're hearing, Pelissero yesterday said, the buyout might not count for another NFL job. What do you make of that?
So, the contract is public. I haven't FOIA'd it because, it's like, I want to pretend like this isn't happening and Bill Belichick Chapel Bill isn't coaching against my beloved Wolfpack.
Right.
I do think that Belichick, and I wrote this, and I think that he started a dalliance with Chapel Hill as a way to sort of, remind teams, NFL teams, if he's interested, to stay on their radar. And then, wasn't really sure what jobs are going to open, because we really, obviously he's not going back to the Patriots, but, we got a slew of teams that kind of opened up. He didn't know, I don't think he thought the Raiders would open up after 1 year. And I don't think anybody did. Antonio Pierce did a press conference on Monday, right? So I think he still wants to coach in the NFL. I think everybody knows that, right? No bleep Sherlock, Scoot, right? He wants to coach in the NFL. He wants Shula's record. It didn't look like there was going to be a spot that would fit him that would definitely open up at the point that he was talking with Chapel Hill. And I don't think he wanted to spend a second year out of coaching because that, once you do 2 coaching cycles where you don't land a job and you're Bill freaking Belichick, it's just not a great look. The buyout, though, it drops to $1 million on June 1st, after June 1st, 2025. So, in 6 months, it drops to $1 million. So that's, I think that is telling that buyout drops like that after, just 6 months on the job or whatever. More importantly, if Belichick decides to go back to the NFL, Tom Brady's like, Bill, you got to come help me in the Raiders. You'll have full freedom to do whatever you want in this building. It's a slow build. We know we're in a division with Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton, Andy Reid, all their quarterbacks. Personally, I think he'll cut the check for $10 million because what Chapel Hill's going to do is turn around and make his son the head coach anyway. They're not going to have time to go out and do another coaching search. So he's basically paying $10 million to give his son to have his son become a head coach and then be able to go back to the NFL. $10 million to an NFL owner, $10 million is a lot of money. It's not a lot of money to NFL owners.
Not at all.
I still wouldn't rule it out. I know Diana Rossini came out and reported that it wasn't going to happen and that he was going to stay at Chapel Hill. I would guess that if I had to, I'm not going to source guess or anything like that, but I would guess that's not coming from the Belichick side of things. I would think it's probably maybe somebody at Chapel Hill that is saying, whoa, we don't want, because this would be embarrassing for Chapel Hill if he leaves.
Hell yeah.
I do think
the Belichick side of things is notoriously silent too.
Right, exactly. The Pelissero stuff probably coming from, one of these NFL teams that wants to let it know, maybe it's whatever, maybe it's Belichick's agent, whatever it is, it's trying to remind Jacksonville, hey, Belichick's still there. I would not rule anything out. This is a guy who, the day he was being introduced as the Jets head coach, scribbled on a cocktail napkin, "I resigned as HC of NYJ," and left and went and took the job with a division rival. Like, he is not afraid to walk away from something if he believes it will build his legacy and give him the best chance to win and become unquestionably the greatest of all time.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Let's I'm fascinated with that. Let's run through wild card weekend. Talking with Will Brinson, CBS Sports. Give him a follow at Will Brinson, BRINSON. Dude, you got any upsets? Anything you like out of the expected this week?
Yeah, I got I think the Packers are live to beat the Eagles, and this is not necessarily like the Eagles have some fatal flaw that the Packers are going to expose. I mean, Jordan Love, if anything, Jordan Love's banged up. Christian Watson now out for the year. But I just think I wouldn't be shocked if Jordan Love hadn't thrown a pick since Toyotathon began or whatever the meeting is. But I mean, we saw this not to the same extent. Like, he came into the playoffs a lot hotter last year than he did this year. But he's in control of the offense. They're playing great football. They're probably a division winner. I don't know, like 9 out of 10 years. There just happened to be a 15-win and a 14-win team above them in the division, which is crazy. I think that there's a chance Jordan Love goes into Philly and is just on fire and is dealing, and he's just sort of a gamer like he did last year against Dallas, and a good Dallas defense coached by Dan Quinn. I just think that is very much in play. And you look at the spread; it's only 4.5. I think Green Bay is kind of live to take down Philly, and then I think the Rams should be favored against the Vikings. Now, the California stuff. I mean, tragic. Like, I got a buddy who lives out there who lost his house yesterday. I mean, it's unbelievable. What's happening out there, and obviously football is second. If they have to move the game, which I think is becoming maybe increasingly likely, we heard the NFL, announce what the contingency plan was. When the league does that, it's way further down the road of exploring that than normal. Like, if there's a hurricane bearing down on Florida, they're like, we're monitoring the weather. In this case, they're actually like, if they have to move, we will move it to Arizona. So that's a little bit of a concern from the Rams' perspective, and obviously everything going on, with players who have families that live nearby and all that. But you look at the time they played this year in the regular season, Matthew Stafford completed 75% of his passes against that Brian Flores defense, 4 touchdowns, 8 yards per attempt. And against the blitz, you look at the advanced stats, 9 out of 12. Like, Flores took heat after him on 12 dropbacks, completed 9 of the passes. I just think, rarely do you have a situation where, you're going to have a coaching advantage over Kevin O'Connell, who's a great coach. But Sean McVay, I think, is a better coach than Kevin O'Connell. I mean, both top 10, maybe top 5. You have a coaching advantage, and you have a massive quarterback advantage. Sam Darnold started first playoff game. We saw him against Detroit in that big spot. I think it's a tough spot for Darnold, and I just think the Rams should be favored. I think they win that game as well.
You think the Lions gave the Rams or anybody else a secret to go? Because Darnold, when you don't rush him, he'll pick you apart. When you rush him, speed him up, he was throwing the ball wherever.
Yeah, exactly. I think you'll see a lot more pressure packages. Get heat on Darnold. And again, you talk about getting one-dimensional. If you can sort of force them to throw a ton, and I think the guy's having a week of rest. You saw Blake Corum breaks his forearm. That's a blow to that depth of that Rams running game. But, it speaks to why Sean McVay rested the guys and wasn't worried about who his opponent was going to be in the wild card round, or whether he was a 3 or 4 seed. I think they said heat after Darnold, and you see Stafford come out and look really, really sharp. I mean, I'm as big a Matthew Stafford stan as there gets, but I mean, the guy is a gamer. I know people think he padded stats for years in Detroit, but the freaking Lions, man. He had the Lions in the playoffs several times before they were these Lions. So I think Stafford shows up, and I think the Rams are kind of primed to make maybe even a deep run. People are kind of sleeping on them.
I tend to agree with you on both of those. I think the Pack could be live. I like the Rams. I think the Bills might keep that relatively close in Buffalo. I don't think the weather will scare them. I don't know. It's going to be – I can't wait. Sounds like you like Washington too.
Yeah, I think it'd be I've got Tampa winning and covering. It's a 3-point spread, right? Like I think it'll be a close. I think if Washington's down, Jaden will find a way to bring them back in the second half. I just worry. We talk about it with the Magic and stuff like that. It's still a little tougher to do in the playoffs.
Sure.
Tampa's can run the football. I just worry like if they don't. If Washington comes out hot and keeps it even to halftime, then absolutely. Like I think they're primed to upset the Bucks, and wouldn't shock me if they won regardless. But I do think I'm a little concerned about how they look in the first half, and I think that's an unknown with a rookie quarterback, and just sort of the game plan you get from Cliff.
Yeah, well, and they've struggled in first halves for the last month. One number I like a lot. I don't know if you've seen this. My boy Bakari showed me this last night. Commanders to win from behind, so trailing at any point, is plus 225. That's
trailing at any point. So if the Bucks go get a field goal, like that's it. I'd almost rather bet that than like bet the Commanders money line.
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably get more juice out of it too. Brinson,
for sure.
Thank you, buddy.
All right,
appreciate you.
Appreciate you, brother.
Hey, anytime, JJ. See you, B-Mitch.
Hey, bro.
Will, did you see there's a panic set in Nashville during the draft weekend? How bad is that timing?
I know it's brutal, man. And it's on. And they announced it on Hauser's birthday too, so it's going to be like a killer show. I'm sure.
And it's a weekend. It'd be awesome. And meanwhile, we'll be
covering.
Remember
the draft in Nashville, Roger.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, buddy. See you, man.
Will Brinson, great job. CBS Sports, give him a follow. Check out his podcast at Will Brinson. Here's what we got to do. We're going to start hearing from these coordinators. Just in a few minutes, we'll hear from Joe Witt and Cliff Kingsbury today. Nate Tice in there as well. Now, before we go, we got to tell you about our friend Paul Henry. B, I don't know if I told you this, but we got to get the shower door thing finished, and I texted Paul, and he's been helping me. It's amazing the kind of resource you get when you work with Paul Henry and Paul Henry's window installation, because yes, it's a product and they'll come in and do your windows and change your house, but you also get an advocate for your family. You could just ask him questions and you build a relationship that you don't necessarily get with other providers. It's a different entire concept when you work with Paul. It's a small family office. He comes out personally and does all the estimates. Then his son comes out and does the work with his crew. They've done a tremendous job at my home. I know they can do the exact same thing for you. Call Paul this month. You get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each doors. B, I know Paul's got your house nice and toasty.
Oh, it's nice and toasty, but most people come in, they do the work, and then they gone. Paul comes in, he does the work, he takes his time. They want to make sure that you're satisfied with the job. And as I said many times, he want to make sure that the job is done right the first time. And that's because he takes his time. And while taking his time, he still finishes a lot quicker than anybody else because they know what they're doing. So if you want to get some windows from Paul right now, reach out to him. Tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you and say, Paul, you know what? I want that $100 off each window. I want the 5-window minimum. And also I'll take $500 off each door. Go to Paul Henry's Window Installation. That's paulhenrywindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
This sports update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Pierre-Luc Dubois scores twice as the first-place Caps beat the Canucks 2-1 in overtime. The Wizards get 26 points from Jared Butler, but come up short in a 109-103 loss on the road in Philly. And the Nationals make a move, signing utility man Ahmed Rosario to a one-year deal. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
All right, B.
Yo.
We have another Rookie of the Week award coming to Ashburn.
My guy.
Only this time it's not Jaden Daniels.
I know. It's the other one.
Mikey Sanristil. Mikey was really good last week. Gets Rookie of the Week. Congrats. I feel like I've never experienced so many Rookie of the Weeks in one season.
I guess 10 or 11.
Dude, I think Jaden has 11 on his own. So this would be 12. Let me confirm that, but
I think he has 10.
I think Jaden Daniels broke the record. How many Rookie of the Weeks has Jaden Daniels won? Jaden Daniels has broken the record. He's won it 11 times.
Damn.
So I believe that's now 12 of them coming to Ashburn. And I have physically seen it. They send this belt, like a WWE boxing kind of belt.
Uh-huh.
They send a physical belt for every award. And it's, a big ass.
Where the hell are you going to put all them belts?
Well, I mean, it kind of has become a running joke with Jaden that he has tried to be really cool about, like, oh, yeah, I'm really excited about this award. He now has 11 of those belts, B. I imagine at some point they become a really good charity auction-ish item or something like that. But right now, dude, I imagine, Jaden has just a room with maybe the first one or the first couple you hang up or display in some manner. But there's just got to be a room full of Rookie of the Week belts.
Yeah.
Sanderson, though, he's got to be fired up, dude.
Yeah, he should be.
I am quite fond of that award going to Mikey. So, B, the injury report yesterday, I wanted to circle back to this. Brinson's just always a great guest. That was a lot of fun chatting with him.
Mm-hmm.
The injury report yesterday, by far the headline on there is Marshawn Lattimore was a full participant in practice.
Yeah.
With that hamstring injury. Full.
Mm-hmm.
I asked DQ about it. He said, yeah, he's hitting all the marks. Things are tracking the right way. We're really excited. How big of a deal is getting Marshawn for Sunday night?
I think it's a huge deal. I think you look at the battles they've had, and Marshawn seems to get on their skin, and he makes Mike. He makes do a lot of things, and Mike Evans do a lot of things that you ordinarily wouldn't see a receiver do, and he's gotten kicked out of games. Both of them gotten kicked out of games, but if they don't have Godwin, and if Mike goes out there, and he's eliminated based off of because he's out the game or he tries to do something stupid or Lattimore handles him, that gives you a much better chance.
Totally. The one that I don't love, I'm curious your reaction. Lattimore full, which is awesome. Also, Quan full. Remember, they didn't have Quan last week
Quan was sick.
because he was sick.
Yeah.
And I talked to him about it yesterday. I don't think he was thrilled to not get to play, but they've built a culture where they're taking care of people. Tyler Biotish still out there. Still, he was limited with the groin. I talked to Tyler in the locker room, or with the ankle rather. He said, the Dallas game wasn't just about rest. He couldn't go. And he said, I still feel it, but it seems like he very much believes he's playing. Limited on a Wednesday of a wild card game would absolutely lead me to believe you're playing.
Yeah.
What's your, I don't know the right term, concern level, or I think Biotish, I think you can argue which one's more important, Lattimore or Biotish, but we know a lot more about how things look with Biotish than how they look when he's not out there. We don't know that much about how it looks with Lattimore, right?
Yeah.
We've only seen it for like a game and a half.
I think Tyler is the one. It's important, but this is the time of the year, Jay, where you do things to get on the field. And I think if he's on the field, if he's not 100%, he's going to feel like he is.
Yeah. This time of year, these types of games.
Yeah. This is where you gotta suck it up and let's go, baby.
Yeah.
I truly believe Lattimore was close last week. It's my belief.
Okay.
Nothing that I know, nothing that I heard of, but I think just by watching how Dan has done things throughout this year, he seems to try and want to have guys closer to being 100%, which they never get to anyway, than being guys that we just want to get them back on the field.
Yeah, I think even if Lattimore could have gone,
it wasn't necessary.
Well, I think even if Lattimore could have gone, you're not playing him in that one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We are not going to push it for this.
Yeah.
And I think
because he's more important in the playoff than he is in the last game to get a better seed.
Right. Agreed. And looking at the rest of this injury report, four veterans got rest days: Ertz, Farrell, Fowler, McLaurin. I have zero concern about that. Elsewhere on the limited list, you had Biotish, Jeremy Chin limited with a rib thing. Remember, he got hit pretty good. Brandon Coleman, he had to come out of that game in Dallas, limited with his knee. I saw him. All these guys I saw yesterday: Jamison Crowder limited with a hammy, Big Luke limited with a groin. I would say, and I don't know this, but like everyone that's on this injury report, I think is tracking to playing. All of them.
Yeah.
And I think, the Coleman thing last week, some stuff sprung up in that Dallas game. But if you look at the Bucs injury report with a bunch of veterans on there, Tristan Wirfs, who's a really good tackle, limited with a quad. Sterling Shepard, who's been good for them, limited with a foot. Mike Evans got a rest day. That's not a dude I worry about.
Mm-hmm.
Logan Hall, D lineman for them, didn't practice with a groin thing. Bucky Irving was full, but is on the injury report. Jalen McMillan was full on the injury report. Antoine Winfield. We keep hearing that nobody's certain if Winfield's playing or not, but he was full on the injury report with the knee. Sure seems like he's playing, at least based on that, don't you think?
Yeah, if he was full on a Wednesday.
Right. I'm going to try to keep us on time here, which I know will surprise Landfill. We should hear from Commanders defense coordinator Joe Witt in just a moment. But I got to tell you, if you're looking at a garage door or a new garage door opener, you got to do what I did. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. JP Finley here. My wife and I realized something. Our garage door was probably older than we were. It was so damn loud that when you get the new one in there and it's silent, it makes such a difference. Plus, they insulate things so much better. It is a night and day difference when you get a new garage door. We called the real pros at Door Pro America, and now we are going to level up. Shane and Vince from Door Pro America came out, showed us a bunch of different options. They had these cool Photoshops that we were able to scroll through and see how they looked with our house. The whole process was super easy. We couldn't be more stoked about the new door we got. Door Pro America has probably been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Their team handles everything: garage door and opener repairs, maintenance, new installations, and they do it like true pros. Right now, call them up, save $150 on a brand new garage door. If your garage door is stuck in the past, like one of those old leather helmets, or you just need a little TLC, take it from me and go with the pros at Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. And tell them JP Finley sent you. Or you can check out doorproamerica.com. Because this is Thriller. Thriller. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. In moments, we're going to take you live to listen to I'm trying to look it up if it's Joe Witt or Cliff going first today. All right, I'm pulling up the media schedule. Today is Thursday, right, B?
Yep.
At least the schedule is for Cliff to go first any minute now and Joe Witt after him. We'll see. These things are often
They've changed them up sometimes.
tentative. Yeah. Things change a lot, especially in a playoff week where there are times, and you and I have occasionally disagreed on this. There are times where I think teams and professional organizations need to be a little bit more mindful of the media and what schedules say and what you're supposed to adhere to. And then there are times where I think the media has to understand, nah, man, they got bigger fish to fry. Mm-hmm. And I think playoff week of Wild Card Weekend is a bigger fish to fry situation. I do believe, though, Joe Witt is getting ready to sit down right now. Landini, you let me know when we have that. This is a big challenge for Joe Witt this week and his defense, but I'm fascinated to see what he thinks changes by getting Marshawn Lattimore back on the field. If you just look at Tampa's offense coming into this thing, Baker Mayfield threw for 41 touchdowns. They're fourth in the NFL in points scored. Here is Commanders defense coordinator, Joe Witt.
All right, so it's good to get into the playoffs. We finished the season against Dallas the right way. We're talking about winning moments, and the two plays that I really think about, they run the quarterback keeper on 3rd and 1. We stop it, okay, give the offense the ball. All right, we get into the same situation, and Marcus runs it for a long way and gives us the opportunity to win the game. And that's winning moments, all sides of the ball. And so we have to keep doing that. We're going against Tampa, where we started this journey. And so it's going to be fun going down there and going against those guys. Really good football team. Been really impressed with Baker Mayfield. I mean, this guy has played at a really, really high level. He can escape the pocket as good as anybody in the league, okay? We missed 5 sacks on him the first time, but we weren't the only ones. There have been plenty of teams to go in there and try to hit him. He has the ability to step up and keep his eyes down the field. And he's just been playing. He's a competitive player, So I take my hat off to him. Mike is back, another 1,000 yards. He does it every year. So that's always going to be a challenge. They have a really good offensive line, young running backs that run hard. Their screen game is very good. They're a dual threat, fast pace. When I say fast pace, they get to their spaces fast in the pass game, and then they get vertical, good run after catch, and they're good after contact with the backs. It's going to be a good game. It's going to be a challenging game, but it'll be a fun one. Any questions?
Baker's had a career year in terms of scrambles and scramble yards. Is there something that's different about him or this scheme that's allowed him to do that, or is it just happenstance, you think?
I think he is just doing a good job of making people miss. I mean, he's been hard to tackle in the pocket across every team that goes in there. So you have to hit him as if you're going to hit a running back. If you go in there like you're going to hit a quarterback, normal quarterbacks, you're going to probably come off. So
from the outside looking in, one of the biggest differences, it seems like, in their offense is Bucky Irving, kind of the role he's playing. What do you kind of make of him, and how does he change that offense?
Well, he can make you miss in space. He's fast, he's quick, he's a slasher. So I just think they use not just him, but all the eligibles in a very unique way of, when I say fast pace, they want to get the ball in their hands right now. Like, they have close to 1,000 yards, with the ball behind the line of scrimmage on throws where now they're going, And so they want to get those guys in space and then let them have run after catch opportunities.
You mentioned as you guys got close to Baker in the first game, what is the key to getting him down?
Just like I said, you have to treat him and hit him like he's a running back while he's in the pocket. Understanding that, all right, when he's outside the pocket, he doesn't get the protection. But when he's in the pocket, we got to stay shoulders to thighs, all right? But we have to go in there and hit him like he's a running back. If we go in there and hit him like he's a little quarterback, you're going to come off. And then he has a good job of sliding up and out, and he's keeping his eyes downfield. I know he does scramble, but he's scrambling to throw, all right? He's just playing high-level ball. And so, we just got to get him on the ground.
as you go back and watch the tape on you guys, how much different does the defense look to you since that week 1 meeting with them?
Totally different. I mean, we totally different. That was, from a game. I think we played hard. I didn't have them, ready to go. Most of that was my fault that the play was what it was that game. But that was a long time ago. So.
You talk about their screen game. Why it did hurt you guys a little bit in the first game, but why is it so effective? What do they do that makes it so effective?
Well, they have a really good offensive line that gets out right now. So when they get out, they get their bigs on people's littles and they create voids for people to go. They have a number of different type of screens. You have the play action screen, the slip screen, the cross screen, all those to the backs, and then you have the ones that the tunnel screen, tear screen from the outside. So they have just a variety of different screens and different ways to get into it, and then they get in and they go with it. And so.
And then even I know it is a long time ago, that first game, but what maybe is the biggest transformation of the defense from that point to now?
Well, if you look at the first 3 games, all right, we were 31st in pass defense. All right, we finished 3rd. Okay, we were probably 31st in percentage. We finished 3rd. 3rd down, we've been up and down. Right before this last game, we were teetering in the top 10. We were horrible then, so. The defense has really trended in the right direction. So the points have been down. So the defense is just different.
Bucky Irving is a different piece for them, at least in terms of usage compared to the first game.
Mm-hmm.
What's the key against him that you see?
Say it again.
What's the key to slowing him down, or how does that change?
Well, the key is to handling the screen game, because that's how they like to use them a lot. And then in the run game, making sure that we take care of the C gap in the run game.
You've had this year, obviously, to be around Cliff and to, I'm sure, exchange ideas and such. You've also previously coached against him. What's stood out to you about him as a coach this year?
About Cliff? I didn't know I was going to get asked about Cliff. He gets here very early in the morning. I mean, he's probably gets here around 3:00 in the morning. Cliff is going to do it Cliff's way, So I've been really impressed with his conviction and belief in, all right, this is the way that we're going to do it, and they go do it that way. His connection with Jaden is really, really good. You can see Jaden believes in what Cliff is teaching him, and so. But I'm not trying to dodge your question, but my mind's on Tampa. Cliff has done a really nice job, so I'm glad we're working together.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach.
How you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Yep.
We talked about Bucky Irving, but Jalen McMillan is another rookie on the Bucs offense that has had an expanded role since the last time you guys saw them. What kind of stands out in his game for you?
Well, like I said, the thing that stands out in all these guys is just really the way that they're utilizing them in space, and so that's what I don't want to get into, pitching out each guy, but the coordinator Liam, he's done just a nice job of using these guys and getting them in space and getting the guys up vertical up the field. So as a group.
Hey, Coach.
How you doing?
As you all head into the playoffs, and when you look at this defense as how they've grown over this season and everything, what do you like most about them right now heading into this new part of the season?
Well, the times that we've gone out there, so like we dropped the punt in the last game. We went out there and held them to a field goal. The whole, the way we played in the red zone this last game, the sudden change situation of football, we're playing much better. Okay, the thing that we have to do is get the ball. We have to do that. That's what. And I know everybody wants to talk about the run game, but if we can get the ball and get some of those turnovers, that controls a lot of the game as well. But the way we run and hit and the violence and the connection that we play with, really pleased with that.
Joe Witt, a lot of information there. The thing that might jump off the page to me is he saying Cliff Kingsbury gets into the office around 3 a.m. I've heard all season how early Cliff gets there and that it's earlier than other people think. But damn, 3 a.m. B.
Hey.
Holy,
when the hell he go to sleep?
I don't know. Nate Tice joins us next. Then we'll hear from Cliff. Nobody go anywhere.
Hello, everyone. Well, the Capitals are at the midway point of the season with the most points in the Eastern Conference after a 2-1 overtime win over Vancouver. Washington is off today, but will resume play Friday night, hosting the surging Canadiens at 7, and then quickly turn around to take on Nashville on the road Saturday at 8. You can listen to both games right here on The Fan. Well, the Wizards are at the other end of the spectrum in the standings, but they are playing more competitive basketball as of late, including last night's 109-103 loss to the 76ers. Washington is at Chicago Friday at 8. Listen to that on Bloomberg 99.1 FM. And then they're home Sunday to take on Oklahoma City. That's a 6 o'clock tip. Listen on the Team 980. The Nationals make a free agent signing, bringing in utility man Ahmed Rosario on a one-year deal. And today begins 5 straight nights of playoff football, the first of 2 college football semifinals. Tonight is Notre Dame and Penn State. Tomorrow featuring Ohio State and Texas. Both games start at 7:30. And, of course, the Commanders will play amidst wild card weekend in the NFL in Tampa Bay as the final leg of Sunday's triple-header at 8 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Beamish Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. Points up and down the East Coast. We're waiting to talk to Nate Tice, I believe, in just moments here. Obviously, a lot of exciting stuff going on in Ashburn as the team is preparing to take on Tampa. I mean, this is a huge matchup. You know, one thing that I think is going to be a lot different. One thing that I think is going to be a lot different is having Kalijah Kancey for this Bucks defense. But you know that's football, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it goes, dude. Right now, though, we're excited to have Nate Tice join us from Yahoo Sports and NFL Network. Nate, what's up, dude? How are you?
Not too much. Just trying to get ready for these wild card games. And I guess I have to do college football playoffs first. So I think that will whet my appetite a little bit before we get to the wild card weekend. But I'm doing very well.
You'll be ready for it, Nate.
Oh, dude, I'll be ready. Don't worry.
I'm happy to do a little college before we move forward. You got Notre Dame, Penn State tonight, Ohio State, Texas tomorrow night. What are you expecting in both of them?
Oh, man, I think tonight's game is going to be a fist fight. You got 2 teams that have good defenses, Notre Dame and Penn State. Notre Dame wants to run the ball 50 times with their running backs, you know, some injuries there, but also their quarterback, Riley Leonard. And then Penn State's explosive, but it's all kind of, you know, shots. Like, it's not more sustained explosiveness. So I think like any good football game will come down to a few plays, but I think this one's going to be a slug fight. I think it's a race to 20 points. And it might be a quick one relatively for a college football game, getting all the run plays in there, but we still might get the 45-minute bands at halftime, so maybe not too quick.
A lot of people may not like that game. I'm going to love it. I love to see teams that run the football down your throat, no matter what.
Good defense,
Yeah, no, it's going to be a classic there. And then the other game, hopefully Quinn Ewers got his head on straight. I'll just say that going on the other side of the ball, but I think that's going to be a fun one too. Ohio State's really picked it up. They got just so much talent, and it's kind of pick your weapon. Jeremiah Smith, Emeka Mbuka, and these guys. Ohio State's defense is really good, so I'm kind of favoring Ohio State in that one just because I don't really trust Texas's offense all the way right now.
I mean, they've been on fire over these last 2 weeks, man. But After that Michigan game, I thought they were in trouble, but hell, they found something.
They did. It was, and just all the injuries that Ohio State had offensive line, but this isn't like the NFL and some of these blue chip programs. It's like, oh yeah, just drop in the next 4-star, 5-star guy we got. Yeah, he's a freshman or a sophomore, but it's not like he's some guy that you just signed off the street, you know. So that is one nice thing when you're at one of these big programs is it's next man up sometimes.
For sure. Now we've covered that stuff. It's going to be fascinating to watch. I can't wait to watch tonight and tomorrow. But here in Washington, by far the bigger story is what's going to happen Sunday night when the Commanders take on the Buccaneers. We are talking with Nate Tice. You can read his work over at NFL.com or Yahoo Sports. You can follow him on X at Nate_Tice, Tice. Nate, let's just start there, man. What do you think of this matchup, Commanders-Bucs?
Oh, man. You know, some of these games, these playoff games, we have a lot of repeat matchups. But, like, the thing with the Commanders and the Bucs game, it was week 1, which might as well be 2 years ago in NFL terms. Everything is so week to week in the NFL and so month to month. And you had a rookie quarterback making his first professional start going against a blitz-happy defense, not the easiest defense to go against. And I think that's first and foremost where I go, where my eyes go, because anytime you play against the Bucs, there is going to be Todd Bowles' defense and how blitz happy he is. And writing about it this week, I kind of did a little deep dive on it. And the Bucs blitz more than any team on record in Next Gen Stats' kind of database, which goes back to 2016. On 3rd and 4th down, they've blitzed more than any team that we've ever seen in the NFL. 2/3 of the time, still blitz on 3rd and 4th down. Jane Daniels in week 1 against the blitz. Yeah, he went 5 of 9 for 45 yards, got sacked a couple times. He was pressured 9 of 11 of those dropbacks. But since then, Jaden's been one of the better quarterbacks against the blitz. He's 8th in dropback success rate since week 1, 3rd in EPA per dropback, which is a stat I like to look at. But he'll scramble a good amount too. And the Bucs can be susceptible to scrambles because blitzing, you might lose your contained lanes, and you might lose yourself trying to get after the quarterback. So to me, that's kind of a fun strength versus strength kind of thing, where it's kind of it's a gash or be gash world. Is it Jaden scrambling, hitting a deep shot? Maybe he likes to throw it over the middle a lot, so it might be a Zach Ertz game against the blitz, or do the Bucs get home and kind of corral him and kind of make him stay in the pocket? I just think that's fun because I don't think either team's going to shy away from what they do. I mean, that's how they got here. So I'm really, really excited to watch those 3rd and 4th downs and how Daniels and the Commanders' offensive line handle the blitzes that the Bucs are obviously going to show.
It's going to be fascinating, and you're so right that week 1 was so long ago that you really can't draw much from that. But in that game, one of the things I find fascinating is Jaden ran a lot in that game. I think he had 13 carries, which would probably be a season high, 16 carries rather. As the season progressed, his eyes slowed down. He stayed in the pocket, started beating people. Then as the season continued, he started using his legs more once he got over that little bit of a rib thing and was incredibly effective. I still think he could be the leading rusher in this game, and that's good for Washington.
I think he will be. And also, it's like, I think that is the best answer for Commanders for this game, for Washington in this game is obviously their rookie star quarterback is a good answer. But his legs, I think that's how they're going to find the explosive plays. Because if your team's blitzing you, you don't want to live with 4-yard gains. That's what the defense wants. You want to live. You want to scare them out of it with 20-yard gains, touchdowns. Watch you saw the whole Bengals team get defeated when Daniels hits that one shot, against the blitz against them. But the thing is too is you just brought up the point that he might be the leading rusher, and that's kind of a good and another kind of point or a thing I'm looking at in this game is that the Commanders' run offense has been good this year, and I would even say one of the most, I wouldn't say underrated, but surprising good run games. I always thought Cliff Kingsbury had a good run game when he was with the Cardinals, which was kind of an underrated aspect of his offense. But then I thought Bobby Johnson, an offensive line coach for the Commanders, did a really good job this year. Really diverse run game. The stat I always like to look at is rushing success rate, which is successful play for the offense. So 5 or more yards on first down, half the gain, goal to gain or down to gain, distance to gain. On second down. Commanders are top 3 on early down rushing success rate. Bucs have the best run defense in the NFL on early downs. They're led by a guy named Vita Vea. who is you can't miss him. You can't miss him. So that's why I think that might be tough sledding for the Commanders. They're going to try, but again, that's where, going to your point, that I think Daniels will be the leading runner because of the scrambles, but also they might have some tough sledding on early downs trying to run the ball.
What do you feel their chances are? A lot of people look at the fact that they played teams and they point out that they played teams that aren't in the playoffs. Well, people that aren't in the playoffs beat some of these teams that people lose their minds over. So what do you feel the Washington chances are?
Oh, I mean, I think this game's going to go down to the wire, which, considering how the Commanders' season has gone this year, might not be the worst thing, because that's kind of that's kind of their thing. The last 4 minutes of the game, let's start doing some stuff. I really do think this is going to just be a tight game. It really come down to some of those big plays. I think on the other side of the ball, ever since Washington moved Mike Sainristil out to the outside corner, I felt like their pass defense has gotten a lot better. They still give up explosives, but it's not the worst defense or one of the worst defense. It's more like average-ish, at the very least, I think. But I think that's a big difference, I think, compared to week one as well. And I think that's something some people are underrating about this Commanders team, because there's so much focus on the offense, and then you kind of wave away the defense. Oh, yeah, sure. Payne, yeah, Jonathan Allen's back. Yeah, that's fine. But I do think that matters going against this team, because the Bucs offense is very good. I think that's more evenly matched than I think some people are coming out to be. I think this one comes down the wire. I'm trying to remember what the spread was to maybe lean into that.
Dude, it's just
the Bucs are favored by 3.5. So I think the Commanders cover that at the very least, which I'm going to say that means I think it's going to be a field goal or less game either way. I know it's kind of stakes in my on, so I don't want to go either way.
Nah, man, you're cool either way. We'd always just have the real conversation, but I think if you've been watching Washington for the last month, you'd be nuts to not think it comes down to the wire. Whether they win or lose, that's what they do. And they've done really well at being on the right side of those.
Yep. And that speaks to Jaden Daniels' play, is that he can open the game up when it gets like that and turn some bad situations he had. I'm remembering, 2 weeks ago, the fourth down scramble he had, or the third and forever scramble he had. That's the thing, is he always has that element he can throw in, and it's a really good element against this defense that's going to be aggressive, and they're not going to shy away from it. So he's the equalizer. So yeah, it's not fair to put it all on a rookie quarterback, but a lot's going to come down to him, and that's kind of how the playoffs are. It's not fun. It's not easy for anybody.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Nate. Speaking with Nate Tice, you can read his work, NFL.com, Yahoo Sports. He's all over the place. Football 301 is the podcast. Let's zoom out from just the Commanders Bucs, because obviously that's going to be an awesome game. But, Saturday's games, seems like the whole world has the Chargers going into Houston and winning. I get that you've got Harbaugh on one side, but I mean, Houston won a wild card round game last year and kind of took the Ravens, into the fourth quarter in that division round. Do you think folks I know it's been an up and down season for Houston, but do you think folks are overlooking them at all?
A little, because I don't think people realize how good their defense is and how good their pass rush is. I just said, Jaden being a quarterback is the great equalizer. I think on the defensive side, a good pass rush is the great equalizer, especially when it comes into the playoffs. Remember the Bucs Chiefs Super Bowl a few years ago? Mahomes couldn't even throw the ball because the Bucs pass rush was just so good in that game. So I do think that the Texans do have that. They have Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. And yes, the strength of the Chargers offensive line is their tackles, but their guards aren't that great, and their interior isn't that great, and pressure can throw off any quarterback, even one as good as Justin Herbert. So I do think that element has been overlooked a little bit. I will say that the other side of the ball is what scares me for the Texans. So I think I am I more to the consensus in this game, where I am leaning Chargers, because I do think that the Texans offensive line is just that bad. And I just think that the Chargers defense is very disciplined. They are very well game planned as well. Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator, is phenomenal and getting the most out of his guys. And they really squeeze things. They're really tight on things. They allow the fewest amount of yards after the catch in the NFL. They're good tackling, just a very sound team. And why I'm saying that is I don't think the Texans are very well coached on offense. I think their offensive line is fairly poorly coached. And I think that the Chargers are going to be able to get after it. The Texans also can't run the ball. They're the worst rushing offense in the NFL. That success rate stat that I just brought up, but really any stat you look at. And it's just a lot on C.J. Stroud. And it's a lot on C.J. Stroud that's going to be on 3rd and long without Tank Dell now. Just Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, who are still, Nico Collins is a top 6-7 receiver in the NFL. I mean, he's really taken a leap this year, but we're going against the Chargers, who will double team number 1 option. They will really have really intricate game plans. That's why I really like Minter. So it's just, I don't see what I like to call a natural answer for the Texans outside of like, hey, CJ Stroud, black out.
Right.
That is kind of, and that can happen. Don't get me wrong. You want a quarterback that can reach those highs, but it's just, the floor is pretty low for that Texans team right now. And that's why I think I'm a little with the consensus where I'm a little worried about how the Texans are going to be able to move the ball outside a few shot plays in Nico Collins.
Well, what about that? The Steelers-Ravens game, Zay Flowers, again, not practicing. Sure looks – I'm not going to rule him out. I mean, who knows what happens by Saturday night, but he missed every practice this week. If they don't have Zay – Pittsburgh can still play defense. I don't know what their offense can do, but I mean that number seems awfully big with Zay Flowers on the sideline. What do you think of that Steelers-Ravens game?
Well, and also I don't mind the Ravens going into big bodies. They're comfortable doing it. Literal big bodies with Patrick Ricard or a tight end or an extra lineman or something of that sort. I mean, Derrick Henry makes it big bodies by default anyways. But I do think the Steelers have always played Lamar tough, because they're one of the best teams that against quarterback runs. I feel like Jane Daniels and the Commanders found that out when they played the Steelers earlier this year too. Really good against scrambles, really good against design runs. They make you stay from the pocket. Lamar he was my MVP pick. I think that I've always thought he's been underrated as an operator from the pocket, and I'm glad a lot of people are like, oh, wow, he's pretty good at it. So I think that's why that is going to be a good answer no matter what for the Ravens. I also think the Steelers are kind of backwards what you would think about them. When they have big bodies on defense, they're not as good as they are when they have light bodies with DBs out there and nickel and dime, which is not what you would think with the Steelers. You're thinking, oh, no, big bodies, they're going to be good at it. But so I think that the Ravens, again, I'm going to use that term, have a natural answer against them. I think that just really their offense has been explosive. Rashad Bateman's come on. And Joey Porter Jr. might take him away out of the game, which isn't that hard. But I do think the Ravens have tight ends, and they also have the run game that they can always rely on. So that's why I do think, even without Zay Flowers, that they do still have alternative answers. But I do agree that is a big spread. I will say on the other side of the ball is the Ravens defense, the first half of the year was, atrocious. They're really good against the run. But defending the pass, they were the worst defense in allowing explosive passes. They were bottom 10 in dropback success rate. They were 29th in net yards per attempt. So that's yards subtracted by sack yardage. And then since week 11, they changed their DBs. They benched Marcus Williams. They put Washington back there. They put Kyle Hamilton back at safety instead of the slot. And they've had the best pass defense in the NFL since week 11. So, and they've limited explosive plays. The whole Steelers offense is based off running the ball first, running the ball second, running the ball third, running the ball fourth, and then throwing deep balls from Russell Wilson. The
balloon balls.
Yep, the moon balls. And Russell throws them as well as anybody. But if they don't connect on those, the Steelers can't move the ball. That's their formula. And if the Ravens, who have been one of the best pass defenses in the NFL the last 2 months, kind of limit that, it could be a real tough slog for the Steelers offense, especially with the Ravens run defense being so good. So this game to me is going to come down to those 6 moon balls. And I say that jokingly, but I also say that pretty seriously, that it's going to come every go ball. Everyone should just hold their breath because those will decide the game. Wow. Every time you see Russell tilt his shoulder back.
I think you're right on there, dude. That game could be interesting, but of all these games, that's the only one I look at that if it's a blowout won't shock me. I kind of think the Broncos might be able to keep pace with the Bills. Well, on Sunday, do you see anything surprising, anything that you really like or think is a problem?
Maybe the Packers in an outright win over the Eagles. That's
the second time we've heard that.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just me building fan fiction. But, the more I look at it, the more like the Eagles defense, Jordan Love is a very specific quarterback. So, but I really like watching him. He's not everyone's cup of tea because he is a trick shot thrower. He's going to go for the big plays. And I get that. But the Eagles defense doesn't do the things that can maybe take Love out of his game, which is they don't run a ton of man coverage, and they also don't blitz a ton. Those are the things that can lead to Love being volatile. He's really good against zone coverage. He's a top 5 quarterback, and all the metrics I list off over and over, top 5 quarterback against zone. This also talks about all the receivers the Packers have. They don't have maybe the best receivers, especially with Christian Watson out now, to beat man coverage over and over. We saw that against the Vikings a couple of weeks ago, where they just couldn't get open. It just felt tight. And I just think this week, the Eagles are going to lean into zone. But this is where having multiple valid answers, maybe not alpha number 1, but a lot of Bs, a lot of number 2s in this Packers receiving room, that's actually good against this Eagles team that runs zone coverage. They run zone coverage at the 6th highest rate on late downs, and they barely blitz, which, like I said, again, is something that can maybe limit Jordan Love and get him into his volatile kind of play. The other thing, though, is the Eagles are really good against to beat a Vic Fangio defense. You either got to run it on them or beat them over the top. They're really good at limiting explosive plays, and Jordan Love is very good at finding explosive plays, but Christian Watson's out. So that is the one element that has me a little antsy about the Packers, but I just think that they have natural answers again to beat this Eagles defense. And I think their defense has played well enough to hold against that Eagles offense that's so explosive and just has to withstand the 30 Saquon Barkley touches.
Yeah. I mean, Saquon just grinds you down in late in games, man. Hey, Nate, thank you so much for the time,
Appreciate
dude.
you,
Really enjoyed talking.
No, thank you for having me. It's a lot of fun.
All right. Very cool, man. Nate Tice, read his work, Yahoo Sports, NFL Network. You can follow him at Nate_Tice. Talking with Nate, a little bit of college football talk. Then you get to the pros. Dude, I just saw a report, obviously, tonight, Notre Dame, Penn State, 7:30, Orange Bowl. You can watch it on ESPN. The line right now is the Irish favored by it was a 1.5. It just dropped to a point. Apparently, there's a flu outbreak in the Notre Dame locker room.
Whoa.
I don't know how that's going to impact things, but I know the flu ain't pleasant. No, man. It is the action is seriously heating up. Seriously, if you're into football, the next 5 days are among the best we're ever going to have. And if you're into the action heating up in the playoffs, the place to be is the ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Think about it. Tonight, Notre Dame, Penn State. Tomorrow night, Ohio State, Texas. Saturday, you've got 2 NFL wildcard games, Chargers, Texans, then Steelers, Ravens. Doesn't seem like Zay Flowers is going to play. B-Mitch been telling us all week that he thinks that number's too big for a division round game. It's 10 points. Sunday, Broncos, Bills, Packers, Eagles, then Commanders, Bucks, then to cap it all off, the Monday nighter, Vikings, Rams, and frankly, we don't even know where that game's going to be played with everything going on in LA. This is the time to be on ESPN Bet Sportsbook. If you're looking at over-unders, passing yard bets. What about Drew Adler tonight, that Penn State quarterback? If he gets connected with that big tight end, that dude is a beast. Notre Dame loves to stop the run, but maybe Penn State gets the air game going. There's so much to look at, all the different point spreads. Maybe that Commanders number creeps up a little bit before game time. Maybe you get that up to 3.5. It gets pretty darn juicy. Player props. I got a feeling I'm going to be all over Jaden Daniels rushing yards in that game. I see it around 48, 49. You telling me Jaden can't get you 65 on the ground in Tampa? A lot to be interested in. And new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. And you can unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO to get started today. You got to follow that. You got to make sure odds and lines can be subject to change. Customers in Maryland and Virginia, if there is a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 plus. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders gearing up for the Buccaneers on Sunday Night Football. Taking a look at yesterday's practice report. 4 players didn't practice. All rest days. Zach Ertz, Cleveland Farrell, Dante Fowler, and Terry McLaurin. Players that were limited include Tyler Biotish with an ankle injury, Jeremy Chin with a rib injury, Brandon Coleman with a knee injury, Jamison Crowder with a hamstring injury, and Cornelius Lucas with a groin injury. Marshawn Lattimore was able to practice in full with a hamstring injury. For the Buccaneers, Antoine Winfield has missed the last 4 games with a knee injury. He practiced in full yesterday. Mikey Sanders was named the Rookie of the Week this week. And college football tonight, the semifinals get underway with the Orange Bowl, Notre Dame taking on Penn State. That's going to kick off at 7:30. The other semifinal tomorrow, the Cotton Bowl, Ohio State taking on Texas. In the NBA last night, the Wizards fell to the 76ers, 109-103. They're back in action tomorrow in Chicago against the Bulls. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. And in hockey, the Capitals beat the Canucks last night 2-1 in overtime. Pierre-Luc Dubois with both goals for the Capitals. They'll take on the Canadiens tomorrow at Capital One Arena. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. A lot of talk about Cliff Kingsbury all over the country lately. That's what happens when you're good and you work with a good young quarterback and things start to move.
Yeah, Jay, I think we got bigger information, all right, we go ahead.
I understand we're working on a big scoop here.
It is.
But I think right now we're going with Cliff Kingsbury speaking to the media.
Vita Vea is obviously a big piece of that interior of the Bucs D line. Clay Kensey didn't play last time out. What kind of player is he, and how does that affect kind of the way that you guys go about run game and also rushing the passer?
Yeah, incredibly disruptive. You mentioned we didn't face him last time, but you watched him the previous year, really came on and has done the same throughout this season. Continues to get better, impacts the game in a bunch of ways, run game, pass game, and high motor, one of the more disruptive interior players we played against.
Cliff, just to get it out of the way, obviously there's been talk about teams reaching out to you for interviews. What's your stance right now about, I know you can't talk right this now, but where are you at right now with that situation?
Yeah, I haven't had any discussions. Coaches, we pay representation to handle all that, and so they've handled all that. It's just been all Tampa Bay.
As far as Gaden, obviously this is another new experience for him. What do you, beyond the X's and O's and the game plan, what do you do anything else for him this week to help him understand why there's a difference between the regular season and the playoffs?
No, he's done a great job of week in, week out. Just say, what did we do good last game? What do we need to work on? And really attacking those areas. And so we've kept that same plan. He's a guy who likes competition, likes big moments. And so nothing has changed as far as preparation goes.
What's the biggest growth in his game since that first meeting?
Everything, really. I think just understanding the system. The first game, we didn't know what we were or who we were, what he was. And so even me calling plays and understanding how to put him in better situations to be successful, and all the skill guys. How do we use this guy? So we've evolved a bunch, but I think you just watch his game and the way he played that first game. I mean, the very first pass he threw for like -20, like a backwards pass. And he's just come a long way. So it's a lot of hard work, a lot of mental reps. And so I'm anxious to see the second time around, how far we've come as an entire unit.
Is there a moment for you with him that stands out, whether it's a throw or anything like that, more than others for him?
Yeah, I think the biggest one was the Cincy game for me. It's like crunch time. It's that last, third or fourth down maybe, and I screwed up the play call, and so he just waves me off like I got it, and he throws a touchdown to Terry. It's like, all right, you got it, dog. So I think it was more like that's where it's like, okay, he's very comfortable in the system, understanding what we're trying to accomplish, and in those moments he wants the ball in his hands, and as a play caller, that's what you hope for at that position.
What have you seen from him just in his ability to compartmentalize and focus on what he needs to now, and other stuff when he needs to. I mean,
Yeah, I think that's probably one of his strongest traits is that he can process it really quickly and be on to the next play. He's not leering on himself. He wants to be perfect. He wants to play great. He wants to win every rep, but once the play is over, he's on to the next one really quickly, and that's not easy to do as a young player or an established player even in this league, because you're going to have your ups and downs. You're going to have plays you wish you had back, but he can process it, move on. He can take hard coaching, and nobody's harder on themselves than him immediately after, and he's one of those guys that will give you the proper feedback as soon as you get to him. Hey, I should have done this, should have done that, and so it really makes it, my job a lot easier when he's already kind of self-diagnosed what's going on the play.
Blau mentioned how, like, his first practice, rookie minicamp, he was 7-on-7. He completed everything, but he was also willing to take the check down.
Right.
He wasn't trying to hit home runs on everyone. Did that surprise you at all as a rookie coming in?
It did, yeah. The guy that, when he had that Hail Mary and they did that video where he's like, we got us one, like, I felt like that guy after the first 7-on-7 like session, because it was just next level kind of operation, finding the check downs, not forcing things for a young player to come in, and you could tell he studied it like crazy over the little break we had. So that was the first, we all kind of looked at each other like, wow, that was really good. And so I think we knew then that we had a chance to have a special player, and just then getting to see the humility, the hard work, all the things he's put into it, it just has evolved since then.
What percentage of the time is he making the right football play?
That's a great question. A high percentage, I would say. Like he the one thing that's shown up, I think the last few, I would say probably the last month, when we've had to put the ball in his hands more because the run game hasn't been there. We played good teams that are good against the run, but I'd say just the negative plays, like the first, second down sacks, the sack number in general has gone up, and some of that's he's trying to take over and make the play. But I think for the most part, if you put those out, like, he's going to the right place for the ball the majority of the time.
What was your biggest lesson coming out of that first Tampa Bay game about, like, figuring out who you guys were?
Yeah. We needed to play with more tempo, more rhythm. We were doing a bunch of substituting and really slowing the game down, thinking that would help him. And I think it hurt us as a unit. We played better with more rhythm and pace, and him getting on the ball and being able to have more time on the play clock to analyze and see what the defense is doing. And we really subbed a bunch. We played in some sets that were not as probably dynamic or having our best 4 or 5 skill players on the field at the same time. And I thought the coaching staff did a nice job of recognizing that and adjusting that moving forward.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach. In week 1, Terry had 2 catches, 10 yards. How much of that was due to kind of the newness of everything, not just Jaden? I think you described it as kind of in survival mode after that game between week 2. How much of that was because of the newness, and how much of that was maybe what the Bucs were doing? Yeah,
I think we definitely did not have a good enough plan to get him the ball. And then Todd Bowles is a good defensive coach. So I don't, having watched the game, it's hard to even watch because it's so different than what we are now. But he recognizes that's one of the best players in the league. And so he's going to do everything to take him away. And then I do a better job calling plays. And I think Jaden has evolved to a point now where when we have an opportunity to get Terry the ball, he's going to take advantage of it.
And then speaking of that Todd Bowles defense, as Super Bowl teams tend to have, they've lost some players from that Super Bowl defense, but they've kind of since come back. Jordan Whitehead, Mike Edwards, Shaq Barrett specifically. I know Jordan's not going to be playing, but looking at Mike and Shaq and some of those other guys from that Super Bowl squad, how do you dive into any of that older tape to kind of look for some tendencies, or do you stick to more recent? More recent. Yeah, more recent. He's done a great job evolving his defense. I think that's what I've been most impressed by with Coach Bowles is it's cyclical in this league, and they'll catch up to you as you go if you just do the same stuff. And he's done a great job evolving year in, year out, adapting to his personnel, and continue to stay kind of on the cutting edge of the pressures and being able to disrupt offenses throughout his career.
Hey, Coach. Hi. Tampa Bay's defense is the second highest blitzing defense. They've got all kind of, they aggressively come at you. Could you talk a little bit about how you all counter that and some key things that you all have to do,
Yeah, I think he's great at the pressures, knowing when to dial him up and call him. It's not just third down. Like, he has a great feel for your tendencies, what you've done throughout the season, and when to bring those pressures. And so I have to be great on my sequencing and play calling, and then just give Jaden answers for those pressures. Like, we got to be able to get the ball out of our hand. We can't take those first and second down sacks. And that's the biggest deal to me is making sure he has an outlet on every play that they're going to bring the pressure. Hey, let's get a completion, try to make a guy miss in space, and we'll play the next play. But if you don't have answers, he'll make it a long day for you.
And we talked to the players about being in the playoffs. Some of them are there for the first time. But could you talk a little bit about yourself, about being back in the playoffs and how exciting that is for you?
It is. It's very exciting. It's hard to get here. I think that's what these young players need to understand is that there's a lot of veterans that have played 10, 12 years. It's like the second time they've even got in. And we got in the 1 year in Arizona, and it was not a great game, but it was a lot of work to get there. And so I think just being in the moment, understanding how fortunate we are to be in this position, and we won the last 4 games on the last play, and it can go like that in this league. So we got to make sure we appreciate and take advantage of the opportunity.
I know the focus is on Tampa, but as a quick follow to what Sandy guys, do you plan to take interviews for head coaching jobs?
I'm not going to touch on that. Yeah, just focusing on Tampa.
Appreciate it, Coach.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
All right, Cliff is focused on Tampa. So are we. Yep. Plus, folks, I don't know how to handle this. Landfill tells me he has huge breaking news that will be revealed when we return. Seriously, you're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. All right. I'm in Ashburn. The rest of the boys are holding it down in studio in the Navy Yard. I got to be honest. I don't know what's going on, but apparently there is big breaking news. I'm turning it over to B or Landfill, whoever's in charge here.
Landfill, you got it?
Yeah, I think I got it mostly. I can
give the sounder and
I
everything.
would just say this to JP.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna set up a little thing for you and let Landfill take from there.
Okay.
We're asked for something from Landfill a lot. And there are many, many different ways you can utilize it or use it or things you can get. He got the big kahuna. I'm going to just say it like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, Scotty G in the chat just said JP always has the worst breaking news. This ain't mine, dog.
Mm-hmm.
This is Landfill.
This is mine. Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
Okay.
So there's like only two things in the world I care about, which is napping and Odyssey points.
Yeah.
Yeah. So every time we have this system here at work where you can give out points to your coworkers if they did a good job. And
even if they don't do a good job, they just want your damn point.
But what I do is
Correct.
I just ask everybody who works here for their points because you can trade them in and get like blankets and stuff. And I like blankets.
I know the blanket's been on your mind.
Yeah. I got a Stanley Cup. There's like a phone bank battery charger situation going on. There's a lot of cool stuff you can get. So I ask everybody here, and most people are willing to help me out. So it actually turns out I got so many Odyssey points that corporate noticed, and they think that I'm doing a great job because everybody here is sending me the Odyssey points. So they gave me $1,000.
They fooled on that. Yeah. No,
Hold up.
He actually won the damn the
$1,000 cash?
Yeah, you know the thing I told you I took my points and I put in?
Yeah.
Landfill won it.
Nah. He didn't win that.
No, I didn't win the contest.
It was another winner for the contest.
Yeah.
They gave it to him.
Level, they just gave
So in
you a
other
G.
words, he's not getting our points no more because he's not doing
pass
that
him to
damn
me.
good of a job.
What? I mean,
He tricked the system, dog. He tricked the system.
Tell me you don't listen to our show without telling me you don't listen to our show. Hey, Jim Andrew Mullins the 10th, because of how much you love this company, here's $1,000. Congratulations, brother. I am happy
I love
of
it.
people
I love it, Landfill. Yeah.
I mean, that is amazing, Professor. Well done.
So I'm gonna have to buy everybody lunch someday at some point.
Like today, you'll be fine, Landfill.
Yeah. No, I mean,
no, I'm not.
There are a lot
That's
of
not
people
fair.
involved.
Don't worry, Jeffy. You coming back?
Stevie.
He got $1,000.
Heavy Metal Chris. Matt Essig. Vic.
So hey, what you just did?
Has all of those people just been giving you their points nonstop?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Jeff is really the most consistent. Jeff is Jeff's the MVP here. We also got to shout out Brendan Darr and Cody Shook, who are kind of OGs in the Odyssey points hustle.
Sure.
Yeah, this is but you know who deserves absolutely zero thanks are Darius Dameron and Ryan Clary, who have refused on multiple occasions.
Well, now that they know this,
Hey,
you will never
stop
get
bleep
him.
you early with
Yeah,
that one.
bleep you to them. I also got to add a bleep you to Denton Day and a bleep you to Anthony Haney, who repeatedly refused to help me out with Odyssey points.
You think you're gonna get any more Odyssey points now that you won that?
No,
they gonna start asking everybody.
I think you're out of the hustle, dude.
I am, but I have 30 to give away every month, and I'm happy to recognize people who are just doing a great job.
But it's also like, yo, you can be out of the hustle now because you've won.
I have
You've won a
yeah.
G.
Yeah, I won.
Like that's more. Most people at the Odyssey company make less than that a month.
I'm not going to go that far.
How
But,
about that?
Yeah, I've definitely
Every
won
2 weeks.
the Odyssey points game.
I'm proud of you, dude. I like when people figure out the system.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, when
they
so
trick
like when
the
dudes,
system.
yeah, when guys get caught counting cards in Vegas, it's not illegal to do, but they just ban you from the casino.
Yeah.
Landfill basically cracked the code to counting Odyssey points, and they gave you a G for it. Now you probably won't be able to do it again.
I'm going to
but
retire.
whatever, you got the $1,000.
I'm retiring from the Odyssey. I'm announcing it here. Like Peyton Manning in the Super Bowl, I'm going out on top.
Are you retiring or just retiring from the
Retiring
Odyssey
from the
points?
Odyssey
From the
points.
Odyssey points. Yeah.
I don't the G is nice, Landfill, but I don't think the G is enough to retire with.
No, just from the Odyssey points hustle.
Can I ask, is the Cluster Buster in the office today? Is
Yeah,
he
Cluster
aware
Buster
of
was
your
the one that let him know.
No, they sent an email to me, CK, who's our boss here, and then the big boss at Odyssey DC, Ivy. They sent her on that email as well.
have Ivy or CK responded?
Oh, CK responded.
CK
yeah.
came in. He just let everybody know.
What'd he say? Just congrats to Landfill
He
for
said, just
figuring
make
it
sure
out?
you tell JP on air.
Exactly what he said.
I am cool. I am happy for you, Professor Landini.
I'm pumped.
There's a number of other comments I would love to make that I'm going to keep to myself for just, a lot of different reasons. Brian, what was your initial response?
I was shocked.
Shock's a good one. I am legitimately very happy for Landfill. I think that is just a testament to a truly well-run company from the corporate level. I think it's terrific. And Jeffrey, what about you? Jeff, what do you think, honestly,
Jeff was pissed. Jeff said, he said, man, we're a tag team. You supposed to give me half.
I did not say that. I said for real and I laughed because this is hilarious.
Oh, my Lord.
Landfill, nobody I could think of more deserving than you, buddy.
Thank you, JP.
Congratulations. Now, the people in the chat are pissed because you guys told me that this was real breaking news. So
Hey,
I set
man,
it
if
up
they
as real
got
breaking news.
$1,000, they'll be happy too. Tell with that being pissed. Who cares? Landfill was happy with this thing, man.
And if I may, if you listen to our program enough and you care about our program enough that you're hanging out in the stream on YouTube in the chat, you know that unless you
hear the actual sounder,
yeah,
probably
dude.
gonna be some BS.
Yeah,
you know that.
But if you're mad at Landfill, fire away. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It is Bleep You Thursday. Phone lines are open. Fire at will, folks.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders gearing up for the Buccaneers on Sunday Night Football. We'll kick off at 8 o'clock. Taking a look at yesterday's practice report. 4 players did not practice. All rest days: Zach Ertz, Cleveland Farrell, Dante Fowler, and Terry McLaurin. The players that were limited yesterday: Tyler Biadasz with an ankle injury, Jeremy Chin with a rib injury, Brandon Coleman with a knee injury, Jamison Crowder with a hamstring injury, and Cornelius Lucas with a groin injury. Marshawn Lattimore was able to practice in full. For the Buccaneers, Antoine Winfield has missed the last 4 games with a knee injury. He practiced in full yesterday. Also for the Commanders, Mikey Sanders was named the Rookie of the Week. College football tonight, Notre Dame taking on Penn State in the college football playoff semifinals at the Orange Bowl. 7:30 kickoff there. Tomorrow, the Cotton Bowl, another semifinal game, Ohio State and Texas. That'll kick off at 7:30 as well. Last night at Capital One Arena, a thriller between the Capitals and the Canucks. 2-1, the Caps get the victory, including a game-winning goal in overtime by Pierre-Luc Dubois.
Here comes Alexei Protas in left side and runs out of room, skates in behind the net, but now feeds it up the middle. Dubois comes in, a shot, he scores! Pierre-Luc Dubois in second of the game is a game winner.
That call courtesy of the Capitals Radio Network and John Walton. The Capitals back in action tomorrow against the Canadiens at Capital One Arena. Also in the NBA last night, the Wizards fell to the 76ers 109-103. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Ain't
that some?
Ain't that some? Ain't that some? All right, folks. You know what time it is. Once a week, we come together to be mad at stuff. When I lived in the city, one thing that really started some legit fistfights when it snowed like this, and you dig out a parking spot, and then you drive to work, and you come back, and somebody else is in that parking spot that you dug out. People would throw hands over that stuff.
What makes you think you own it the rest of the day?
Because you dug it out.
It make no difference, but you have nothing to say, don't park in this spot. What the hell?
Jeff, at your place, you still park on the street? Do people get pissed about that?
Yes, I park
Jeff?
on the street.
Do people have to dig their spots out and then try to get territorial over their parking spots?
Nope. I just turn on my 4-wheel drive and dome that out.
I'm with you.
When I lived in Northeast, man, that was a thing. People would put like chairs in the spot, put cones in the spot. People would move the chairs, move the cones. But
when you do that, you know somebody gonna move it if you do all that.
Yeah. Here's what I know, man. Everybody that says how much they love the snow and then they start complaining about it 2 days later, bleep y'all. At least I'm consistent. What do I want in this world? Consistency.
I don't complain.
I don't
about
want
it.
the snow.
I like
I don't want it 2 days later.
I like it.
Nah.
Yeah.
Over it. I wish it would be 60 tomorrow
It's
and
not
rainy.
the snow that
Melt all
causes
this
the
stuff.
problem. It's the damn salt and sand that caused the problem.
There's a lot of problems in this world. All right, who should we kick it off with? How about let's go to Frederick. What's up, Christo? Who you mad at?
I'm mad at the little old ladies at the grocery store that have to fish 47 cents out of their pocketbook and make me wait 3 minutes for them to figure it out.
Just pay it for them. Help them out.
Kind of specific, dog. What are they buying for 47 cents?
Next time.
Yeah, just say, here, I got it for.
Yeah.
You'll speed up the
And
process.
by the way, to everybody's first ex-wife, too. Why not?
How about the second one?
Christo, how much money your first ex-wife took off you?
Too much.
Good luck, dude.
All
No
right,
wonder
bro.
you're mad about the 47 cents. You can't front the 47 cents to the old lady because your first old lady got it. Thank you, Christo.
Wow.
Appreciate the call, bro. It is Bleep You Thursday. Whoever you're mad at, whether it's your first ex-wife. How many ex-wives do we think Christo has, Brian?
Since he said the first one, he probably got 2.
Yo, I love that commercial we have. Oh, damn. Official B. Zay Flowers officially out for wild card game. for the
Figured that.
Ravens. I mean, when you don't practice all week, it's trending that way for show.
Definitely,
But
definitely.
still, that's a blow, man. That's a big piece of that
That's a
offense.
blow.
Got one from T. Quinn. He says, this is via Twitter. He says, bleep my coworker for calling out today, and we're slammed with work. That's
You might
dirty.
want to take a lesson from the coworker. Coworker was smart. You
Yo,
went
I
into
did.
work, and that's why you working.
Yo, my cousin that works for I'm not going to name names, a utility company. But, when the weather is bad out there like this, and the utility guys have to go in and make sure everybody gets electric and water and gas and all the stuff you need to keep your house nice and warm, those dudes are grinding, man. So shout out to them. But then I did have to call him out. I said, aren't you making overtime? He's like, not overtime, double time. So they're doing all right. Let's go to Mike in Sterling. What up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on?
Who you mad at, buddy?
I'm sorry to call you out, JP, but I'm kind of wanted to call you out, if that's okay.
Hold on. You just said, I hate to call you out, but I want to call you out. Go on with the chlorophyll, dog. What do you got?
Well, I called back in April and told you about a guy in the compound, a local favorite named Jalen Coker. He got picked up by Carolina, and now he's one of their leading receivers. So you said that you looked him up and said, he ain't going to be worth nothing. No one's going to pick him up. He's too small, not fast enough. But he did okay.
If you find me that audio where I was that dismissive of a prospect, that doesn't sound like me. But if you find that
back in April, you said there's no way. You were alone. B. Mitch wasn't there, and you said that you looked him up. So there's no way that someone's going to pick him up.
I mean this seriously. You find me that audio, I'll buy you a cheeseburger. How do you spell the last name? I've seen the kid.
Yeah, he's number 18.
You think I'm lying?
No, you never lie.
That's not true. You got those beers he promised you yet?
Men lie, women lie, hips don't lie. I said he was not going to get drafted.
Yeah, he's not going to get picked up. He said he's too slow, too small, and he went to
the Holy Cross
High
kid.
School. Yeah, the Holy Cross kid. Yeah. Went to
Okay.
Potomac Falls
Find the
High
audio. Find the audio. I'm staying. You hear me? Jeff will happily make it happen. Where I have to get you.
Oh, I definitely would do that. I'm about
cheeseburger.
Hey, how do I find it?
So we're clear. This is also not a. This is just a cheeseburger from Five Guys. Not what they think it is. It's one patty. All right. Also, and if all I said was that he wasn't going to get drafted, I was correct. He went undrafted. Do we still have my guy?
Yeah.
All right.
He's gone.
If his point is I said he wasn't going to get drafted, I was right.
You're right.
So I don't know.
You say he
I don't
wouldn't
know.
get picked up, though. That's what he said.
That's why I need the audio. If I said he wasn't going to get drafted, I was proven correct. What do you know? People coming at me on Bleep You Thursday.
Way to
Line
go.
one.
Way to go, y'all.
Bill is in Virginia.
Bill, what's up?
JP, Bill, Mitch, how y'all doing?
Doing good, man.
What's up, dude?
Okay. Bleep you to all the people who said the Commanders wouldn't win but 6 or 7 games when they're about to win their 13th game. How about that?
There
Left
you
hand
go.
up.
Hell yeah. Left hand up, baby.
Left hand up, bud. Thank you, Bill.
All right, man.
Okay. 800-636-1067 if you want to join in the fun here. Did that dude just call you Bill Mitch?
Nah, he said JP and Mitch.
I thought there was a Bill in there. Landfill, did you hear a Bill?
No.
Okay. Maybe it's the connection. Alex is in Daytona. I bet it's a lot warmer in Daytona. What up, Alex? Who you mad at?
Hey, I got to give a bleep you to driver Chris Golden because he just over-revved the landfill 03 Ford Fusion and blew the car up. So we got to waste the rest of the afternoon fixing the clutch. But, hey, we did get the landfill's decals on there, and I think we'll be pretty good, though.
Dude, hold on. Hold on a lot.
What's up?
So you've called in before. You're a great listener of the program. We appreciate you, and you actually own race cars, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Or you work on them anyway?
No, I rent them.
Okay. And so you have painted a race car with landfill on it?
Not himself. We have his Twitter handle.
All right.
Yeah. We're riding with landfill. We got 77 cars down here going for 40 spots. Fortunately for you guys, unfortunately for us, four-time Indy 500 winner Helio Castroneves just threw his head into the ring. So that ain't gonna make it any easier for us. But then, anyways, we're still riding with landfill, and I think we'll be pretty good today and tomorrow. The race will be live on Fox.
All right.
Do you know that landfill just won $1,000?
Yeah, he
so
can pay
maybe
you. He can pay for
maybe
that
this
spot.
is your time.
With $1,000. Wait, he won $1,000 now?
Yeah, landfill explained. He's just got so much. He's got so much spirit and passion for this company.
Just being such a great employee here at Odyssey.
Hey, Landfill, I did owe you one because I think it was last winter you picked a horse in Tampa Bay Downs race number 5, and I said I'd buy you a meal after that drive-through Pizza Hut, but hopefully this will be a little better payback.
I mean, the car is definitely a better payback, but I do love that drive-through Pizza Hut.
Hey, make sure you send us
Not a
some pictures
problem.
of that car so we can post.
Can you send us some pictures of the landfill mobile in Daytona?
Hey, they're on your 1067, a bunch of them.
All right.
Yeah, 1067 Twitter.
Do it one more time, right to me, and I'll make sure we get them out to the world. JP Finley, NBCS.
On the JP Finley one. Hey, JP, because the decal shop's open till 5, we can get you. Anybody that wants a decal there, let me know, because we're running all day tomorrow also. We got to pick up about 2/10, but I think we can do it. Either we'll get a good tailwind or we'll get some Canadian jet fuel. One way or the other, we'll pick it up.
Throw my ears on there and B. Mitch's giant bald head. Could you Photoshop an image of B's head with my ears?
Please don't do that.
I'll go get an actual decal. It's out at the beach, but I'll stay on and you'll get the information.
All right,
Okay.
Jeff, get that information.
Also, what is Canadian jet fuel? That sounds like a euphemism for really good cocaine.
Sound like
What is
illegal.
that? Yeah,
I
definitely.
let that
Definitely
out.
sounds illegal.
Cocaine for a race car.
There you go. All right, thanks for the call, dude. Good luck in the race. Landfill's got race cars, and
That's called nitrous.
he's got $1,000 bills falling out of his pocket. I got a tweet from Scarence Terrence. He said, "I know the dispensary loves to see Mullins walking in with a fresh G stack in his pocket."
Yeah.
Landfill, when you win this $1,000,
Oh, you can go to the place where I can see where they give you a discount, Landfill.
Oh, really? What'd you say, JP?
Well, when you win this $1,000, let's say you spend, I don't know, 100 of it on lunches you owe various people.
Sure.
Of the remaining 900, how much of that will go to alcohol and marijuana?
I mean, part of it, but also that drive-through Pizza Hut. I mean, I'll be hitting that up regularly too.
All right, fair.
You don't have to go to the you have the munchies.
Yeah, that makes sense. And delivery popcorn, obviously.
That's another strong move.
Yeah, the movie theater popcorn delivered to your home is something. I mean, that's
gangster.
That's kind of
right
that evil genius territory.
That's gangster. I feel.
That is gangster. Let's go to Jupe. Our guy Jupe is on the line. Jupe, who you mad at, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, Jeff, you better stop doing donuts in that car. You know you got a bunch of patchwork on them tires. Don't need you popping no more tires, dog. But my bleep you, I got a couple bleep views from people in the chat. Tequila, I'm bleeping Tequila because the way he cuffed his pants, I heard he be carrying his wallet and keys in them cuffs. I got bleep Strizzy for yesterday for what he said about me, looking like the broke version of Vanilla Ice. And then I got a bleep Sear just because he's built like a 2x4. That's all I got for you.
Wait. Explain somebody being built by like a 2x4.
Just wide and big. That's all.
Wide and big. Got it. I wouldn't mind a little bit photographic evidence of what it is Commander Tequila does with his legs, but at the same time, I'm not sure I want to know.
No.
Dude, I do want to. What's the opposite of a bleep you? A hat tip, perhaps?
Yeah. Tip your hat to him.
I have been at various times, Brian, slightly critical of the people in charge of various things in Montgomery County, Maryland.
Yep.
And it's my understanding that Fairfax County was off and PG County was off school.
Yeah.
But Montgomery County went to school today, man.
Yep.
They were 2 hours late, My daughters are in school for the first time since December 20th, I would add, but they're there. So that tip, a very small, manageable, maybe just a head nod. You see a dude in the airport as you're crossing on moving walkways that you respect, just a slight head nod, but take that. All right. Gunther is in Gainesville. Hello, Gunther. Who you mad at?
I'm mad from a lifelong fan. The last 2 years, a huge bleep you to the Jets front office. I've been with them through 2 1-15 seasons. The last 2 years were worse than that. Bleep them for not even trying anymore. I'm about to go left hand up. I promise you.
Make the switch, dude.
Make the switch.
Yo, hold on. Let's finalize this conversion for you, sir. What?
I can't. It's my dad took me. My dad and I had season tickets when we were little. I can't ever get off them. But God, this is
I get that.
embarrassing.
But especially looking at these situations, and they're relatively simple. You're aware that Jaden Daniels plays for Washington, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Jaden Daniels is here, and here's what I'm gonna break some news to you. Jaden Daniels has a 5-year rookie deal. He's eligible for a new contract in, what would that be, 04, 05, 06? Early 2027, Washington could get a new contract done with him. You know what the kind of ownership Washington has now, the kind of leadership Washington has now?
And that's the thing. For the last few years, I've been able to say, well, at least I'm not a Skins, WTF, Commies fan, but now you guys got your better ownership. You're putting up a better team, and we're not even trying anymore. Bleep them, man.
They're better and gonna be better. You should convert. JETS. Good luck.
Let's stay with the Jets.
Nah, baby. Right now.
No, he can stay with the Jets.
It's been a long time. Commanders fan.
Hell with that.
Think about it. Yo, there's so many transient people in this town that have held on to their old team, right? If you moved to Washington in the 70s or the 80s when it was George Allen and then Gibbs, people just jumped on. I mean, literally, Tony Kornheiser spent a year writing about the Redskins bandwagon in 1991 because they were clearly the best team of football.
Yeah.
There was a long time where you moved here and you just got on board. Then there was the dark times, the Dan Snyder era. So for about 20 years, you had all these people moving here that just held on to their old teams from wherever they moved from. That time is over. The Washington Commanders are now the Statue of Liberty in Ellis Island, where you got boatloads of immigrants coming to town, and the Statue of Liberty's there saying, bring me your poor, your tired, your huddled masses. Bring me your fans of terrible teams with terrible owners. What, you're a Bears fan? You're a Jets fan? You're a Saints fan? All these teams where the situations just consistently suck. Come on in, baby. We're going to have a new stadium at RFK. We got dope new jerseys. We got Major Tuddy running around. We got Jaden Daniels winning major awards, going to playoffs. New day in Washington, sir. New day. Come on in. The water's warm.
Yeah, I come in with a different mindset, though. He came in trying to still drop bombs. So, nope, we're not accepting him.
All right, that one guy's out, but everybody else is welcome. Bring us your poor, tired, huddled masses of terrible franchises because Washington's out of that club. Rusty is in Delaware. What up, Rusto?
Hey, fellas. How you doing today?
Doing good, man.
So my first bleep you is to anybody that calls the Commanders the commies because I dare anyone to walk up to a military commander and call him a commie. See what happens.
Well, hold on. Pause real quick, Rusty. Not only that, right? But it's also such a tired, trite, cliche, nerdy joke. We get it. There's not a good nickname with this name, but nobody actually says the commies. That's incredibly stupid. Landfill, new policy. If somebody says commies calling in on our air, it's an immediate hang up. Are we all good with that, B?
Yeah, that's why I say we wouldn't accept that dude.
Yeah, commies is terrible.
Love it.
Come up with a better joke. All right,
I will say this much: my 2-year-old, he just he's kind of developing his language right now, and all he says all the time is "manders." So who knows?
Yeah, 2-year-old
don't hate it.
Commies. I like that,
especially for a 2-year-old. Don't hate it.
No, I love it. My bleep you is basically to 2025 right now. Right after Christmas, we left and went to Orlando to Disney. And when we got back, I had some contracts on about 80 driveways to plow out and parking lots. And I'm assuming that all that fun in the snow is how I contracted a little bit of the flu. And Jackson and I fly out tomorrow for Tampa Bay, so we're really I'm trying to get all the fluids in me that I can. Jeff just gave me a recommendation. So bleep you to the flu.
Bleep you to the flu. Agree with that one entirely. Good luck. Safe travels, Rusty. Maybe we'll see you down there. Maybe this will be our last one. Bobby is in Alexandria. What up, Roberto? How you doing?
What's happening, guys? I would first bleep you to anybody that's going to be hating on my man Landfill because he's being an entrepreneur. He's got himself a little jing. And then guess what? I'm going to get, you just gave this to me, a hat tip to the dad who had two of his kids come down here and shovel Miss K's driveway, sidewalks, and all this snow for free because she lets them go out on her dock and fish all summer long. What a good dad.
That parent is raising his
kids
kids right. I like that.
That's doing it the right way, man.
That's how you raise kids.
Yep.
Appreciate the call, man. Thank you, bud. Another rousing edition of Bleep You Thursday. Now, Landfill, I do have a little information I've gathered per sources about your pending $1,000 bonus. But real quick, my guy Jeff Walker has a Bleep You. Jeff, please, I don't want to hold you back at all, sir.
I'm putting this Bleep You in for my sister because she's listening to the show and she asked me to. Bleep you to whoever stole the salt from PG County Public Schools because my niece and nephew and they're driving her crazy and she want the kids to go back to school, but y'all stole the salt so they can't plow and salt the other schools so they could go back to school. So bleep you.
Hold on.
I
Is
tell you
that
one
why
thing,
PG's not?
Whoever
Is that why
stole that
PG didn't
salt
open
don't
today?
have kids. Yeah.
Jeff, is that for real? So Montgomery County's open because nobody stole the salt, and PG's closed because somebody stole the salt.
They stole the salt in PG.
No.
Crazy, right?
Is that for real?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, Jeff, I'm going to lean on you here. What do you gain with industrial sized amount of salt? Can you sell that? Isn't it pretty obvious where it came from?
Not necessarily. Depending on who you're selling it to.
But
if you use
what
it.
other uses does 1,000 pounds of salt have?
Hey, I don't know, JP, but they driving my sister crazy.
Jeff, listen, as somebody that's got two little kids, I understand what your sister's going through, and I feel awful that one, kids need to go to school. Two, parents need these kids out of the house. And if it's a salt theft, that is wild and laughable. And I feel bad for your sister. Shout out to her. I agree with her. Now, Landfill, you shared major breaking news about a half hour ago. You've won $1,000 for your passionate devotion to the Odyssey Corporation. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, Landfill, it's my understanding you have to fill a form out to get this $1,000.
That's true.
How big of an impediment is that going to be?
I mean, I'm not thrilled.
How big is the form?
It's multiple pages. There's several questions. They want photos of me. They want to talk about courage.
I think we're really gonna learn like how much $1,000 is worth to you to see.
Man, he already finished
form.
that form already. He just finished it.
He has to provide pictures with his family.
I'm gonna
is
take
my
the pictures for
understanding.
him.
Landfill, are you prepared to do all the work necessary?
Yeah, I'm gonna get Mid Journey to generate a picture of me.
How about we do this, Landfill? I take pictures of me and send it to them. So I'm your family.
That's what we'll do.
That would be amazing. just send him pictures of B-Midge. All right, Peter Rosenberg joins the program next. Another rousing edition of Bleep You Thursday.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting ready to take on the Buccaneers on Sunday Night Football. Taking a look at the practice report. 4 players didn't practice yesterday. Zach Ertz, Cleveland Farrell, Dante Fowler, and Terry McLaurin, all of those rest days. 5 players were limited. Tyler Biotish with an ankle injury, Jeremy Chin with a rib injury, Brandon Coleman with a knee injury, Jamison Crowder with a hamstring injury, and Cornelius Lucas with a groin injury. Marshawn Lattimore practiced in full. Mikey Sainristil was named the Rookie of the Week this week. Other NFL injuries, Ravens wide receiver Zay Flowers already been ruled out for their playoff game on Saturday against the Steelers. College football playoff game tonight, Notre Dame and Penn State in the Orange Bowl. That's going to kick off at 7:30. The other semifinal games tomorrow night, Ohio State and Texas at the Cotton Bowl. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the 76ers last night, 109-103. They're back in action against the Bulls in Chicago tomorrow night. And in hockey, the Caps beat the Canucks 2-1 in overtime. Pierre-Luc Dubois with both goals for the Capitals. They're back in action tomorrow against the Canadiens. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grinding all my life. B. Mitch Finley, 1067, the Fan, fired up to talk to Peter Rosenberg, our guy. You can follow him on X and Instagram at Rosenberg Radio. He's got a lot going on in his personal life, launching new radio shows, soon to welcome a new baby into the world.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing, despite all of the incredibly large events going on in your life, that this Commanders-Bucks playoff game Sunday night might be just the current top of the list.
It's looming large at this moment. It's looming large. Also, I've gotten so much adorable Commander stuff sent to me, and so the dream scenario is they win Sunday, baby comes next week, and then I have her wearing Commanders gear for a playoff game the next weekend.
There you go.
Wow.
That's what I need.
Wow. That would be so cool, dude.
Dude, I got so much. It's the stuff I've gotten is so cute, and I just want to. I mean, some of it will probably make it till next season, but some of it's got to get worn soon. It would be so cool if they were still playing, man. And then you think about how last week ended. This team just has a lot of magic, man. They have not been a perfect football team by any stretch, but they sure got a lot of moxie.
They sure have that, man.
Dude, I mean, their last 4 wins have all come down to the wire. It's just incredible. Specifically of this matchup with Tampa, what do you think? Baker Mayfield, Mike Evans, obviously, they got some horses. Bucky Irvin can really run the football. What do you think Washington's defense needs to do to try to slow down this Bucs team?
How about we talk about what Washington's offense has to do to score points to keep up?
I like that too. That might be the answer.
Listen. Obviously, they've caught some breaks in with the fact that Tampa's not completely whole from where they were earlier in the year. But listen, I mean, all of us know Mike Evans is going to have some moments on Sunday. I mean, this team has been giving up chunks of yardage throughout the year. And, it's last week, they really did tighten up in a lot of spots. I thought they were pretty good defensively for a lot of that football game. We could have a separate conversation another time. As Wale put it in the group chat with me and you, JP, Dallas seems to be Jaden Kryptonite so far, but we'll get to that another day. Yeah, they're going to get theirs. I really do think. I think the Bucs offense will get theirs. So, can you bend not break? Can you get a few spots? One thing this team I think has been really good for, even in the games where they haven't been great, is holding to field goals at key points.
Yep.
Can we do that? And can we respond? And just have a really strong game? Can someone not without number 17 or 86? Can someone who's not 17 or 86 catch the football, please? I would really, because let's be honest,
the Zacchaeus drop last week, and I know I feel terrible because obviously the week before we're singing his praises and well deserved. The drop pass from De'Ami Brown was so brutal. Imagine a play like that in a playoff game. Like, we're able to sort of move away from that right now, guys. If a moment like that happens in a playoff game, it's the kind of thing that can really change your season. So I just hope people can help the quarterback out a little bit.
Yeah, he came back and redeemed himself in that game, though. He had 2 big catches down the stretch.
He did. He did. And by the way, Ertz did the same thing 2 weeks ago. Had a bad drop that killed you, then got the game winner, right? So I just don't want to have – I don't always want to have the bounce back, B. Mitch. I catch the damn ball.
You want it all, dude. I don't blame you.
The kid – because, listen, the truth is, Jaden has not been obviously, every quarterback's a human being. He's not perfect. He had a couple of throws that were off in the first half last week, but I do think one of the sort of sneaky stories of how amazing the season has been for Jaden Daniels is the fact that if you watch every snap, he has not always been helped out. And he needs to get help this weekend if they're going to win. This is a good football team.
I think one of the best ways they could get help is to get back to running the ball well. It sure seems like you're going to get Biotish back. Do you think this team – so you're going to Tampa. Tampa's really good at stopping the run. We know about Vita Vea. This kid, Cansey's really good. Good linebackers. Levante David is probably at least a Hall of Fame candidate. Do you think Washington has to try to commit to the run, or do you just lean on Jaden and his arm in this thing where Tampa can much more easily be beat?
Well, I was listening to your interview yesterday with the Bucs guy. What's the name again?
Yesterday, I think we had a dude, Rick Stroud, who covers the Bucs for the Tampa Bay Times.
Yes, Rick Stroud. That's correct. So, and he was talking about the shortcomings of that secondary. And to be honest, JP, this running game has been rough enough now over the last several weeks that I would love for them to be able to find success again, but it's now been so long. I really don't think you're going to start with that. Like, if you're going to get success in the running game, I think it's going to be because early on we knife them up throwing the football, and then that opens things up. And then that would be the real recipe. I think if that's what happens, guys, we're all sending celebratory text messages early in the fourth quarter because it went really well. But I don't know. I'm a little apprehensive about the idea of, like, let's start this game and pound the football. I don't know that I believe in that right now.
No, I don't think you have to pound it. I think what you got to do is figure out, like, what has been the traditional way of doing things. We don't do. We got to do whatever we do and do the best of it. We can't go there and try to do what all these other teams do. And I think we get caught up in that a lot, where we try to do what we see other teams do, or we ask for them to do that. The other team's going to do what they do. We do what we do. And if they're going to try to stop the run in the middle all day, keep hitting the edges on them and tear them up.
Yeah, that's really well said, because, we can't all – this isn't going to be handing the ball off to George Rogers. You know what I mean? Let's just ground and pound 3 yards in a cloud of dust. I don't think that's who this team is. But you're right, B. Mitch. Do it your way. And by the way, if that means that you're setting the tone with Jaden running the ball at first, because, like you talked about last week, JP, they're not going to be holding back on design runs for Jaden this week. He's going to be doing everything. So maybe it comes from Jaden knifes them up a few times, and all of a sudden, now things seem a lot easier for Brian Robinson than they had previously. But I'm not going to lie, though, guys. This is exactly the matchup I was dreaming about. I mean, when we talked about it last week, when you were looking at the options out there, the order for me was, in terms of what I didn't want, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Tampa. That does not mean Tampa's not a team that can beat us. They definitely are, but I think this was the best matchup, and I do think we win this weekend. I think we're playing a second round game.
I agreed with you on the matchup for sure. I thought this was the one you want. Not that Baker can't play and Tampa doesn't have real legitimate weapons. I think McVay is the most dangerous coach to go against, and I thought the Philly roster is by far the most loaded. I think Tampa, even in the last couple of weeks, has been so up and down. To lose to the Cowboys And they were down double digits at halftime against the Saints. Like that stood out to me anyway. And week 18 is obviously funky. A million things can happen. Tampa has a really good young offensive line. You'd like to see them create some pressure against Baker. You might have to kind of manufacture that, but I like this matchup.
Yeah, listen, you said it really well about the coaching with McVay, but also Stafford's the best quarterback you could play against in this conference. You didn't want to play him. Our secondary didn't want to be dealing with Matt Stafford. I don't think that's. And you know what else I didn't like about LA? And this has not been always received well when I've said it, but I stand by this, guys. I know nobody wants this because assuming we don't go to the Super Bowl this year, I feel like the story everyone wants to see, of course, is Detroit. I feel like, guys, with the teams that are well coached and experienced, you can end up messing around and LA's back in the Super Bowl. Like, with teams that have done this before, they're like a very low heartbeat kind of team. They're just even. They've been there. Their fan base doesn't even get riled up. Hell, they may not even play a home game in game one because of the horrible situation happening in Southern California right now. But I worry about that Los Angeles team just being poised and confident. Tampa is you cannot go to sleep on them, but they were absolutely the best option we could get. To me, guys, it's all gravy. I'm not going to sit here crying and pounding my fist if they lose, but I won't lie to you. Because we got Tampa, it makes it a much more nerve-wracking game because I think that the Commanders should win.
Peter, I think they will.
Shout out to Nikki Javala. Dude, Rosenberg, to your point about the Rams, their level of we're not scared of who we play was so on display that they benched everybody, recognizing that could put them on the fast track to playing the Lions. You know? Like,
exactly.
Yeah, we're good with it.
That's the mindset they should have, though, man.
Dude, you know what? And Pete Haley, we had this on all ears last night. Since the NFL went to the 14-team playoff bracket, and since the 6-3 matchup has started in the NFC, so it's 4 years of this now. In the NFC, it is the 6th seed is 3-1, and the only loss was last year where the Rams lost by a point to the Lions. So the 6th seed in this new playoff format been pretty damn good.
Well, think about what you're getting. You're very often getting the worst division winner against a potentially hot wild card team.
Yeah.
So every time that 3 seed, the best one got the bye, and the 3 seed's the worst of the bunch. And if they come out of a division like the NFC South, listen, the Bucks are a good team. They're not the best team, so it certainly does favor us in that regard. I'm very excited. Do you guys like the Sunday night? Are you excited that we got Sunday night?
Yeah, I like the prime time.
We've been
cool with it.
We've been good in prime time this year. Isn't that crazy?
Talk about new world.
Yeah,
talk about a new world. Remember when Kirk Cousins had never won a game in prime time?
Sure. Yeah, I've worked a lot of them.
Yeah.
The only thing that's the only thing tough with primetime is if I don't even want to get into it because it's like a working thing that doesn't matter to most of the audience.
Getting back home.
Yeah, getting back home becomes quite complicated.
We care about that. We get that the next day. We're good.
Yeah, but
and by the way, there are plenty of people out there. I think there's two. I think there's two thought processes for fans. There are people who go, "Damn it, primetime means the game's not over to close to midnight." And if they win or lose, you're either so angry or happy that it's really hard to go to sleep. So you're not falling asleep before 1 a.m. But then there are other people who I've talked to who have kids and love the primetime slot because weekend activities with kids are so annoying for football that you can concentrate in that Sunday night slot.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. That's going to be you soon. This kids world, Peter. Good luck.
Thank you, guys. There's a lot going on right now. First things first, let's beat the Bucks. Then let's go have a baby, one step at a time.
So you told your wife,
brother.
hold
Thank
on,
you for
baby.
the
Hold
time.
on after that game, all right?
I appreciate you.
All right, brother.
Thank you, buddy. That's our boy, Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. Just launched a new show on ESPN New York. Check that out. When we come back, we're going to make some bets.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Football fans, buckle up, because for the first time ever, we've got 5 straight days of playoff football in college and the pros. And FanDuel is celebrating with the great playoff payoff. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay every day for all 5 days. With a no-sweat same-game parlay, you can combine your bets for the same game for a chance at even bigger winnings. And it doesn't hit, you'll get your bonus bets back. So not only do we get to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, but there's also 5 chances to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to be part of this epic run. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. It's the great playoff payoff, and it's only on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're looking for some stuff to read, Ben Stanek had a really good read on Adam Peters, the job he's done. I retweeted that. I recommend checking that out. Also, be able to tell this story because I told you I present all sides, fair and balanced right here. A couple weeks ago, I was on the air and the people ate all the fish prepared by Chef Connor. Well, today, my girl Nikki Jabala took care of me. We're still on the air when the food got delivered, and she brought me a piece of cod, and it was fantastic. So thank you, Nikki. I appreciate it.
I'm mad because when I'm there, she don't do that.
You haven't been here for the fish situations to go either way.
I don't care. So you're lying. I was there for the fish. Multiple days.
No, because I specifically said on air, I was like, damn, if B. Mitch was here, he'd be real pissed.
No, I wouldn't. I just walk off while you talk.
That I believe, certainly. Yeah. I think it was when you and I were kind of like on and like when we were taking different days during the holidays. I think it was one of those. Regardless of what that was, at the end of the shows every day, we like to make bets. Tonight we got football to bet on. Baby, let's go.
Hold it here first. Gather around.
Real quick, before I go to Jeff or White Brian, whoever's in charge of this now, I really like this from Kevin O'Connell. Just moments ago, Kevin O'Connell giving a press conference. Now, he's from Southern California. He went to college in California, eventually was drafted by the Patriots, but he's a SoCal kid. He opened his media availability talking about his concern with all the folks affected by these LA fires.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was asked a question about, hey, there's uncertainty surrounding where the game is going to be played. And he said, we're going to play the football game regardless of where the plane lands. And that's, as far as where it goes, that is such a minute issue in the grand scheme of things.
The one thing I always say, if the team I'm playing is playing somewhere else with better conditions, I'll have a concern. But we're dropped in the same place to play, what the hell are we going to complain about?
Dude, honestly, I think this whole thing's probably rougher on the Rams because they live there and their wives.
Because they worry about their houses and things of that nature. Friends of theirs, I've talked to several people over the last day or so where it's been about 5 houses that have been burned down of people that I know that know people. So, you're talking to your friends and they are stressed because of their friends. And I'm sure that team is dealing with that same situation.
Did you play LACC? No, you had a thing. The one of the people that hosted us at LACC last year when we were out there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure his house is gone. Now, they're okay, and that's what matters is that the people are okay. You can rebuild a house. But, I mean, imagine that being your reality. All right, let's make some bets. Jeff, White Brian, somebody, tell us what's up.
B. Mitch and Landfill are both 1-1, and me, JP, and Jeff are all over.
Damn, dog.
That sounds
better
great.
information.
I like that.
All right, what do you got tonight, Jeffrey?
Jeff ran away. I don't know where
you
he
can press the button to talk. I am pressing the button. Oh, Landfill blocked me.
I am pressing the button. I'm still looking.
Landfill, way to go, dog.
Hey, I'm taking advantage of JP not being in the studio. It feels good in this studio and like it's all nice and
Hold
cool.
on, Jeff's just sitting in my chair?
Yeah, passing gas.
Why? Aren't you supposed to be in the other chair doing stuff?
Pathetic,
I I got my work done early, bro. But like,
no, you got White Brian doing your work.
What is the spread on the Notre Dame?
I'm gonna take Notre Dame money line.
Landfill, are you getting more or less done with Jeff sitting in the other room?
More. Notre Dame is -1.5.
Penn State.
Ooh, Nittany Lions. All
I'm
right,
also
B.
taking Penn State.
I like K-Tron, man, the running back. He was at what's called IMG when Bria was down there.
Okay, he's a player.
Got a chance to meet that little brother. Oh.
So that's 2 Penn Staters. Has Jeff figured it out yet?
He said he's taking
Bro,
Notre
I said
Dame.
I'm taking Notre Dame.
Okay. Notre Dame. What about you, White Brian?
The under.
And I want to parlay that with a Riley Leonard touchdown.
I'm gonna take the under with White Brian. I think this is kind of back and forth slugfest, but not necessarily major scoring. I'm looking forward to watching this game. I'm also looking forward to a 7:30 kickoff. Got to be honest with you. Fun show today, man. Congratulations to Landfill. He won $1,000. He's willing to give at least $1 to every listener that hits him up. So be sure to tweet him
That is
as
not
much
true.
as possible. At Mullins1067, I believe. Tweet him as often as you can. Ask him about the dollar. That's what he really wants, is to share this with the people he loves. We're only a couple days away, man. Wild Card Weekend is coming. Thank you to Will Brinson for joining us. Thank you to Nate Tice for joining us. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in for Bleep You Thursday.
And I'm saying
Brett and
happy birthday to my mother-in-law, 80 years old, dog.
What is that, Mama?
Yeah, that's Monica's mom.
Yeah, but we call her Mama, right? Like we.
You call her Mama?
Yeah, is that cool?
Yeah, that's cool.
Happy birthday, Mama. Hope you enjoy it. Great and Danny next. You made it this far. Jeff owes you a new chair.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders are getting set for their wild card playoff game against the Buccaneers on Sunday Night Football. 4 players didn't practice yesterday, all rest days. Zach Ertz, Cleveland Farrell, Dante Fowler, and Terry McLaurin. 5 players were limited: Tyler Biotish, Jeremy Chin, Brandon Coleman, Jamison Crowder, and Cornelius Lucas. Marshawn Lattimore was able to practice in full. For the Buccaneers, safety Antoine Winfield, he's missed the last 4 games with a knee injury. He was able to practice in full yesterday, and Cade Otton was limited. Other Commanders news: Mikey Samerstill was named the Rookie of the Week this week. And other injuries around the NFL: Ravens wide receiver Zay Flowers already been ruled out with the knee injury.
Pierre-Luc Dubois in second of the game is a game winner.
That call courtesy of the Capitals Radio Network and John Walton. The Caps back in action tomorrow against the Canadiens. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Sixers last night, 109-103. And the Lakers and Hornets game for tonight in LA has been postponed due to the wildfires in the LA area. Lakers head coach JJ Redick, one of among many who lost their house in the fires. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's January 9th, 2020. Football, and 3 days away from the Commanders and the Bucs in Tampa to kick off Washington's attempt to make a postseason run. As we welcome everybody in, I want to remind everybody, Danny, we've got a field trip Friday tomorrow. We're going to be in Arlington for the first time this season on our field trip tour. We're in Clarendon at Hyde Social from 2 to 6:30. Live show, great food, cold, delicious beverages, and plenty of fellowship.
I have heard good things about Old Hyde Social. You and I will be there live and in color, in person, consuming foodstuffs, high-fiving, and bantering about matters of sport. Most specifically, your local Washington 53.
It's a football Friday.
Yep.
During a field trip, that's kind of what we like to do. The Beltway Blitz at 4 today, going to cover some of the other teams in town outside of just the Commanders. But at that time, at 4 in 2 hours, we're giving away Caps tickets. We got a pair in the good seats to face to a game where they're facing the Penguins. So if you want to go to that game, you'd better be listening. Speaking of being at Caps games, had a blast last night at Capital One Arena. Washington stole a game. They got outshot 31-19, I believe it was. And they still found a way in overtime to get a win thanks to young legs, like the older brothers Capitals, like they've always been, where in overtime, their young guy skates faster than everybody else and makes a play. Alexi Protas going to the net, little loop around, great pass to PLD. Pierre-Luc Dubois, who had his second goal of the game. But the locals win. That's what they do. They're the best team in the Eastern Conference and one of the best teams in hockey. If you want to see them, like I did last night in person, and it's a great atmosphere, everything smells like popcorn all over the arena. You got to be listening at 4.
Were you able to see the action from your seats?
I could actually.
Did you have a good view?
No,
unobstructed?
Really good seats last night.
Anybody in front of you?
Only the players.
Only the players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some ice and Alex Ovechkin. That was about it. Enjoyed myself.
Yeah. When you stand up and reach out, you extend your hand. Let's pretend you're pass blocking, right? Without retreating. You're doing the engaged pass blocking.
Okay.
So in other words, there's a defensive end in front of you. You got to get your hands on him right away. If you extended your hand, what would you hit?
Am I leaning back or am I kind of leaning
forward? You're getting in that punch. You're engaging first.
There's going to be glass
right there.
Yeah.
You smacked that glass, didn't you?
It was a good night for me.
Yeah, it was.
I enjoyed it. But I really, the whole point was to see them win. And I got to do that.
Yes, but you got a great view of it.
Really good one.
Really good view.
We'll take that.
Really good view.
Great show today. Patrick Peterson, the longtime excellent defensive back, joins us to preview the playoffs, which he was a part of many times. That's at 3 o'clock. John Keim of ESPN.com in town wrote a story on Cliff Kingsbury and him falling back in love with football, him suggesting it's going to be really hard to leave Jaden Daniels, which was great to hear, I would say. We're going to talk to Keim about that at 5. And Devin McCourty, not Jason McCourty, although he looks a lot like Jason McCourty. But this is Devin McCourty.
Devin McCourty.
One of them works at CBS. One of them works at NBC. I don't know which one's which, but one of them will be on the show today. I'm being told it's the one that works at NBC. It's Devin McCourty.
As we've clearly stated from the beginning.
Jason McCourty is not on the show.
Devin is.
Devin McCourty's
Devin
on the show.
McCourty.
They could, I swear to this, they could. They could just show up at the other person's office and do their work that day, and no one on set would know the difference.
I think so.
Not every twin, even identical twin, can do that, but I know they could do it.
Yeah, like the Barber twins. I don't think could do that. Rondé and Tiki. I don't think they could. I don't think they could swap.
I know the difference between those two when I look at them. Not Jason and
Not
Devin.
the McCourty brothers.
Is it because I'm not as familiar with them?
That's for me. That's probably what it is. Like if I spent years every day with both of those guys, I might have a shot. I don't.
Dad, would you mind printing us a side by side of the McCourtys so we could get a good look at this?
Let's play. Which McCourty is this?
Name that McCourty. But he's on the show today at 6. He's a great NFL analyst, and we're excited to have him on for the first time. Thanks to the people that got him on the show over at NBC.
WNBC. Let's do it just like Miss Thomas does.
Try it again.
I sound like I'm doing it like the way you want me to. WNBC.
A little less, Ed.
WNBC.
A little longer.
WNBC.
Just like that. That's the one. So looking forward to seeing Devin McCourty on our hotline. That will be cool. But I'm fired up. And how about that quote that John Keim got from Cliff Kingsbury? It's going to be hard to leave this kid.
That is the headline. Isn't that for everybody? That should have been.
Yeah, I mean, it was in the last kind of section of the story, but it is the headline. It's what you tweet out.
Yeah, it was like, oh, by the way.
It's the whole point. He's like, and it's what we kept saying. But me saying it or you and me guessing it is different than him coming out and saying
the words.
I fell back in love with football this year. I had the most fun I've had as a coach since I was in college at Texas Tech. And also, I really like working with Jaden Daniels. And it's going to take something pry me away from just continuing to make sweet music with this excellent musician.
Yeah, and that thing may not just be the Raiders' job. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to take something pretty special, and it may not just be whatever is open and available. Again, the circumstances for Kingsbury are unique. We've gone over them. Getting paid as a head coach through 2027. Also getting paid, double dip in the chip, as an assistant coach, coordinator, whatever you want to call it, for an offense that's a lot of fun, for a quarterback that has brought his joy of football back. So, yeah, I mean, it would take something perfect to pry him away, and I don't know that exists.
The Raiders, speaking of that job, as we were coming on the air about 8 minutes ago, fired their general manager, Tom Telesco. That makes him the third GM to get fired since the end of the season here. So there'll be an opening both for a GM and a head coach in Vegas. And I'm seeing a lot of pushback and people going, you got to be kidding me. You know, he had 1 year and drafted a pretty impressive draft class led by Brock Bowers, who had arguably the most impressive rookie season ever. I'm not saying he should win the Rookie of the Year award because quarterback's harder to play and Jaden Daniels should win that award going away. But Brock Bowers did something at tight end, the likes of which no rookie tight end has ever done before.
He's exceptional.
Shattered records at that position. And Telesco, I don't know that was like some steal of a pick. It feels like Bowers kind of fell into their lap, but put together a pretty good draft class. But I believe that you should be hiring a GM and a head coach together. So I'm going to be in the minority on this. The Raiders are going to get killed for firing Pierce, waiting, and now firing Telesco, and for firing a GM that has a decent track record in his 1 year there. Sorry. I want the GM coming in with the head coach, see Peters and Quinn, see Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. You need those guys on the same page. You need them to be basically arm in arm in everything that they do. That working relationship's huge. And the big storyline, the underlying theme here is this is now Tom Brady's operation in a lot of ways. Remember, he is a minority owner, but he has the ear of the guy with the terrible haircut.
He has the ear of the guy with the bad hair.
Mark Davis looks like a villain in like a Bond film. Tom Brady is, for this moment, kind of the acting general manager.
Mm-hmm.
We've already heard he's going to be instrumental in their hiring process, that he's one of the most influential voices in what they were doing for the head coach. Well, now he's looking for a GM and he's looking for a head coach. And for some reason, still, no one has a problem with this. I'm the only one that thinks this is weird. He just keeps calling games on Fox while he runs one of the 32 teams. Very strange to me, but that's where we are. So Brady's going to help try to find the GM and the head coach. He's basically like the team president right now.
Yeah, so it's strange. If you can fire a guy after 1 year, then it tells you your process wasn't great, right? You had a pretty good sample of who Telesco was with all his years as the Chargers GM. I don't remember how many it was exactly. Was it 8 or 9? He was in charge of that Chargers operation. So if you can say, you know what, he wasn't the dude, then it tells you that the way you went about it probably wasn't right or whatever. I mean, who knows what the criteria were?
You could say the same about Gerard Mayo, one and done. You could say the same about Antonio Pierce, one and done as a head coach, too.
For sure. I mean, but the guy that's making those decisions, ostensibly, the general manager talking about the coach, this is the going to set your organizational tone for some time. They didn't like it this year. So I don't know. It just tells you that they're not tremendously well run. Even if ultimately this is the right call, it's like that broken clock is right twice a day type situation. I'm not going to the mat for Telesco as like some genius that's been misunderstood or then his next opportunity is going to be perfect. Got a pretty good track record. There's a lot of around 500 or worse, 112-win season on his resume, putting together a pretty good roster. But other than that, I mean, it's there's nothing exceptional there.
I can't tell the difference between the McCourties.
Okay.
Darius just handed us some printed off sheets.
I'm going to show them to the YouTube chat super quick.
If you're on 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page, we're holding up pictures of the McCourties. How on earth could anyone possibly tell the difference? Like, I have cousins that are twins.
Yeah.
And I was a grown adult, 30 plus years old, and I just kind of go in for the hug and say, Merry Christmas. Because it's like, unless they're both in the room, I can't really tell you who's who. They're on that level to me.
So I thought I knew based on one of the picks because Devin played for the Patriots, right? Devin's the Patriot.
Well, they're wearing jerseys.
But that's what I'm saying. So I'm taking Devin, who's the Patriot, and I'll go, oh, I'll look for that guy in the other picture.
Jason was also a Patriot. But not only that.
So who played for the Dolphins?
I think you're missing the point of the exercise.
No, I'm trying to explain this. So I was like, okay, I'll take the guy in the Patriots jersey. If I know who that is, I'll look at him in the other picture and be able to tell, and I can't. You follow me? So I'm going, I'll take this guy, and I'll say, who is he in this picture? And I don't know.
Right. That's
you follow
the
what I'm
whole
saying?
Point. Yeah. So you're agreeing that you can't tell them apart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like that's what we're saying.
Okay.
That's
what we're saying. We're saying that. So who played for the Dolphins?
I'd imagine that would be Jason.
Jason played for the
Devin
Dolphins.
was like Patriot do or die all his career.
Mhm.
Jason just happened to also play for the Patriots.
Okay.
But Darius could have put 2 Jasons on here.
Did you put 2 Jasons?
To really screw with us. And wouldn't that be funny?
What a mega villain move that would be.
I kind of wish I did now, but I did not do that. No, that is Devin in the Patriots uniform. That is Jason in the Dolphins uniform.
So can I get a confirmation on this, please, that it's not a lack of familiarity where we've seen more of Tiki and Rondé. These 2 people are just identical.
They're just identical twins. They are literally identical.
Can you tell the difference?
I think Jason has a little bit skinnier of a skull. If that
See, I was going to go
right.
the opposite.
So I actually.
So in that picture, I think it's Jason on the right and Devin on the left.
Okay, see, I had it back. I had the exact opposite.
I could be wrong though. How could I know? How could you possibly know? They're identical.
Wow. Twins are weird, man.
Wouldn't it be wild if there was just another you?
The twin thing is a show.
Like Greg Paulson is just jogging around somewhere. And everyone's like, Grant. And like, no, it's Greg.
So here's the craziest thing, though.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see if I could say this correctly, because I saw this on one of these weird documentaries about crimes that I like to watch. So if you're identical twins, and this has happened before, and you marry identical twins, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with you so far. Yeah.
This happens like more than you think.
Because it's like you empathize.
It's not like 3 times on the globe right now. It's like hundreds,
No,
right?
which I get. So like you have this unique experience
Yes.
that no one can relate to except for someone else that's just like you.
So the 2 dude identical twins marry the 2 chick identical twins.
Totally.
Their kids have the exact same DNA. So if your kid commits a murder,
okay,
my kid could be arrested for it.
Same fingerprints?
That I don't know. I'm referring strictly to the
DNA part. So in other words, if your murderous kid,
yes,
right, leaves I don't know, saliva behind, or I'm just thinking of a weird scenario, and they swab it, and then they pick up my kid.
I'll make my kid the bad guy.
Yeah, your kid's the bad guy. You're murdering kid.
My kid breaks in, and they find a piece of hair in the apartment.
Right. It's the same as
it
mine.
It comes back to your kid too.
That is insane.
Isn't that wacky?
It's so insane.
I mean, what are we doing here?
That's going to be somebody's defense at one point. Some Hail Mary deal where it's like, I have a long-lost identical twin. It wasn't me. It was him. Until you can find him, I should be let free.
I would say, okay.
All right.
Because it's just that whack. But, yeah, Devin McCourty. I'm sure he's been asked about being a twin, so we shouldn't just make the whole interview about that. Addressing to try to get ahead of the Bucks game. They got to iron some things out. I want to open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for our audience today for the first time on this. Of their biggest weaknesses, which we've discussed, tell me if there's anything else we need to add to this. I would say it's 4 categories right now.
Mm-hmm.
Running the ball has been a problem on offense.
Yes.
Stopping the run has been a problem on defense. Their secondary, and specifically their corners matching up with wide receivers, has been a major dilemma. And then the last thing I'm throwing in, I think I'm probably harping on this more than most people are lately, is pass protection.
Is recent pass pro, sure, yeah.
Sacks are going up, pressures are going up, those types of things. If those are the 4 weaknesses, I want to know from people, what do you feel the best about not hurting them and the worst about costing them dearly? So your confidence level in one of these things, not actually rearing its head, they'll do well in that area this week. Which of the 4? And then you go, no matter what happens, that's going to be a problem. They're just going to have to overcome it. 800-636-1067. Does the question make sense?
It makes sense. So to me, they're all problems. And how well they do against those problems will determine, I think, how this game goes in a lot of ways. But the only thing they've shown to me the ability to do over the last couple of months is when they decide you're not running anymore, they've been able to do something about it. Now, I know the running. I'm aware I saw Bijan Robinson. I saw Saquon Barkley. I saw the same things you guys did. But all I'm asking is for you to acknowledge that even after Saquon Barkley had 110 yards in the first quarter, he had 40 after that, basically on 20 carries.
What if I say to you, yeah, but that's because Kenny Pickett came in?
Totally. That's exactly what happened. They decided no more running. We're not scared of anything else. Whenever they've decided we're going to commit all in to stopping the run, they've done that. Alvin Kamara, Barkley for the final 3 quarters, etc. Now they've been vulnerable everywhere else.
Why didn't they do that against the Falcons when all they pretty much had was Bijan Robinson running buck wild?
Because they knew how vulnerable their other members of the secondary were, whether it's Davis, St. Just, or Benjamin St. Davis, or Michael St. Just. None of those guys could cover. Drake London went ham. Mooney was going nuts. Whoever they wanted to throw to, they could throw to. They could not prevent the pass. Whenever they've turned up the fader, not whenever, but they've only shown the ability at times to slow down elite running backs and slow down running games. They haven't shown the ability to do anything else. They can't run it. I don't think they can protect without being able to run it. And hopefully this offensive line is healthy enough, but who knows there to be able to pass pro. When they're like, okay, we're going to try to stop the pass, I don't think they can. The only thing they've shown the ability to do, not every time, sometimes, is shut down running games to some degree.
Okay. So you're going with, if one of these 4 major problems doesn't rear its head, it will be Bucky Irving doesn't really get going or get off because they decide we're going to dare Baker Mayfield,
which is, I wouldn't do this,
and his 4,000 yards and 40 touchdowns to beat us.
So what I'm saying is, maybe I'm going to answer the question properly. The only thing they can take away if they want to is that.
Okay.
I don't think that's going to be their strategy. I think they're going to live with getting killed in the run game in the hopes of not giving up big touchdown plays.
But that's the one you're worrying least about.
Yeah, that's the one I'm by far and away least worried about.
Okay. For me, it would be pass protection. And I will just say that they move the pocket, that Jaden Daniels avoids sacks and gets out of the pocket and runs wild. I actually think Jaden Daniels is going to lead the team in rushing yards in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't be shocked if he led the team in rushing attempts. The last time they were in Tampa Bay, he ran 16 times, which is way too many. But what you see a lot of times from clubs with running quarterbacks is that when you get into the playoffs, you turn up that dial. Because now the games mean a little bit more. You go
do or die, yeah.
You go to your strengths, and it's kind of like, there is no next week. We don't really need to focus as much on his health and whatever else. I think there could be 7, 8, 9 designed runs for Jaden Daniels, maybe 10 in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And then the guy that scrambled 25 more times than any other player in the league, you add in 5 or 6 scrambles, this could be a 15 to 18 carry game. Like, that would not shock me at all for Jaden Daniels. So I think some of that mobility, athleticism, leaving the pocket maybe helps cut down on some of the pass pro issues. Doesn't mean they're not going to get pressure, get home, or push the pocket. It just means, I think, instead of a 6 or 7 sack game, maybe it's 2 or 3. They were disruptive, but it leads to a bunch more rushing yards, let's say, from Jaden Daniels. So that would be the one of the major flaws with the team that I think doesn't cost them as dearly in this game. The flip side is, which area do you feel most nervous about? And we can get into that next. But we'll also open up the phones at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. We've got 4 flaws we're pointing out here: running the ball, stopping the run, the corners against wide receivers, and pass protection. Where are you feeling best and worst going into this Bucs matchup? That's what we want to know on Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders taking on the Buccaneers in the wild card round Sunday night football. Mikey Sanristil was named the Rookie of the Week this week. Some other NFL injuries taking a look at. Ravens wide receiver Zay Flowers has been ruled out with a knee injury. They'll take on the Steelers on Saturday night. The Raiders fired their general manager, Tom Telesco. College football playoff semifinal tonight. Notre Dame and Penn State in the Orange Bowl. That's going to kick off at 7:30. The other semifinal tomorrow night, Ohio State and Texas in the Cotton Bowl. That'll kick off at 7:30 as well. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Sixers last night, 109-103. They're back in action against the Bulls tomorrow in Chicago at 8 o'clock. You can hear that game on the Team 980. And tonight's Lakers-Hornets game in LA has been postponed due to the wildfires in the LA area. So many people affected by the fires, many losing their houses, including Lakers head coach J.J. Redick. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Canucks 2-1 in overtime last night. PLD, Pierre-Luc Dubois with both of the goals. Capitals Canadiens tomorrow at Capital One Arena. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Tomorrow we are out and about.
Hyde Social, Clarendon. Come see your pals. Food, folks, and fun, dare I say. We'll be hanging out talking about the local foosball team. You know, the 12-win team that's going to the playoffs like we always do around here. It's going to be a blast, man.
Of the 4 fatal flaws that could catch up to them that we've been addressing this week that need to be amended as they go forward into the second season here, what are you most confident in not rearing its head against the Bucs? And what are you scared of costing them dearly? 800-636-1067. I think the thing they can actually make not be a problem, because they did it for the majority of the first 3 months of the season, is pass protection, where either by way of Daniels' athleticism, him helping by getting the ball out faster, Kingsbury helping coach around a bit of a deficiency right now with the quick game and how he calls the game. I think they can mask that problem by their own doing. You know, they could just go in and say, we will not allow this to hurt us, and they can make sure that doesn't happen. So I think they can be okay in the way of pass pro, especially because even though Tampa Bay's got those monsters in the middle, and Vita Vea and Kalijah Cansey, who are going to collapse the pocket, and they're going to ruin a play or two in the passing game, no doubt. But they don't really have it scary a whole lot. Although I will say, did anybody see Yaya Diaby's performance this past week? They stood him up coming off the edge. He was one of the top defensive players in the sport. He had 4 TFLs, and he had 4 hits on the quarterback. He was immensely disruptive, just in time to go into this matchup.
Isn't that nice they found something?
Which is unfortunate.
I mean, to me, it's less about, you know, having a TJ Watt or somebody on it as a defensive end that can go one-on-one. It's where's the next blitz coming from? It could be that guy. It could be Levante David. It could be a member of the secondary. It could be someone off the bench, someone we don't even know about. That's what they do. Todd Bowles is here to hunt your quarterback and hit him, please and thank you. That's my biggest concern when it comes to that. Not necessarily an individual pass rusher, but them pass rushing.
What is the thing that you can't see them correcting and think ends up hurting them a lot?
They're talking about Washington's inability to run the ball. I think everything's predicated off of that. So it's going to be, in my opinion, hey, Jaden, sorry to bother you. Could you just fix all this? Could you just, put on some Spanx and some vertical stripes and get some flattering light and make us look good?
They couldn't run the ball in the last month, and they've won every week.
Yeah, because Daniels has put a Superman cape on.
Why can't he do that again?
He can.
Bucs have been awful against running quarterbacks.
That's their chance. I don't see them being able to run the ball at all, and they're going to leave it up to Jaden Daniels. Whether it's a bad start, they get behind, which you don't want to live that way, but they have. Whether it's penalties, which this officiating crew calls a ton of, you're going to get behind. Not a way to live. They're going to basically have to say, again, Jaden, so sorry to bug you, fix all of our problems. It's going to be an issue, and I think their chance to win is him.
Not one of my biggest concerns, only because it's been bad and they keep winning. So they can win even when they're not running the ball. They've proven it because Daniels will run the ball. Like the traditional running game with tailbacks is where they've struggled, and Daniels running for 75 or 80 makes that okay. When you go 15 for 50 or whatever, 15 for, let's say, 39 with your running backs. in a bad performance. Where I'm nervous, Danny, and where I just think this thing is going to be ugly for them is the thing you don't feel as bad about. I think they will get run on by Tampa Bay. This is a top 5 rushing offense in the league. They've been better in the last 7-8 weeks than they were at any point this season. The way Bucky Irving runs, I think, is going to be problematic for
The
them.
run game is good.
He's shifty. He's also physical. When he gets tired, they've got a second back who's been their starter the last couple of years they can bring in who can be effective as well. I think they're going to be able to run the ball and will run the ball very effectively against the Commanders. And when you can throw the ball like the Bucs can, especially in the high red zone, 40-plus touchdowns this year for Mayfield, that's scary because now I'm committing resources to try to stop the run, and I'm giving up one-on-one matchups on the exterior, on the outside here. Not fun. Let's go to Fred in Bristow, who wants to hop in. You can call us at 800-636-1067. What's up, Fred?
Hey, Grant, Danny. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I'll tell you, I think the thing that would hopefully be the easiest to correct, and if they don't, will cost them dearly, is going to be the penalties. And I think a lot of what happens in this game is going to be based on penalties, because the more he scrambles, the more chance there is somebody's going to get held. And so even though he makes a great pass or a touchdown or whatever, it gets called back because of a holding. So if they can stop doing that, I think we'll have a much greater chance of doing well in this game.
We actually talked about penalties a little bit based on a call a day or two ago. I don't really know why, but it is irrefutable. In the last few games of the season, Danny, they certainly did commit a bunch more penalties than they were early in the year. Any hypothesis as to why that is?
Yeah, when you're at a disadvantage, you commit penalties. Now, some of that is procedural stuff where they shoot themselves in the foot, where you don't line up right, don't get the plan on time, or something happens. That's kind of your own. Whether it's lack of focus, you're tired. There's not a lot of continuity on offense as guys have been subbed in and out, and you've had offensive linemen injured, Eckler's missing time, et cetera. So maybe that's part of it. But to me, when you're beat, that's when you commit a penalty. That's pass interference. Then on offense, that's your hold, that's your whatever.
But to be clear, then why they had a 5-game winning streak? Why at the end of the year were they committing more than at the beginning?
I think just what I was saying there, you've had a lot of subs come in. You were less healthy than you were before, and people figured you out to a degree, right? There's no great answer there. There's no like left tackle that's coming back, walking through that door. That's awesome. There's no, I don't know, all pro right guard or left guard that's coming through the door. It's guys that were okay to begin with. They're probably punching above their weight class with now schemes and things that everyone else has figured out. That's why it's more to me about an individual player matchup time than it is about scheme.
I guess looking at the numbers, and I didn't realize this, they did have 10 penalties in week 2 against the Giants, a bad team. It's 7 in week 1 against the Bucs.
So remember all those against the Giants. They get to the red zone, and then it's false start, delay a game, illegal procedure, illegal shift.
17 penalties in their first 2 games, 18 in their final 2 games. So about comparable. Now, the difference is from that Bengals game through the middle of the year, they really didn't commit many. They were one of the best in the league in a stretch. 3 penalties, 5 penalties, 5 penalties. They had a couple of 3-penalty games later in the year. But lately, 7 against the Titans. That was a game they dominated. 8 against the Cowboys, key in their loss. 9 against the Saints that killed them on the road that day. They had 13 against the Falcons. 13 penalties, a season high against Atlanta. And I guess good for them, only 5 against the Cowboys. But some of those were very early in that game, obviously. Clearly, something they've got to clean up because they just don't have the talent to overcome all of those. But enough about the things that they're not doing well. We are going to talk a lot today about some of the things that they're doing at a very high level. What do you feel best about going into the playoffs? Take Daniels out of the equation, because I know you've referenced the Daniels and O kind of December. What areas of their game overall collectively, non-Daniels, do you like right now a lot?
I like that Eckler's coming back. And I think I don't think we're spending enough time or energy focusing on the impact he can have. I know there have been great offensive totals in games without him when he's been banged up a couple times. But to me, when it comes to winning time, now it's everybody's good. It's not, you don't have Arizona when they're down or Tennessee or Carolina when they're, playing for next year. This is now winning time. And you need a player like that can take the pressure off, can be the pressure release valve, that can turn things that are negative into positive. Not quite like Daniels does. I mean, he's so special, but Eckler, well, I think will help in the run game. He's going to help tremendously in the pass game. He'll be an extension of the run game with some of the short stuff turned into medium things. I mean, right now, if it's 4th and goal from the 5 to go win the football game, he's one of my 3 options that I would feel great about. Him, Ertz, and McLaurin. And having that one extra thing where you can get him on the linebacker, the little arrow route or a choice route or something out of the backfield or whatever, when you've got to go somewhere, I include him in that group. I mean, maybe you could scheme some up for somebody else, but that's one of those, say they have a replay of that Dallas game right at the end, right? Where it's winning time right now, this minute, you got one play. He's one of the 3 guys I would really trust to do that. I think that's huge for him to come back in time.
I love any matchup with McLaurin against this Bucs secondary, which is beleaguered. I mean, this is a kind of an injury-riddled group that's given up a lot of big plays as the year's gone on because they just haven't been right in the back end. You saw Bryce Young have, I thought, the best game maybe of his career here recently at the end of the season in short order against this team. But looking at the passing metrics, they're 29th defensively this year in terms of what they give up per game, 244. They're actually middle of the pack, 15th in yards per play. But I like McLaurin to go get 7-8 catches. And I do think Daniels is going to have what he wants in the short passing game. I think this is going to look a lot like that Atlanta game. One of those like 25 of 33. A-dot's going to be lower. It's going to be out of the backfield, short 5, 7, 8, 9-yard range. But they're going to give you a ton of completions and then rally and try to tackle. And those games have been really kind to Daniels because he gets in these rhythms. He's like a sharpshooter.
Yep.
Where he's 6 of 8, 7 of 9, 8 of 11. Next thing you know, he's 14 of 18 passing or 14 of 17 passing, and he's starting to drop the ball in the bucket down the field as well because he's in the flow. Shane's in Bulgaria on Grant and Danny, listening on the Odyssey app. Shane, just like we always thought, brother, at the end of this year, we'd be talking about playoff football.
Yeah, exactly. It's what we thought, right? We said that, 2 years ago.
Love it.
I hope you guys had a good holidays, man. Seriously, you and your families, all seriousness. I hope y'all had a great time.
You too, buddy.
And got some R&R. That's what I'm doing now, getting some R&R. Hey, look, here's the thing. Number one, we are overachieved what we've done. So we in this area should be thankful right now we won 12 games. Just call it what it is. Number two, I don't think we're going to stop the run. I'm with you, Grant. Commander, I agree with you too. I think Brown. Look, here's the thing. I don't know if Robinson's lost a step or is he completely done. But if you look at him a month ago, he's not the same guy. I don't know if it's an injury, but I don't think he wants to be here. I don't know where he's at. But we got to run the football, and our secondary is still up in arms, man. It's still a question mark. It has been all year, even with Lattimore if he plays. So far, this trade's not looking out, in my opinion, as what we thought it was going to be.
Super
because
early.
the guy can't get on the field.
Super early. I mean, they traded for him largely for the next 2 years, and whatever you got the rest of the way is a bonus. But yeah, if he doesn't help them much, or if they get eliminated and he plays poorly in this first playoff game, it's off to a bad start.
Yeah, your early returns aren't good. Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. And what he does in the future is going to be what we remember, I think, about this trade. As far as B-Rob, I don't question if he wants to be here or any of those things, even his health. We can find out after the year, I guess, potentially. He's got something going on. To me, they've had a lot of injuries up front. And I just think that he is a volume rusher. And they haven't had enough success to get him the volume early in the games. Most of the time, you're not going to have your first carry go untouched for 40 yards for a touchdown like that Titans game. It's a slow burn, a build-up kind of thing where, if you think about it, like, I didn't think they tried to run that much in the Cowboys game. I don't have that in front of me. I tweeted it out, but it was something like 13 of their first 17 plays were pass plays. I'm not killing Cliff for that. I have no problems with that, but it wasn't like they came out and even tried to run the ball. It's kind of like he punted on the idea.
Yeah, you wonder if like the ghost of the first matchup happened where they couldn't run it at all and are going, okay, maybe this is the way we'll catch him off guard. I mean, that didn't work either.
Which head coach coaching in the first round of the playoffs do you trust the most and least? What about quarterbacks that'll be on the field Saturday through Monday in the NFL? Who do we trust? The tops of the list and then at the very bottom of that ranking. We'll get to that next. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Big day for corporate Clary. He just found out that he's getting a work laptop.
Unbelievable. Climbing that corporate ladder, suckling up to all the bigwigs, and now he gets a laptop to spy on us?
Darius, how long you worked at this company? When did you start at Odyssey?
I started at Odyssey in 2015.
2015, so that's 10 years ago.
And when did you get your laptop?
So I never got one.
Oh.
Have you ever been corporate?
No, I've never been corporate. I've always been local, DC.
You're doing it wrong, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Clary's been corporate for a week. He's getting a laptop.
48 hours equals laptop.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30 tomorrow. Our Friday field trip out at Hyde Social, 4:00 today. We're giving away Caps tickets. Make sure you're listening. That's an hour and 15 minutes from right now. All right, let's look ahead to the playoff weekend that waits to get going on Saturday. Let's go head coach that you trust the most in this first round to make the right decisions.
There could be a number of guys that I would say fit this bill. Like a lot of guys that I like a lot, that I trust the most, despite the fact that his decision the last week of the regular season was controversial. I trust me some Sean McVay. That guy, his hand never shakes. There's no moment too big for him. He has already been to the pinnacle, been to the mountaintop as like a teenager, basically. He's got everything in order. He will have his group prepared, ready to go. He'll make the right decision, whether it's clock management, whether it's punt, fourth down, whatever. In crunch time, he will know what to do. I trust me some Sean McVay.
I'm actually leaning toward the other coach in that game, believe it or not, and the likely coach of the year.
Little KOC?
Kevin O'Connell. I think he is tremendous in late game sequences. Look at the Vikings record 2 of the last 3 years when they've been atop their division and atop the conference. Remember a few years ago when they won 13 with Cousins? I think they were like 9-0 in one possession game. Same kind of deal this year for the Vikings. I'm leaning in that direction, but I'll go off the board a little bit. Let's go Jim Harbaugh of the Chargers.
That was my 2 seed, honestly.
Winner,
Yeah.
man. He's a hurricane. He's not really for me. He rubs me the wrong way. I don't love the bravado and a lot of the nonsense. But I think if you're in that locker room, you can't help but want to do the shtick. You want to yell back when he says, who's got it better than us? Nobody at the top of your lungs. When he says, let's do 3 cheers, you want to yell, hip, hip, hooray. When he says, let's sing for who's a jolly good fellow and lift up the kicker, you want to go grab the kicker by the legs and put him over your head and start shouting. I mean, it is some wacky, like childish type stuff, but they get all in his programs. I think Jim Harbaugh is a guy I would trust to make the right call this weekend. If you find out that a coach botched something terribly and cost his team a game, who do you think it would be?
So this is one of my favorite people on the planet and one of my favorite coaches in the NFL, but Mike Tomlin. He's got a bad record when it comes to these sorts of things, these late game management moments, these timeout management moments. There have been some snafus that you kind of can't ignore. He's got flaws, certainly. But again, one of my favorite head coaches of all time, and I would take him sight unseen right now, this minute, to run just about anything in this country. Anything that needs fixing, I would send Mike Tomlin to fix it. But there's a
I hope
game
it's
management.
not the Steelers offense.
Yeah, but I was going to
he's
say.
failed to do that for about 15 years.
He's needed a different coordinator many times over, or make a quarterback decision. But it honestly is he's one of my favorites, but Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, I love Mike Tomlin. So my runner-up's going to be Sean McDermott of the Buffalo Bills. He's had a couple of those where you just kind of scratch your head.
What are you doing, Sean?
You go, really, dude?
What are you doing?
You've been at this too long to not be able to figure this whole thing out. But I'm going to go with Todd Bowles. Second round of the playoffs last year. Do you remember the Bucs had blown out the Eagles?
Yep.
They got to the second round against Detroit, and he had some of the worst clock management this side of Raheem Morris against Washington. It was so bad.
I've forgotten that.
And it was kind of like, what is happening? Give your team a chance to finish this game, please. I just can't stop remembering that. It's not going to leave my mind, and it actually is one of the reasons that I got the fingers crossed and feel okay about the Commanders, because I think both things are true. Bowles has done a good job this year, and in game, in those sequences where there's no margin for error, you got to be right. I just don't think he's had a great grasp on those types of situations, although it's not like Washington's running circles around people with clock management when they're burning timeouts. That's been a problem around here for a few weeks that luckily hasn't really cost them all that dearly.
I 100% agree. There seems to also be just league-wide a different paradigm about clock stoppage, and maybe there's some sort of analytical white paper that went around that I don't know about, but nobody seems to want to spike the ball. Nobody seems to want to hurry up and stop the clock or when to use the timeouts. Everyone seems to be doing it in a different way than I'm used to. So maybe I'm the one that's weird.
So we're choosing between 12 quarterbacks here. Quarterback you trust the most this weekend, quarterback that you trust the least this weekend. Just to rattle off the names: Justin Herbert, CJ Stroud, Russell Wilson, Lamar Jackson, Bo Nix, Josh Allen, Jordan Love banged up, Jalen Hurts banged up, Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Matt Stafford.
So this is a strange list. The guy I trust the most is based on the opponent. It's actually Baker Mayfield. I don't think Washington's defense is any good. I think they can't stop this passing game. And I think Baker Mayfield has a nice day.
Well, let me be clear.
Mm-hmm.
You trust the guy that led the league in interceptions and turnover where he plays.
Sure do. Against the team that can't turn it over or can't get turnovers consistently. So to me, that's my one answer. The guy I trust the least is Russell Wilson and that Pittsburgh offense.
Yeah, we have different ideas of trust. I'm not going to go with the guy that puts the ball in harm's way the most in the league. I will roll with, Lamar will be where I'll start with trust the most. Him and Lamar, Josh Allen probably side by side. I'll go with Allen. Allen has the lowest turnovers in the league, lowest sack percentage in the league this year, lower interception rate than Lamar Jackson this year. So I'll say Josh Allen 1, Lamar 2 in that category. Who do I trust the least is interesting. Stroud's been struggling. Both of the QBs in the Packers-Eagles game aren't quite healthy. Sam Darnold's coming off a complete dud. And yet, we'll go with Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson, it's been a rough go of it. I mean, a month ago, it was almost a lock. It felt like he was going back to Pittsburgh. Felt like a really good decision.
Like it was the answer.
And I think they did the right thing. In hindsight, I was wrong about sticking with Justin Fields over Russell Wilson. But that said, I don't think he'll be their starter in week 1 next year. I think they're back in the quarterback market again.
That might be. Yeah.
My guess is he struggles and they lose a fairly tight football game that if they had a better quarterback, they'd win. I like them to cover the 10 or so points that they're getting against the Ravens.
So we're looking at this. The guys, in terms of trust the most, the two best players are the two MVP finalists, obviously, right? It's Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen have had the best years. I'm just looking at the opponents, right? Thinking about Denver, whose defense is excellent. So I don't know how great a day Josh Allen has. This may be a rock fight up there in the cold of Buffalo. And something happens with Baltimore playoffs, no Zay Flowers, an opponent that's really familiar with them. I could see Pittsburgh making this into an AFC North arm wrestling match as well. I think not having Flowers will be key for Baltimore. So actually I'm with you in terms of Pittsburgh covering.
Grant and Danny on the Fan in about a half hour at 3:25. Patrick Peterson is going to be joining us, one of our Odyssey NFL insiders, former tremendous defensive back. We'll get his thoughts on all the playoff matchups. Next, let's get you a Commanders stock report as we get ready for playoff football. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders gearing up for their wild card playoff game against the Buccaneers. That'll kick off at 8 o'clock on Sunday Night Football. 4 players did not practice yesterday, all for rest. Zach Ertz, Cleveland Farrell, Dante Fowler, and Terry McLaurin. 5 players were limited. Tyler Biadasz with an ankle, Jeremy Chin with a rib injury, Brandon Coleman with a knee injury, Jamison Crowder with a hamstring injury, and Cornelius Lucas with a groin injury. Marshawn Lattimore was able to practice in full yesterday. For the Buccaneers, Antoine Winfield has missed the last 4 games with a knee injury. He was able to practice in full yesterday. Other Commanders news, Mikey Sanders was named the Rookie of the Week this week. The Ravens have already ruled out their wide receiver, Zay Flowers. He's dealing with a knee injury. The Ravens play the Steelers on Saturday night. Also, the Raiders fired their general manager, Tom Telesco. College football playoffs tonight, semifinal matchup between Notre Dame and Penn State at the Orange Bowl. That's going to kick off at 7:30. The other semifinal tomorrow night, Ohio State and Texas at the Cotton Bowl. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Sixers, 109-103 last night. They'll be back in action tomorrow in Chicago against the Bulls. An 8 o'clock tip-off on the Team 980. Tonight's Lakers-Hornets game in L.A. has been postponed due to the wildfires in the area. Many people losing their homes, including Lakers head coach J.J. Redick. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Canucks 2-1 in overtime, both goals coming from Pierre-Luc Dubois. They're back in action tomorrow, taking on the Canadiens at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear it right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Washington sports teams, including the Caps and the Commanders, have built a foundation for success on and off the field. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. The sponsor of our show will help. That's the law firm Condori and Murat. They'll help you update your last will and testament. They'll set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We love those guys. We're on a couple different road trips with them this year, hoping to continue that in the future. Do you know if they do light fixtures at all? Is that something it can help with, or is it just estate planning stuff?
So I don't know what light is blinking, but we've got a strobe light situation.
It's this main spotlight that's meant to make Eric Bickle and Johnny Cakes Allville that sit where you sit look good. But now it's just distracting me.
Can you tell on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page that I am like light dark, because the strobe light is going on and off? Or is it not that dominant?
You could see it on my side more.
Okay.
Right? Like, because you're sort of in shadow on your face because of your hat.
Yes.
For me, it's like you can see it's like shining out. But now it seems fine.
All right. It seems like it fixed
Now it's stable. Good job, everyone.
All we had to do was talk about it.
If you talk about it in front of the corporate guys, sometimes things happen.
A G&D with you up until 6:30 today. Friday Field Trip Series continues tomorrow. This is a bonus round. We booked through the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're doing playoff weeks. Hyde Social and Clarendon should be a hell of a party. I've had a bunch of people tell me they're coming out tomorrow in Arlington. We will see you there from 2 to 6:30. If you want Caps tickets, we're giving those away today at 4 o'clock right here on The Fan. Darius, Ryan, Toby behind the scenes today, as always with us on Grant and Danny. Before we get into our stock report for the Commanders, I saw this story, and I just thought this was wild. 23 people got stuck inside one of the most popular pubs in Britain for days after a snowstorm in what was, for a lot of these people, like a dream come true. You know, these like dudes that are just there all the time anyway, and they're just calling, going, we can't get out. I'm sorry.
Get home, love.
Essentially, from looking at this, where this pub was, it's at like 1,700 feet of elevation, super windy with big snow drifts, and you could see like the cars that were parked. The snow just kind of all got blown up against the place to the point where I guess they couldn't get out for days on end. And they were like trying to dig and shovel their way. And people were like, we can just kind of chill here. We got what we need. We got our drinks.
They got provisions and beverages.
We got our food. Yeah. 3 days. This happened. And they're, I guess, making some kind of series about it now. It sounds like in 2009, and another similar event transpired at the same location over a weekend in 2021. Now, why this became a popular thing going around the internet now, I'm not really sure. But it did get me to thinking, Danny, what with us having just dealt with a pretty good snowstorm. If you could accidentally get snowed in a place of business, where would Danny Rouillet want to be stuck? I'm going to say 72 hours. You've got to be here. From Friday night to sometime on Monday, you get out. Where do you want to be stuck?
This is a great question. It's got to be obviously a restaurant. I don't want to be in some like business or some kind of thing where it's like,
I would think so, although there could be a really fun place with like activities.
As long as that, yeah, but like I need food.
Like, what if you were at Funland where they can make food too?
Yeah.
But like you had go-karts and you had indoor batting cages and so like that would be kind of cool.
That would be good. That would be good.
Or you like to exercise and play pickleball. What if it was an indoor pickleball?
I was going to
place?
say, yeah, like I get stuck at like down the line or something like that, so I can play some pickle. I think my first answer though that popped into my head is what I'm going to go with because I think that's what you're supposed to do is trust your instinct. My instinct said Hill Country Barbecue.
Wow.
It said to me, Fatty, stay inside, get stuck in a snowdrift, and you can have a different themed meal every time. So in other words, oh, it's breakfast. It's not time for barbecue. They've got deviled eggs. Breakfast done. They've got sausages. They've got all the barbecue styles that you'd want. You can have more of a lunch barbecue feel. You have a dinner barbecue. They've got tea. There's all the things that I want to eat pretty much are there. Hill Country.
You thought about the food part beautifully, and I give you credit for that. There's nothing else to do at Hill Country. 72 hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you know when I see a problem.
But you're gonna eat your meals 3 times a day and be full, and then several hours goes by.
Yeah.
We're just sitting in the chairs at Hill Country?
We're just sitting. It's a big enough place where I can go downstairs and go back upstairs.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of different things to see.
So I had 2 thoughts. I gave this a lot of thought last night when I saw this. My first was Cracker Barrel because of all of the stuff in the shop.
Yeah.
That there is to do. There's books.
Little kitschy toys you can play with.
Little toys and things. So I can get all the food I want at any point. But I also have activities. There's more room for activities.
There's more room for activities.
That's going to end up being the runner-up. The one I eventually decided on, and again, the question, I'll come to you guys in the producer room in a moment. Where would you want to be snowed in for 3 days? Alamo Drafthouse. Or one of the movie theaters where there's good food and alcohol. And my logic on this is I'm eating whatever I want, bar food constantly. If I want to class it up a little bit and do a nice salad or something healthy at some point because I'm just tired of eating like crap, I could do that.
That was funny. That was a good joke that Grant made. Let me write it down. Grant made a funny joke. 3.
So many wings.
Yeah.
So much popcorn. And I'm going to watch every single movie that's out one by one. And then I'm going to go, hey, those movies that you guys are going to put out next week that we've got in the back.
You've got them, right?
Let's go ahead and run those back. There's old movies. I mean, it's limitless entertainment. Hey, there's a way to hook up my computer, my Netflix on the big screen, right? Let's go knock out a season of Severance or, whatever I'm going to watch. It won't be that one because he just walks around hallways the whole damn time. So I'll never watch that show again. I tried to once for 6 minutes. And when he never got anywhere out of the hallway, I just said, this is a stupid show and everyone's wrong. But
all those people are wrong, by the way. Literally millions of people are
I
wrong.
shouldn't say they're wrong. That's actually not fair. They just love watching a guy walk around a hallway and tell me it's a great show.
That's the whole show. 8 episodes of that.
Now it's 16.
I was going to say, there's the whole second season. There's new hallways.
Season 2 just dropped. I got a show called Amaze. Just watch me walk around. It'll be huge on YouTube, on my YouTube page.
You won't do that.
I should.
You won't do a parody bit where you just like Severance season 3. And
Apparently I'll win a Golden Globe for it.
Yeah.
Ben Stiller can help me write it. I think that's a good one, though. Movie theater with food and drink.
That's a great idea.
Darius, where are you getting snowed in for 72 hours?
So I already had this one in mind, but I saw my guy Jupe in the YouTube chat just said this as well. Dave and Buster's, I think, would be phenomenal to get snowed in at.
That is a
great answer.
Food for days, TVs for days, and as a gamer, I'm in heaven. Let's go.
I feel like that might be better than my answer. The movie guy in me still feels good about where I'm at. But Dave and Buster's, you know how much Pop-A-Shot I would play? Would I get tired of the games, though? The games are fun for that first night, maybe a little bit of the next afternoon. At some point, am I going, yep, I've already played a bunch of air hockey.
Yeah, it's enough. How much is too much? You'd push the limit right there.
Although they do have the giant screens, like the old Damon's style screens that are the size of a small movie theater screen. So you're watching games. You got whatever you want on TV as well. Tobes, where are you getting snowed in?
Some indoor golf simulator place that serves food. X Golf. There's one in Nats Park now. Someplace like that. I'll just play a bunch of golf.
You could play all the courses.
All the courses.
Is this inspired by the thing you watched the other night in any way?
No. Matter of fact, I was considering a Dave & Buster style thing. Okay. I was also considering, besides the food aspect, a sporting goods store because of the ability to try out different equipment and maybe throw a football or whatever. But if you give me an indoor golf simulator, I can kill 3 days with that.
That's pretty good. So like an indoor Rudy's golf, essentially.
Yeah, essentially, yes.
I think that's actually
a great answer.
Phenomenal answer.
That's a great answer. Because if you're in a sporting goods store, what are you going to eat?
We got to do it family food style. Good answer.
Good answer. Good answer. Show me sporting goods.
23 people had that. All right, Ryan, pressure's on you to come up with something that nobody said yet.
Odyssey headquarters.
Well, I would not say that, but
corporate guy.
Corporate guy.
I was actually gonna say Dave & Buster's. I thought I was gonna have like a great answer, but I'm gonna go with a diet version of Dave & Buster's. Give me Chuck E. Cheese. I'll play skee ball. I can still play Pop-A-Shot. Do they have a merry-go-round in there? I could do that as well. A lot of different kid games and relive my childhood. And also eat some pizza, eat some wings. They've got a salad bar. They have the Coca-Cola on tap there. I'd be a made man.
When's the last time you've been in a Chuck E. Cheese?
It's been probably 15 years.
I don't think there's a game in there that you would find compelling.
Skee ball
at your current age, guy. The skee ball, you just reach over and drop. It's designed for my kid.
I mean, they saw
a 3-year-old skee ball.
I know, but still, you sleep. I can entertain myself pretty well.
Okay,
I think I could do that.
Good answer.
Good answer.
Good answer.
Show me Chuck E. Cheese.
Chuck E. Cheese. Clary wants to get locked in a Chuck E. Cheese for 72 hours.
Those after hours animatronics are interesting, is what I would say.
What was that movie, Freddy? 5 days. It was like they all come to life and scare the guy.
Uh-huh.
Let's go to John in Fredericksburg. John, where are you getting snowed in for 3 days?
Well, first of all, I need to give Danny my cheat code. I used to do the locksmith work in the building where Hill Country's in. Everything's connected, so it got me thinking. You can go to anything in Hill Country. You can go to Haleo, the Shakespeare Theater there, watch a nice play, China Chilcano. I'm going to get snowed into Arundel Mills Mall because I've got the Dave & Buster's. I've got Bass Pro. I can use that little shoot 'em up alley all day long. The food court, everything. I can even get some cheap jewelry for my mom. She's always asking.
You know,
everything in the mall.
I got to tell you, that's a great answer.
A little bit of a cheat code, I would say, because he's choosing like 38 places, but he just found a loophole in our game and he beat all of us.
Yeah,
I'm not upset at him.
You can't fight that. No one specified. If you don't specify that it's got to be a single establishment, like I didn't even think of the idea that Hill Country has back doors into its neighboring establishments.
Did you ever do a lock-in when you were a kid? Like an overnight stay, they call it a lock-in.
Oh yeah, where you do it you go to the school and do it?
We did not do it at a school. Like mine was at Planet Fun in Fredericksburg, which would later become like Funland.
Yeah, so one of the after prom parties, they were like, okay, everyone's got to be in by whatever, 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, and then
so mine was like Boy Scouts. I was never in Boy Scouts, didn't want to be in Boy Scouts, just no interest. But my buddy Jeff's mom ran the local like Boy Scout troop 647 or whatever, and they were doing their lock-in at this place where you could bowl and ride go-karts and do all this stuff all night. And so I joined the day before, and I quit the day after. And to this day, I don't know, like looking back, I'm like, why did my parents let me do that? That was kind of messed up.
Yeah.
But was in it for 48 hours, went to the lock-in, had the time of my life, and that was my Boy Scout experience. Was like my best buddy. I like screwed over his mom and the whole group. I'm like, I'm in, I'm going to do this. And they're all like telling me, oh, you'll get your badge for this and this and this. And I go to the first meeting. Next day is the lock-in, and I was out.
That was enough.
Yeah. Paul's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Paul? How are you?
Grant and Danny, we talking sports radio talk, man. We men, man. At the end of the day, I don't mind getting snowed in for 3 days at Hooters or some gentleman club where the wings are nice and I can see sports all day, man. Are you serious?
Oh, a gentleman's club. Now I am above a gentleman's club. Danny,
what do they do there?
Hey,
what happens at a gentleman's club?
I've never been a member.
Hey, look, at the Hooters, you get the wings all you can eat for 3 days? Are you kidding me?
No, I
man?
love
And the
Hooters.
burgers?
Trust me.
Thank you, sir.
Hear me, you. Hear you, me. Hear this, you, me. I'm a Hooters mark. I love the wings. It's for the wings. Like, Danny, I know you're a big gentleman's club guy, but you just appreciate the art of dancing.
But I don't know I've never been a member of a gentleman's club. What happens?
I can't tell you.
What goes on in there? What are they doing?
It's like the acting that we enjoy so much.
Yes.
It's kind of one of those things.
Now, do I need hard cash?
I'm going to be honest with
Any
you.
money?
If I could just level with you for a second.
Oh, okay.
Stick aside.
Yeah.
We do a lot with. This sounds like, I'm being like altruistic or something. I don't know how anyone's comfortable in those places. I never will understand it. I will tell you that in the semi-recent life of mine, a buddy of mine was like, let's go to this place. I was like, okay. I sat in the back.
Yep.
I judged every person up front. And all I wanted to do was leave since from the moment I got in. And even still, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to spend 1 cent. I'm not interacting.
I'm too cheap to enjoy it.
This person walks up and they keep coming up. I couldn't be more like, if I was in the back of the room, like facing the corner, like Ryan yelling, it's a football. I couldn't have made it more obvious that I'm uncomfortable.
I want no part of this. Yeah.
And one by one, these people would come up as if they cared about me. And they'd be like, how's your night going? I was like, it was better before you came over here. Like,
fine, thank you.
How you doing? Oh, I'm from Chicago. And like they just start talking to you. And it's so awkward.
Yep.
It's like, I'm here for a reason. Not in this establishment. I shouldn't be here. But I'm in the back of this room for a reason. It's because of this interaction that I don't want. Please go up. See those guys that are shining lights on people?
That are begging for attention? Yeah.
There's literally a guy standing up, holding a person over top of him right now. Go talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
He's very comfortable.
He's into
here.
it.
I'm not the person that's comfortable here.
So, but just
leave me alone. If don't you agree with what I'm saying?
No, of course, 100%.
Stop coming up and
now. Here's the deal.
me.
I know we're trying. It's some people might roll their eyes like they're trying to make themselves out to be good guys. I'm not that great of a guy in general. I am not comfortable there. It's not for me.
But who is? I don't understand.
There's so many dudes that love strip clubs so much. They love. Excuse me.
Whoa.
Excuse me.
You're talking about a strip
I
club?
meant gentlemen's clubs.
No. Oh, okay.
Gentlemen's clubs.
You're talking about strip clubs.
So I went to a bachelor. I've been to many bachelor parties. Many of my friends are and have been married.
Yeah.
And I told my wife, like, hey, this one guy that it's his bachelor party. We're gonna do what he wants. I hate to break this to you, but like he's probably gonna want to go to a strip club. She like openly laughed at me. You know what I mean? Like she's like, there are some dudes, you don't have to be one of them, where I'd go, you're not no. I wish I could actually have a camera on you to see how awkward and uncomfortable you are at a place like this. First of all, it's like I would never part with a single dollar out of I'm not doing that's mine. You can't have that.
So I don't know anything about these places.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Okay.
But what I gather is when you go in, you have choices.
Mm-hmm.
There's tables in the back. You can sit as far away as possible. A guy like me might do that.
Yep.
Leave me alone, please. That should be the tell. The guy that is sitting at the stage, who's literally like got a flashlight on his keychain that he's
mouth
shining
agape.
on
Yeah.
all that money in his hand. It's so comfortable. Talk to him. Just leave me alone. I'm just waiting to leave.
I mean, the theory might be that guy's going to give money anyway, but they're going to see if they can get a champagne out of you for $48.
Come on.
I don't know, dude.
Just not a thing. Luke in DC thinks he's cracked the code and where he's getting snowed in. What's up, Luke?
Hey, boys. Hey, I think there's been a lot of good things been said, but one thing that people are taking into consideration is the actual sleeping. So grocery retail, I've had to sleep in stores multiple times. So there's no replacing being comfortable and actually sleeping. That's why at the mall, I think, is the best answer so far. So you can go do all those activities, and then you can just, it's 106.7. So you go over to your sleep number bed, and you get a good night's sleep on top of all.
Look at you with your sleep number.
Manage the junkies plug in there, too.
How
That's
about
awesome.
that? Danny and I going and sleeping on our Casper mattresses back from 2014.
Remember that? Casper, we loved you.
We were big Casper mattress guys. Grant and Danny on the Fan. You know what we should do is we should get back to the Commanders and the stock report that we promised people. They're waiting. They want to hear our stock report. So without further ado, Darius, fire up some music. Let's give you one. A stock report on the Commanders here on Grant and Danny. Getting ready for the playoffs is presented by the Northwest Federal Credit Union. Commanders fans, boost your financial play with the Now Plus credit card from Northwest Federal Credit Union. Join now. Visit nwfcu.org today. Northwest Federal Credit Union, official credit union of the Commanders.
Do a little stock up. Do we have that? Do we have the thing? How about Zach Ertz, the close to the season that Ertz had? Started off, I think, with 1 touchdown through the first half of the year, closed with a flourish. He has become a go-to receiver, obviously, the second leading receiver on this foosball team, including the playoffs clinching touchdown a couple of weeks ago. Stock up, Zach Ertz.
Terry McLaurin, all-time record holder, organizational history, touchdown catches by a receiver. Did it thanks to 4 catches in the final 4 games, 4 touchdowns rather, 6 touchdowns in the final 5 games, 7 touchdowns in the final 6 games on an absolute heater down the stretch. The 29-year-old's been waiting for this playoff opportunity to showcase the skills. 82 catches this year. Looking forward to seeing him finally get his shot with fans in the stands in the postseason.
Our guy Austin Eckler joins us every Tuesday on the radio program. He's back. He's healthy. They 100% need him. Was on well over 1,000 yards from scrimmage pace, despite some intermittent usage and other kind of moments where he wasn't a key player in this offense. They're going to need him come postseason time, both in the kick return game if he's deemed healthy enough to kind of go back there, or maybe they want to rest him because they're going to use him a lot on offense. They need an option out of the backfield, and he is that option.
Brian Robinson finished the season at 4.3 yards per carry because down the stretch, he really struggled. 5 attempts, 10 yards against the Dallas Cowboys. How about 10 for 24, 2.4 a pop against the Eagles. 21 for 65, which was really 20 for 45. The 20-yarder was a catch on a backwards pass. Otherwise, he would have averaged barely over 2 yards per carry against the Saints. In his last 4 games, 2.8 yards per carry. They need more out of Brian Robinson in the playoffs.
Washington's second-round picks, not named Mikey Sanders still. Where's Ben Sinnott? Where's Johnny Newton? He had a wonderful game talking about Newton against Philadelphia in that 36-33 thriller. We had a sack, 3 tackles for a loss, and 6 overall tackles. But other than that, has been whisper quiet for a defense that's getting run on a lot, that's not really creating a ton of havoc in a lot of these games where they've given up a ton of yards and points. I could use something from these second rounders that should be starters and impact players by now.
That there is your Commanders stock report on Grant and Danny. Patrick Peterson, outstanding DB in the NFL for years, one of our Odyssey NFL insiders. He will join us next right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders taking on the Buccaneers on Sunday Night Football in the wild card round. Taking a look at the practice report. We'll get an updated one for today. But yesterday, 4 players did not practice for rest days. Zach Ertz, Cleveland Farrell, Dante Fowler, and Terry McLaurin. Marshawn Lattimore was able to practice in full. For the Buccaneers, Antoine Winfield's missed the last 4 games with a knee injury. He practiced in full yesterday. Cade Otton was limited. Other NFL news, Mike Sanderstill was named the Rookie of the Week, and the Ravens have ruled out their wide receiver Zay Flowers for their game against the Steelers on Saturday night. The Raiders fired their general manager, Tom Telesco. College football playoff tonight. Semifinal between Notre Dame and Penn State at the Orange Bowl, 7:30 kickoff there. Ohio State and Texas will be the second semifinal tomorrow in the Cotton Bowl. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Sixers last night, 109-103. They're back in action against the Bulls tomorrow in Chicago. The Lakers-Hornets game for tonight has been postponed due to the wildfires in the LA area. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Canucks in overtime last night, 2-1. Pierre-Luc Dubois with both goals. The Caps take on the Canadiens tomorrow at Capital One Arena. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
You can listen to the show all over DC on 106.7 The Fan. We are also live in Richmond on AM 910, FM 105.1 right now. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You can also listen wherever we are on the Odyssey app. You can take it with you wherever you are. Pause, rewind, skip around. Great feature, great way to listen to the show. We're going to have John Keim on the program at 5 today. Want to talk to him about his piece he wrote on Cliff Kingsbury falling back in love with football in D.C. this year. Just a couple of moments, we're going to catch up with Patrick Peterson, former tremendous defensive back in the NFL, now one of our Odyssey NFL insiders. But the Kingsbury piece today, a couple of things that jumped out at me, notably how dejected he was when he left Arizona, where he basically said, I hitched my entire career to Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he didn't say, I got, and that Murray didn't help me move forward in my career. But it was pretty obvious. They had a falling out, talked about in the story. They obviously didn't get along as well as maybe he thought they were going to in Arizona. But after he got fired and he traveled the world a little bit with his billionaire buddy, who's quoted in this story, and some other couple friends of his who he watched make their deals and their businesses, and asked a lot of questions about their successes in life, he wanted to get back into football. So he called his friend Lincoln Riley, got the USC job as an offensive analyst with then Caleb Williams at quarterback last year, and then he started doing the interviews. The only part of the story that was missing to me, and I want to ask Keim about this when he joins us, they skip ahead from USC to then he worked for the Commanders. He tried to get other jobs. He interviewed for the Bears, I remember, and then he was chosen by the Raiders. I don't remember exactly how it all fell apart, but if you remember last offseason, Kingsbury was taking the Raiders job, and then there was some snag in the negotiation. By the way, the Raiders have fired their GM, their head coach, and that entire staff's going to be out.
Yeah, one of those fortuitous near misses for Kingsbury, I would say, right?
He would have been calling plays for Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew this year instead of coming to Washington, where Jaden Daniels was basically Washington hitting the jackpot.
Yeah, he'd have come up with some cool ways to get Brock Bowers the football on his way to 13 losses, right? Thank you.
So it worked out, but I would love to know more about that. What went sideways with Vegas when supposedly he had gotten that job? We had, if you remember, probably not with a Sharpie or a pen, but with a pencil, it kind of crossed him off the list for the Commanders because he was going to the Raiders based on all the reporting, and then it fell through and he was coming to Washington. So I want to double click on that, which is not really a part of this story. But what is a big part of this feature is his relationship with Daniels, how much they get along. If you watched Hard Knocks, you already know this. Kingsbury is a worker, and he's a morning guy. He gets in the office by 4 a.m., like 3:50, whatever.
Yep.
Each day, he's pretty much showing up at the facility. And if you watched Hard Knocks, that was his bid in Arizona, too. He's like getting on the road. He's waking up at 2:30 and getting his coffee and reading the paper. The next thing you know, he's on his way into the building. And during the season, it does not seem like he has any life. It's just, I go to bed early enough that I can do that. I'm at the facility. I'm working. The difference now is he's kind of more open. He's telling stories about his family, his father. He's getting emotional in front of players. He's kind of showing that side of himself, and he felt like that was missing maybe with Arizona. And he gives Dan Quinn a lot of credit for wanting to be more open and building those truer, less just football-centric relationships, which seems like such a big deal.
Well, you've got to find joy if you're working like that. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be some reason. It depends on who you are, right? You think of, anybody that works a 9 to 5 that they hate, or works overtime even when they don't want to. There's got to be a reason for it. If you just end up doing it because you're supposed to do that, you can only give so much effort, no matter how well, sort of raised and ethical you happen to be. But if you find joy in your work, whether it's because of what I get to do when I'm away from work, I can get to ride on my boat, or I get to go on vacation, or this helps support my family, whatever it is, you need to find that. It sounds like you found it. You know what I mean? Like you go on this journey to sort of talk about your discovery, what makes you happy again. And it seems that he's found happiness here. Again, just according to the story, whether that was just a couple of lines he fed or had his buddy feed it, who knows? But the profile sounds like somebody that rediscovered their love of football again. And that's no small thing. When you go through the ringer with all that responsibility, being up at the top as the head guy, where you can't just call plays. You got to be responsible. Well, this guy was 5 minutes late to a meeting. What do you want to do, coach? And everyone's looking at you. This guy, we know he didn't study the playbook because the iPad timer never went off, or whatever. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Everyone's asking that all the time. Hard to find that same joy. Different guys want different responsibilities at different levels. But he has found it again, it sounds like, whether it's working for Dan Quinn, working with Jaden Daniels, concocting offenses at 4 o'clock in the morning. If you're going to put in that kind of effort, you've got to sort of have that carrot at the end. It seems like he's found it again.
If you're a play caller, whether you're an OC or a head coach, your standing among the public and how you're viewed within your sport is going to be directly linked to the quality of the quarterback whose helmet you're calling those plays into. And I don't think anybody's going to know that better than a guy like Cliff Kingsbury. Go back to Arizona and Kyler Murray. He said in this story, like, I put my career in his hands, basically. Again, to his credit, he didn't then say, he took my career.
Yeah, that guy screwed me.
And crumbled it up and threw it in the waistband.
Right. He was playing Call of Duty with my career.
Or the garbage. The waste basket? What is the old person term for that?
Waste bin?
I'll just call it the garbage can. He did not say that. But it's pretty obvious that's the inference. But reading here from the final part of this story, during his weekly session with reporters on January 2nd, so this was a week ago today, Kingsbury was asked if he was ready to field all the head coaching questions that were bound to come his way. Kingsbury, who was seated in the chair against the wall, smiled as he started to stand. It would take a lot to leave this kid, he said. That quote, to me, tells you everything. Doesn't mean he's not going anywhere, but as we have suggested, and as I have assumed, he's got to be really, really selective. You get one more shot. You should not be in a rush. There is no award for getting right back on the horse this coming season. He might even be able to be choosier and more selective and pickier because he is double dipping and getting paid for another 3 years after this one by the Cardinals. Which, by the way, who does that? What kind of stupid organization and bad ownership extends a coach 4 years and then fires a guy with 4 years left on the deal?
Yeah, it's pretty special, isn't it?
Because he had 1 year left. They gave him a 4-year extension, meaning like 5 years left, and then fired him midway through or toward the end of that first season. So he's been out for 2 years, and they're paying him for another 3. That is nuts to me. But based on that, and hitting the jackpot with a quarterback in his mind with Jaden Daniels, it would take a lot to leave this kid. You better be sure. If it's New England with Drake May and you feel like he's one of the next stars, if you want to go to Vegas because there's this GM you really think you could work well with, but you don't have a quarterback, are you going to risk it? Are you going to go into a division with the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, the Chargers, who just made the playoffs and look like they're for real moving forward? The Broncos are on the upswing. That fun? The Saints requested permission to interview him today. They're $50 million over the cap. Now, that's a fake number, and they always work around it with Mickey Loomis. But still, it's not a good cap situation.
No, it's a bad situation.
It's Derek Carr. There's just not going to be that many jobs that are better than this one. The gigs that I had heard along the way for him that would be interesting are like Jacksonville, if he still likes Lawrence as much as he once did. Supposedly he was a Lawrence guy. And then if other jobs came about that no one's expecting, like there was a couple of things out there about like Todd Bowles last year getting fired. just as an example. That's not happening now, but if somehow randomly this kind of stuff happens, like let's just say Todd Bowles retired and the Bucs job was open, I think they'd probably just promote Liam Cohen. Well, like if you could go work with Baker Mayfield, who he worked with in college, I think something wacky could happen that we're not thinking about. But in terms of the stuff that's out there, it's a very narrow runway that you would want to try to land on, I think, if you're Kingsbury, to leave what could be a good situation for years. Even I know from your perspective, and I get it, like it doesn't mean it's going to be this good next year. Look at CJ Stroud.
Right.
Totally true. But you just bet on Daniels over the unknown.
Agreed. And to his point, I think his first experience formed this, right? Where you hitch your wagon to Kyler Murray's star, and such as it is, you might not go as far, right? Whether you believe the Call of Duty and not being in the playbook provisions, you believe some of the rumors or some of the things that some of the veterans told. Who knows what the truth is? The fact is, Murray didn't ascend. He got off to this pretty rip-roaring start. They had some really good halves of seasons. They would get off to these, as I said, these bang-up starts and be smashing people, and then they'd kind of fall apart. And now the reputation sort of follows you. If you're going to hitch a wagon to a star, this was my point leading up to the draft, by the way, about Daniels. Yeah, the skill set's awesome. It is. It's incredible. Like the athleticism, his touch, his all of the attributes that you can check with a Madden controller. But the fact is, he's going to outwork everybody. That's what got him here, and that's the humility and the same dedication that's going to make him successful. He's going to do the VR thing at 6 a.m. when no one else is around. He's going to put in the work. If you're going to hitch a wagon or hitch your wagon to someone's star, easy for me to say, Daniels is a good guy to do it to, especially when you've got the backdrop of still being paid as a head coach for a few more seasons. Like that, I think we underestimate that, where there's not much urgency to do anything else. You don't have to sacrifice anything. You don't have to tread out into the edge of the tree to the end of the branch and make a huge leap. You don't have to, because you're getting paid, 1.4 times as much as anybody else.
It is just complicated because the devil's advocate side of this is these margins in this league are so razor thin.
Mm-hmm.
And you go back a few weeks ago to the Cliff discussion, where for 3 weeks they couldn't get out of their own way, and people are saying they've been solved, that they're not going to get right again. They can't run the ball right now. Like, he can't quite figure out how to get the run game going, even in this moment, as someone that teams all over the league won. It is true. Like the whole Terry McLaurin lines up on the left too much thing is still a problem. It's not like they've fixed it. Now, someone could say, well, he had 13 touchdowns this year. Some of those came in the very rare occasions where he lined up on the right, which should happen more, by the way. And also, the point is, how much more could he have done if you moved him around and did the things that coaches do to free up guys like Jamar Chase and the great receivers in the NFL? Would he have averaged more yards per catch? Would he have been over 1,100 yards? Would he have had a career high in receiving? Probably, yes. And so I guess my point is, both he had an amazing season, deserves full credit for it, and is absolutely a viable head coaching candidate that everybody should want to talk to based on the job he did with and for Daniels, who he made a lot better. Daniels made him right, made him better, unequivocally and irrefutably, but it goes both ways. Cliff Kingsbury was an asset and a godsend to Jaden Daniels as well. So he should be sought after by teams. But it's not like when he leaves here in a different situation that less motion, less moving guys around, trying to sort out the running game, like those things will follow you too. And it only takes a month into next year, potentially, in a slow start, and the narrative kicks back up again.
That's right.
Like, it changes that quickly if you're in the league long enough. So is it a situation where you just want to leap because right there everybody loves you and you can get $11 million a year to go be a coach somewhere?
Yeah, it's my Bobby Slow corollary.
You got to consider it.
Right.
You have to.
Last year, he was, who knows if he was a sincere finalist anywhere, or if he was anybody's leading candidate, who knows? But the world was going, the way we're obsessed with Jaden Daniels, rightfully so, by the way, that's what the whole league was doing for CJ Stroud last year. And again, rightfully so. He had an unbelievable rookie season for a team that was previously a joke. Does that sound familiar? He was a superstar in waiting. He was going to be the guy that led Houston to ascend to take on Buffalo and take on Kansas City and Baltimore and the elites of the AFC. Didn't happen. They're fine, but it's not what everybody thought. And now it's not as if, little Bobby Slowick is in demand to be the next head coach. I'm saying it could change.
Our double play every single day at about 3:45 on Grant and Danny. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports, comes your way next. Top of the hour, 20 minutes out, a chance for you to win Caps tickets and a Beltway Blitz. And next hour on The Fan, we're going to be diving into some of the ideal and scary matchups, some of the best and worst matchups for Washington for this Sunday night's game. We're closing in on playoff football, baby. The excitement is building in D.C. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30. News of the day in the NFL: the Raiders, a couple days after firing head coach Antonio Pierce, have blown out GM Tom Telesco. So owner Mark Davis and minority owner, or small portion of ownership, Tom Brady, are going to begin a search. It sounds like he'll be heavily involved in finding a GM and a head coach for the team. Also, the University of Georgia has announced that their quarterback that got hurt and didn't play in the playoffs, Carson Beck, who's staying in school, not going to the league, he has entered the transfer portal.
How about that?
He will be transferring as they turn things over to his backup who replaced him in the postseason when he got hurt. Curious to see where he lands. There was a point this year where he was climbing up draft boards and people were suggesting maybe he'd be in the middle of the first round. I can't help but think this quarterback class is weak. I haven't watched or studied enough on Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders. I will say that I really like how Shedeur Sanders plays generally. Like I'm more, this is not going to surprise anyone. I like pocket passers and guys who run when they have to, and are athletes who prefer to throw the ball. You know, that's kind of my dream scenario. He's pretty much, I don't want to say unwilling to run, but he's going to stand there and sling the football. And I like his game.
His running is to throw.
Correct.
I would say. I
like his style a lot. I like his arm. There's a lot of things about Shedeur Sanders I think have a chance to thrive in the NFL. I don't want to get into the circus of the Dion is going to do press conferences every week about what he liked and didn't like about the coaching and the team. And so I probably would stay away because there's just too much there. There's too much noise. But I like the prospect a little bit. And Cam Ward was a blast to watch at Miami. He had a great year.
Yeah, so I would say that because we're not in a position to be in dire need of a quarterback, I haven't done the thing I usually do, which is start in, I don't know, the first week of October and obsess over every throw that guys make or not, because we have the answer here and I love him so much. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be as well thought of. I mean, but this past year was unique. Who knows if it ends up being like the 83 draft, but you've got guys that have hit the ground running, including the last one that was an afterthought that most people think wasn't a first round pick at all. Bo Nix, who was pretty awesome, pretty sensational for a Denver team that's going on the road in the postseason here in year 2 of Sean Payton. So yeah, I mean, it's a pretty great class. I don't think this one coming up is viewed the same way.
Notable injury update here for a Saturday game. We were headed in this direction all week, and now it's official. The Ravens have ruled out Zay Flowers against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Their number one receiver who's going to the Pro Bowl, who had 1,000 yards. Although I will tell you that Brian Thomas from the Jaguars should have gone to the Pro Bowl over both Flowers and Jerry Jeudy. I thought that was a pretty outrageous snub, but I digress. Flowers is a good player, had a good season. But he will not play, hurt his knee in Week 18, unfortunately, for the Ravens. And so they should have enough firepower even without him, I would think, to beat Pittsburgh, an offensively challenged team. But they better hope he's back going into next week when you start leveling up if they can beat the Steelers against some much better and more capable offensive opponents. They're going to be playing either Kansas City or Buffalo.
Yeah, that's a big deal, man. Flowers availability. Even this week, I mean, it's a divisional opponent that knows you so well. You've already had one slugfight with them. Granted, it was a while ago, but still, I mean, it's these data points kind of matter to me. Flowers is their version of the easy button. Right. Again, not necessarily over the top. There are only a handful of guys that can do that, but that's the guy that can take a slant from 7 to 15 to 20. He can do a lot of things. He's pretty dynamic in that way. So not having him, or even if he's just nursing something coming back next week, not 100%, it's a big deal for Baltimore.
All right, let's get to our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
So this actually happened at the radio station today. I'm obsessed with this. I think this is incredible. I'm both in awe. I'm laughing. I kind of don't know what to do. Now, maybe we shouldn't say this in front of our corporate representative, Ryan Clary, who is a member of the corporation. But if you don't know, I was tuning in to B. Mitch and Finley, as I normally do, on the way into the old radio station. And the breaking news was this. Jim Andrew Mullins, who helps produce that radio program, has received over the years so many Odyssey points. The quick explanation is every month, Grant, me, Dares, whoever, is granted Odyssey points that you can then say, hey, my fellow coworker, whomever, has done a really good job. I'm going to give him some points in recognition. If you accumulate enough points, you can get like a little bit of swag, like a coffee mug or a hat or like a backpack that says Odyssey on it, whatever. So Mullins is notorious and bold about just simply asking for everyone's points whenever they come in every month. People just go, okay, fine, I'll give them to you. So he's accumulated enough points that like corporate noticed and we're like, hey, this is an outstanding employee that's gotten so many points from so many people. We'd like to give him a bonus. He's got $1,000 waiting for him. This had to be approved by like actual bosses at the highest levels. Then it had to be approved by all the local bosses to this exemplary employee that's now in line for a huge cash bonus. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's incredible. The points that are designed for like, oh, this guy bailed me out one day because I couldn't figure out what was going on with the printer, so he helped me, and I gave him 10 points. By the way, no one even knows they have points. It's not something any of us know about until Mullins walks up to us and says, can you give me your Odyssey points? And you go, what are my Odyssey
And then he
points?
helps you find them, and then you give them to him.
Yeah, and then he goes to your website, and he's like, you got 30 points right here. And I'm like, how did I get them? It's like, they give you 30 points every month.
But you don't get to keep them. You get to give them out.
You can only give them out to people that do good things to celebrate them being a good employee. And so Mullins just wanted a mug or a blanket. So he's like, I'm going to get 200 points to get a blanket. Except that at the end of the year, he had more points than anyone in the company because no one knows they have them but him. And then he got a $1,000 bonus.
Got a $1,000 bonus.
It's the most amazing thing ever. Yeah. I want to talk so much more about this, and we should later in the show because it's one of the most incredible things that I've ever seen.
It's so amazing.
And it's an all-time hilarious Mullins story because he had no idea he was gunning for $1,000. He just had CK get an email. CK was shocked. He walks in today and goes, you just got $1,000. And Mullins is going, what?
What are you talking about?
And I still get to get my blanket? Best day ever. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Blitz is next, and we've got Caps tickets for you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders gearing up for their wild card playoff game Sunday Night Football against the Buccaneers. Taking a look at today's practice reports. Everybody was able to practice. Players that were limited: John Bates, Tyler Biotish, Jamison Crowder, Cleveland Farrell, Cornelius Lucas, and Frankie Louvu. Everyone else practiced in full today, including Marshawn Lattimore. Mikey Sainristil was named the Rookie of the Week this week. Some injuries in the NFL. Wide receiver Zay Flowers has been ruled out for Saturday night's game against the Steelers, and the Raiders fired their general manager, Tom Telesco. College football playoff semifinals tonight. Notre Dame taking on Penn State in the Orange Bowl. That's going to kick off at 7:30. The other semifinal game is tomorrow night, the Cotton Bowl between Ohio State and Texas. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Sixers last night, 109-103. They're back in action tomorrow against the Bulls in Chicago. You can hear the game on the Team 980. The Lakers-Hornets game tonight, scheduled in LA, is going to be postponed due to the wildfires in the LA area. Many people losing their homes, including Lakers head coach JJ Redick. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Canucks last night in overtime 2-1. Pierre-Luc Dubois with both goals for the Caps. They're back in action tomorrow, taking on the Canadiens at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan tomorrow night. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Get those dialing fingers ready. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Tap those phone numbers now. 10th caller wins a pair of tickets to see the Caps and the Penguins, arch rivals, January 18th, Capital One Arena. For the complete Caps schedule, to purchase tickets, go to thefandc.com.
As the local Washington 53 prepares for the playoffs, building a foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them the Great Nanny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Coming up in about 25 minutes, we'll get into some of our favorite matchups that Washington can take advantage of against the Bucks. Some of the matchups they've got to be a little bit leery of going in to their big game in Tampa. Sunday Night Football, looking for their first playoff win since January of 2006, 19 years ago. But let's get to the Beltway Blitz. We start with our buddy Mike Jones of The Athletic to spin around the league with us. Mike, why don't we begin with the first of the 6 playoff games? Saturday afternoon in 2 days, Chargers, Texans in Houston. The Chargers are a road favorite. It seems like nobody's really given Houston a chance after they went into the playoffs, just disappointing for much of the regular season. Could they be now a sneaky kind of undervalued team to win a couple playoff games?
I mean, I think it's possible. We haven't seen the consistency out of them that we saw last year, and maybe we just had higher expectations. But it is possible that they can win this game here. Obviously, they like to run the football. The Chargers, Jim Harbaugh likes to. He likes to have balance, even though Justin Herbert has come on late this season, had a heavier passing load. But this Texan defense is pretty stingy against the pass. They hold teams to about 200 yards a game, and I think the passer rating is one of the league leaders, and they also are among the league leaders in interceptions. And so, you got 2 guys in that secondary who have 5 interceptions apiece. And so if you can take away the run and force them to have to throw the football, maybe it's possible they can force Justin Herbert into some mistakes, but that's going to be challenging because I think he only threw 3 interceptions this year, which is one of the lowest for full-time starters in the league this year. So it's going to be intriguing. I think the Chargers are the more well-rounded, consistent team and that they'll wind up winning this thing, but I guess you never know.
I think it's a big deal there's no Zay Flowers this weekend for Baltimore, but nobody seems to think it's going to make that much of a difference because Pittsburgh can barely tie its own shoes. What do you think?
I originally was thinking that maybe it wouldn't be that big of a deal But then I looked back in the last game, and he had 5 catches for 100 yards. And even though he didn't have any touchdowns, it still was instrumental in helping their offense move up and down the field. And it's just one less guy that the defense can commit to slowing down Mark Andrews or keeping an eye on Lamar Jackson or Derrick Henry. Rashad Bateman's going to have to step up because, he can be hot, he can be cold, he can be really unreliable at times. But I do think they might miss him just because of the way that you move Zay Flowers all over the place. He can stretch the field. He puts pressure on the defenses with the variety of ways they use him.
Allen or Lamar? Who's your MVP?
Lamar is. When you look at, 4,500 passing yards, 900 rushing yards, 41 touchdown passes, only 3 interceptions. Or 4 interceptions. Anyway, that's just ridiculous. He didn't really have any bad games this year. There were a couple games that Josh Allen didn't look great. I do think that he's right up there. He had to put on the Superman cape every single week. But Lamar Jackson, just what he did this year, jumping from his second year in the system with Todd Monken, he's my MVP.
Green Bay and Philadelphia. Make a case for each team as to why they win.
Well, as far as Philadelphia, they have the most punishing rushing attack. They have the weapons on offense with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. We'll see if there's any rust with Jalen Hurts, but they can lean on their running game. They'll bail them out even if there is some early on rust. I'm having a hard time seeing the Packers win this thing, not only because we don't know how effective Jordan Love will be with that injured elbow on his throwing arm, but they also don't have Christian Watson. They're going to also have to lean on their rushing attack. Josh Jacobs, I think he got overlooked a little bit. He did have a really dynamic season, 1,300 yards, 16 rushing touchdowns. But they do have a good secondary, so maybe they can try to, stifle or contain A.J. Brown. Then the problem is then you got Devontae Smith, and then, you start locking in on the pass. Then you got Saquon Barkley running wild. So it's going to be really hard for the Packers.
Is McVay going to regret resting his guys and basically choosing the loser of Vikings-Lions instead of Washington?
I don't know. That's a really good question. But we've seen McVay take unconventional approaches. They did beat the Vikings earlier this year, 30-20. Sam Darnold is the one that's got all the pressure on him. He's got to be able to bounce back. He did not handle the pressure well last week. And so we'll see if he can, kind of shake that off of him and get back to the way he was.
Mike, thank you, buddy. Enjoy the weekend.
All right, I'll see you guys.
Be well, my friend. We got a little college football sounder. Hit it. I like that big voice guy. Our pal, Denton Day, the Denton Day. Produces for Kevin Sheehan Show, Burgundy Gold Game Day, all over the place. Our buddy Denton joins us to break down the college foosball. If and when Ohio State wins this national title here, Denton, do you think fans will still want him fired?
No, my long-lost uncle Ryan Day will not have calls for his head if they win a national championship. As big of a rivalry as Michigan is, and as much as losing to Michigan sucks, a national championship trumps all of that. So he'll be good if he wins it, when he wins it.
I'm going to go back to tonight's game. Let's just start there. We got a kickoff a few hours away in the semifinal round here. Notre Dame gets past Georgia, and now they take on Penn State. Who do you like tonight? What can you tell us?
Slight lean is in the direction of Penn State, which is crazy because that means James Franklin has to win a big game against a team that has been in the Power Four conferences for more than a calendar year, which is insane to predict. But I like what they have offensively a little bit more in terms of the versatility than that of Notre Dame. I mean, Notre Dame is a great running the football team, but if you ask Riley Leonard to throw, can he? Will he? That's the biggest question with them right now, fellas. They don't have a quarterback that I trust to go out there and make throws. And it's not like Drew Aller is this absolute, next coming of a quarterback, but he's a little bit better than Riley Leonard when asked to perform. So I have a very, very slight lean in the direction of Penn State.
So for Penn State, they've had a pretty, if there is such a thing in a college football playoff, we haven't done this before, Denton, so this is all sort of trial and error. But Penn State's had a fairly easy road as far as those things go in terms of getting to this point, and they might end up in the national championship game probably playing the worst of these four teams, with all due respect to Notre Dame squad that's pretty good. So A, just do you agree with that? And B, what tweaks need to happen for this format as we go forward? This is year one, so some hiccups are expected, but what would you change?
I would change the way that they seed them. Once you get your 12, you should then seed from that standpoint, right? And you need to really emphasize that getting a bye is a good thing, because what happened was Oregon, who beat Penn State, their first matchup was against Ohio State, the juggernaut, whereas Penn State, who loses in that Big Ten championship game, gets SMU in the cold in an arena that's nearly triple the size that SMU is used to playing in. And then they get Boise State. So, you have to be able to, once you get the 12 teams, once you get all those things settled out, to then seed from there. Because if you do that, there's no opportunity that Penn State is going to play the two teams they start off with simultaneously. And then inversely, the number one team is not going to get this juggernaut that is Ohio State, because you can say, all right, you're in this, but we know Ohio State is a little bit better than what they were going to end up being seeded as because of some of the buys in the conference alignment. So I think once you get the 12, you then have to reseed from there to figure out who should be what number.
Denton Day, you hear him before Commanders games here on a 106.7 The Fan. Of course, produces the Kevin Sheehan Show. Notre Dame, a 1.5-point favorite tonight for a kickoff slated for 7:30 against Penn State in the 7-6 matchup. And then tomorrow's game, as we have 5 straight nights of playoff football collegiately and in the NFL. Number 8, Ohio State, in terms of the seeding of the 12 teams here. And number 5, Texas. Ohio State, the Buckeyes, after shredding Oregon, 5.5-point favorites. Do you think Texas can knock them off? And the Buckeyes have just looked like an absolute machine in their 2 games here.
I think they have the best opportunity, but a lot has to go right. And a lot of that is going to fall on the shoulders of Quinn Ewers, the guy that this time last week was rumored to be a $6 million quarterback on the open NIL market when he eventually leaves Texas. Can he actually prove to be that? Ohio State's offense is so good because while we are in this era, fellas, of transfer portal, if you look at their defense, they got a lot of dudes that have been there for a couple of years. That's a real big benefit to have. Everybody's locked in. I think Sark for Texas is the best offensive mind in college football. So him going up against Jim Knowles, the defensive coordinator for Ohio State, that's incredibly exciting, but I don't think they get it done. I think Ohio State, they're going to win the national championship. At this point, anything less than winning the national championship for Ohio State should be considered somewhat of a failure.
Super quick, can you believe Carson Beck is transferring? You mentioned the portal. That seems crazy to me. What better situation is there than one of the 3 or 4 best programs in the country?
There is none, but fellas, I'll tell you this. If old Riverboat Ron gets the Jets job, they're going to draft Carson Beck in the 6th round next year or 2 years from now and say, well, he was the number 1 overall pick at one point. This is turning out to be Sam Howell 2.0.
Good thing.
I don't know how he thinks going to a worse program is going to help him out, but go for it, son. If the money's there, you might as well chase it.
Well, are we sure that he's choosing to leave and they're not telling him they like their other guy
Like the
more?
other kid?
It's probably a little bit of both, but generally speaking, if you're going to put your name in the NFL draft and then decide to take your name out of the NFL draft and hit the portal, it's usually because people in the NFL said this is probably not it. And then Georgia was like, well, you might also not be it too. So it's probably a little bit of both. But right now, Georgia they lost another quarterback earlier this week. So they're down 2 quarterbacks now. They're going to be very active going against somebody else.
Denton, die.
Die.
Bruce Allen style, die on Grant and Danny. Thank you, Denton.
See you, buddy.
Fellas, appreciate it.
All the best to you, sir. We will see you in studio tomorrow. Let's keep it moving. And end on the local football operation with Nick Ashew. You know him from the BetQL network. Nicholas, how do you feel about the matchup with Tampa Bay that Washington drew?
I'm cautiously optimistic, right? Because we've talked about this before. You go into this season and the expectations are generally low. Rookie quarterback, rebuilding team. But once you get new evidence, you can change your opinion and your expectations. So, I'm not going into this game going, well, at least made the playoffs. That's cool. I mean, they're 3-point dogs in this. They're on the road in Tampa, and I expect that. I think my concern for me is just kind of the up and down final stretch to the season that we got. And, the first half with Jaden Daniels and what we saw and some of those little things that just linger. And I'd say the bigger thing overall is, okay, regular season's one thing, but you have a rookie quarterback in the playoffs. What does that look like in his first playoff game? But then again, everything we've seen from Jaden Daniels exceeds expectations, defies logic, and he finds ways in the fourth quarter to bring this team back and win. So Commanders' magic, whether it's Jaden Daniels or Marcus Mariota, always just seems to find a way late in games.
And Nick, you mentioned this, but at one point this year, their run game, I'm not talking about Jaden Daniels bailing him out, but their actual run game looked as good, probably not quite as good, but almost as good as you in a Taylor sort of fitted blazer, kind of your V-taper exposed, and everyone can sort of see how nice you look, and they can imagine you without a shirt on, and then they get happy. Later this year, it's looked like kind of me in an oversized coat, like a starter jacket that doesn't fit, with like my shirt kind of half untucked into sweatpants. Why the difference? What has happened in your Hanson?
Well, first off, this is a hell of a visual, so I appreciate the visual right off the bat as we go through this. Yeah, it's just, I think one of the things that's frustrated me with this is, Brian Robinson, we know at his peak, can obviously carry the ball, 20-something times in a game and can be a workhorse back for them, but we weren't seeing that consistently throughout the year. We saw the fumbles late in the year from Brian Robinson. I'd love to see more of Chris Rodriguez and other kind of similar backs. We don't really have, if you don't have Austin Eckler, which they do now again, but like when you don't have Austin Eckler, you don't really have that change of pace back. I think that really hurt them because you got to have more than just kind of what Brian Robinson does. If they can establish the run early in this game, I think that's going to be a major focal point for them and really something to kind of take some of the pressure off of Jaden Daniels early. And again, listen, we know on the other side of things, they suck at stopping the run. Like I know they had some good second halves against Saquon Barkley and Bijan Robinson, but for the most part, they have struggled against the run. And Bucky Irving on the other side, that guy is the speed back that I'd love to see in burgundy and gold. That would be like the guy that I'd like to see them have next year. And that's the thing you got to watch on the other side of things. So if this becomes a battle of running backs, Tampa's got the advantage in that side of things.
What do you think about Lattimore versus Evans?
Oh, God, I can't wait to watch this. I seriously, guys, like when you're talking about individual matchups, it doesn't get better than those two. The rivalry that's there, I mean, it is going to be absolutely beautiful. First off, it's clear that when you look at Evans, I mean, this is a guy that everybody loves on that team. I think he gets a ton of targets. I think they're going to be looking for him the entire game. And it's just that to me is the number one individual matchup that I cannot wait to watch this weekend.
Nick, you're the best. Enjoy the weekend, pal.
Love you guys.
See you, man.
Nicholas Ashew, BetQL. Go check him out there. I have in my hand the Commander's injury report.
Oh, no.
Right here. If you're watching on YouTube, it looks like a picture of the McCourty.
But it's the backside of the report.
It's actually the injury report, though. I have it right here. 2 players have gone backwards from yesterday, doing less practice than they were yesterday. We'll give you the details on the injury report next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders taking on the Buccaneers on Sunday, taking a look at today's practice report for the Commanders. Everybody was able to practice, no DNPs, but a couple players were limited, including John Bates, who was in full yesterday. Tyler Biotish, Jamison Crowder, Cleveland Farrell from a DNP to a limited today. Cornelius Lucas, limited once again today. Frankie Louvu was full yesterday, limited once again today. Everyone else practiced in full today. Jaden Daniels on the injury report with the quad injury. Marshawn Lattimore practiced in full for a second straight day. Other NFL news, Zay Flowers is going to be out for the Ravens on Saturday night as they take on the Steelers, and the Raiders fire general manager Tom Telesco. College football tonight, Notre Dame and Penn State in the Orange Bowl. You can hear 7:30 kickoff there. Ohio State taking on Texas tomorrow night in the Cotton Bowl. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Sixers 109 to 103. They're back in action tomorrow against the Bulls in Chicago. And in hockey, the Caps beat the Canucks last night 2-1 in overtime. Pierre-Luc Dubois with both goals. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
All right, here's your Commanders injury report as we welcome you back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. So the good news is for Washington, Marshawn Lattimore with that hamstring for the second straight day practiced in full. He is going to go.
That's good.
He is going to go head-to-head with Mike Evans in the matchup we have been waiting for. Thank you very much, audience. Jaden Daniels with that quad, whatever's going on with that, where he said his legs were tired and that's why partially he didn't play in the second half. He has been full go in back-to-back days.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
No restrictions there for Jaden Daniels. Special teams going to get a boost as well after missing the last couple of weeks with a hamstring. Jordan McGee, back-to-back days. Full participant. And then I got even more good news for you. Two guys who couldn't get through all of practice were limited yesterday.
Okay.
We're full go today. So they've been elevated. They're doing more. They are trending in the right direction. And looks like it'll be a clean sheet for Jeremy Chin at safety with a rib and Brandon Coleman at left tackle with a knee. Both of those guys.
That's big news, yeah.
Full participants.
That's good.
In practice.
Now we got to do the medicine.
Now here's the rub a little bit here. All right.
Do we have an audience grown, by the way?
Frankie Louvu with a shoulder, who practiced in full on Wednesday, was limited today.
Oh, no. Oh, Frank. Yeah, that'll do it.
Limited?
Limited.
Very limited.
Very limited.
Very limited. No, they didn't say, there's nothing on the injury report that says very limited.
Extremely limited.
In Ron Rivera's voice.
Yep. Very limited.
But he was limited after being full yesterday. I never like seeing that.
No, I don't like that trend.
On a Thursday. And the other one was big tight end John Bates. Not that they can run the ball anyway, but he's kind of important in helping. Dealing with the same thing.
Oh, no.
Shoulder that was not much of a problem yesterday. That was more of a problem today, apparently.
Oh, no.
Now, here's what I don't know. Is it possible that yesterday's practice was a little bit less active and physical, like a jog through, a little bit less tense.
A little more walky.
Maybe it's an hour and they're going through some motions. And then today they ramp it up a little bit. And so you're actually asking more of the players. So, yeah, I could do a full jog through yesterday in the bubble or whatever. And then today we go outside and you want me to actually run around and do a real practice. But I'm limited even though I'm still getting more healthy. That's kind of what I'm hoping for.
I think that's a reasonable theory, right?
Yeah, that's what JP Finley on our midday show was saying yesterday. He was saying yesterday that it was more of a jog through, walk through type practice yesterday. Today was the more ramped up practice.
Okay.
So that tells you that they're probably trending where they need to be. They're going in the right direction to being able to play on Sunday. But you never just so you know, the bold in the injury report denotes a change.
Yeah, this is new. Right, this is an escalation or
the
other way. The decline,
bold says full, and it was limited, and now they practice. Today, you got a couple of guys who were limited that were full, but I think it's just that the workload ramped up.
Yeah.
The amount of physicality of the practice trended up. So tomorrow, hopefully, they're full go, and more of a Friday jog through before a Sunday traditional game.
Yeah, the trend you like is Cleveland Farrell, DNP Wednesday, limited Thursday. That is a good trend line. That's arrow trending up. You're hoping that he's good to go by Friday, Saturday, into Sunday. You don't like to see kind of the new thing popping up if that is the deal.
Dan Quinn basically said on Monday, and I don't know, how much of this is gospel or just him saying what he wanted out there to maybe portray some confidence, but he basically made it sound like they weren't really that concerned about injuries at all at the beginning of the week. He said he liked where they were going into the playoffs. He said you can't really ask for a better situation. I'm paraphrasing, but that told me right then and there, after he'd already said Lattimore had been sprinting and the arrow was trending up, that he wasn't concerned about Daniels, that in terms of the really important players on this team, he thought they were going to be available and that they weren't overly concerned about any of the stars. Tyler Biotish will be at center. Wasn't last week, probably to make sure that was the case. Lattimore, same thing. Maybe he could have gutted it out, gone out there less than 100% and really pushed it on that hamstring.
Chance to aggravate, though.
But they knew, hey, man, we got a playoff game coming. If you're 80%, let's get to 100 next week.
Yeah, regardless of our opponent, we need you. So, yeah.
Seems like that was kind of the plan. We got John Keim coming up in a half hour at 5 o'clock. Wrote the story today for ESPN on Cliff Kingsbury and the fact that it's going to be hard to pry him away from Washington because he enjoys working with Jaden Daniels. So we'll talk to Keim about that. But let's get into Commanders Bucks here. I want to dive into a matchup we really like and the matchup that we don't. So give me your favorite matchup that you want Washington to take advantage of that you figure to be ideal in this game.
My answer is Austin Eckler against pretty much everybody, right? Whether it's Levante David, whether it's, J.J. Russell, whether it's a safety walking down. I think you've got an advantage with Austin Eckler over pretty much anybody. I don't want to play smash mouth and run inside where Vita Vea and Kalijah Kancey live. I don't want to do that. If you want to make them run sideline to sideline, I'm all in favor of that. Maybe get them off the field a couple different times. Maybe go old school Kyle Shanahan with personnel groupings that make it so that, the big smart cars have to do extra work. I don't know. But to me, I like Eckler on pretty much everybody that they got. More physical than a lot of the safeties and corners and quicker and more agile than their linebackers. I think that is a huge matchup advantage for them.
Yeah, my favorite matchup for the Commanders to take advantage of is going to be the short and intermediate passing game. And I think Eckler, who you just referenced, is going to be a big part of that. But if I'm isolating it to a player in a one-on-one, let's say, then I would point to maybe Terry McLaurin against either Jamel Dean, who's been on and off the injury report, or like Zion McCollum, like either one of their corners. In fact, normally Dean lines up on the right side, which would mean a lot of Terry McLaurin. Dean's a former third-round pick who's played at a high level at times in the league. But I like Terry having a decent game. I don't think the Tampa corners are a strength. That secondary is not a strength. I actually like Washington's second receiver at any given moment, whether that's Olamide Zaccheaus or De'Ami Brown or anybody else that they trot out there like Jamison Crowder.
I like Ertz too on this one, yeah.
Well,
to your point. I know you're talking about receivers, I know.
But just wide receiver, I like them working against the secondary. And then lastly, to get to Ertz, who we've talked a lot about. In last week, Juwan Johnson of the Saints went like 8 for 80 against Tampa Bay, and they've given up big numbers, some crooked numbers to tight ends all year. One of the things that they love to do is they walk a fifth, sometimes a sixth guy up on the line of scrimmage, and they say, you're not running the ball on us. We've got Vita Vea. We've got Kalijah Kancey. We got Yaya Diaby, who's just kind of standing there. They'll go 5- and 6-man fronts, and they will make you throw the football. Why this is the philosophy, I'm not really sure, because it's not what Bowles has always done. But if you watch them, this is their bit this year. It's Logan Hall, Vita Vea, Kalijah Kancey, Tryon Shoyinka, and then it's whoever they walk up, whether it's David on the interior, Diaby on the outside. But when they do that, they are susceptible in that kind of middle area, that underbelly of the defense for tight ends running those pop and quick routes, those little stop routes underneath, little slants and stuff. And I do think Ertz is going to catch 6, 7, 8 balls in this game potentially if they do what they've done most of the year and just give teams that underneath stuff.
Yeah, but here's the rub off it though is they're all so aware of stuff. Todd Bowles is really good at this in terms of concocting some of that pressure. Look at what Atlanta did, for example. Showed some of those blitzes and had a guy back off that fooled Daniels for that interception right there. Just really good defensive play to get a red zone turnover early on in that Atlanta game. Maybe, Tampa has shown something, and then that one time when they need it on, call it 3rd and 6 or whatever, that's when they bail out and there's a guy there that you don't anticipate. The point is that you're going to expect the unexpected here in this game in terms of pressure and how to align stuff. But on paper, I think your point's 100% right. And we're both kind of feeding out of the same trough here. I think that short and intermediate passing game, I've circled Ertz and Eckler, to me, are going to have very nice games. Because I think they're recognizing the way any opponent of Washington is going, the guy that can really kill us and beat us and come up with some chunk plays and big yardage is McLaurin. We're going to bracket him. We're going to make Zacchaeus and De'Ami Brown and Jamison Crowder and this cast of misfits beat us. So, but included with that, part and parcel, I think is some of the underneath stuff, some of the stuff in the flat where you make one guy miss, or Ertz can kind of continue to work box out style, old school Antonio Gates back to the basket type stuff to be able to get some easy yards and easy completions going, where you can maybe get to some of the more explosive stuff.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels, I think all year long has also been exceptional at taking what he's been given too, but not forcing things. If you want me to throw the ball short, I'm happy to do it.
Sure.
If you're going to give me the flat in either direction, I'm not going to go broke. I'll take that profit. 4, 5, 6 yards at a time. What is interesting about Washington's offense, though, which we've joked early in the year, we called the horizontal raid.
Mm-hmm.
They ended up throwing more balls downfield 40-plus yards than anybody in the league.
Isn't that interesting?
They kind of lull you into that sense of security where it's, paper cut, paper cut, paper cut, paper cut. And then you start to squat on some of that stuff a little bit. And then they try to get you over the top. It's also a strength of Daniels and has been since his college career to throw the deep ball. Now it almost is always the deep ball along the sideline. Seems like that's what he really wants to do. Think about some of the De'Ami deep shots or the Terry throws down the field. Like when he's running the deep posts and stuff more in the middle of the field, he's overshot a bunch. If you think about it this year to McLaurin.
Anecdotally, I think you're right.
The stuff along the sideline outside the numbers, I mean, he is pretty sharp, like drops those in the bucket.
Think of that McLaurin touchdown both in Cincinnati or down the field against Philadelphia, that corner route, just dropping into the bucket there.
The De'Ami. The end zone, like the closer to the white paint, it seems like the more accurate typically he is. And that shouldn't be a shock. Like everybody makes fun of this and jokes about this. But one of the knocks on Daniels coming into the season, which is kind of bared out, is like down the field, middle of the field has not been a huge part of their passing game. But the outside stuff is almost automatic. And I would dare to say he's been one of the best deep ball throwers in the league on some of that outside stuff since moment one. Remember the preseason game?
Absolutely, we checked to it.
I want to say it was like his second throw, maybe.
Yeah, the first one he threw Jay Schrader style, 98 up and out of the zone, like a pitch out.
I don't even remember.
Oh, it was a bingus. It was supposed to be a little dump off screen, and he Schradered it. I mean, he threw it so hard,
this
so
was in
high.
The Jets preseason
game. Then the next pass play, he checked to this. Let me put one in the bucket down the field to old De'Ami.
He dropped a 40-yard pass just right in over top of the outstretched hands of a defender with a step for his receiver, and it was perfect. But like he's done that most of the year. So I think you can get a couple of those in this secondary. I fully expect a couple of huge plays in the passing game for Washington because the Bucs will allow you to hit on a few of those as much as they're missing bodies in that secondary.
Yeah, I don't see them running the ball effectively. So you still have to matriculate it, talking about Washington. So what are you going to do? Are you just going to beat your head against the wall?
Well, do what they've done for a month.
And that's kind of my point here.
Daniels is your running game, and the short passing game is your running game.
And that's what I think happens. So, I think they'll show some of the run looks so they can do stuff off of it because you have to demonstrate a willingness at least to do it here and there to get to the Daniels keepers, to get to the bootlegs, to get to some of the play action stuff. I don't think they're going to do the thing where they beat the head against the wall. They did that. I'm trying to remember the opponent. Maybe it was Atlanta. But there was somebody they go, we're sure we can run the ball against this team. Maybe it was New Orleans. We can absolutely run it. It's a matter of time. And they kept doing it and doing it and doing it. And they couldn't at any point through 4 quarters. And then it was like, sorry, our offense has been bad today. Jaden, can you fix it? I don't think that's the plan here this week.
One of the keys to winning in the playoffs is always just going to be protecting the football. I want to look at both of these teams as it pertains to turnovers and putting the ball in harm's way. Baker Mayfield, one of the worst in the league at it this year again. And Jaden Daniels, who for the first half of the season was maybe the best in the league at it, certainly among the young guys, but it trended more kind of middle of the pack as the year went on in terms of his ability to protect the football and not throw interceptions. We'll get to that next. Grant and Danny on the Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. John Keim of ESPN joins us in 15 minutes at the top of the hour. He wrote about Cliff Kingsbury today. One of the reoccurring themes of these last couple of weeks is Kingsbury as a candidate for head coaching jobs and whether or not he would consider not only taking interviews but potentially walking from Washington. We'll talk to Keim about that coming up. We've been digging in on some of the Commanders-Bucks matchups that we like. Let's get into some matchups that we worry about a little bit. You can call us at 800-636-1067. The lines are open now. MGM National Harbor listener lines, 800-636-1067. Danny, you get first crack at this. Matchup you worry the most about?
Cheating a little bit because I'm going to pick two guys. All right. And really a total of five, which by the way, that makes five guys. I would love some five guys right now. Kalijah Kancey and Vita Vea against Washington's interior. A not 100% Tyler Biadasz to go on right in the middle, Nick Allegretti, and a semi-vulnerable, more so than maybe before, Sam Cosmi. That interior, to me, is terrifying. I see that's the shortest distance between 2 points. Them bull rushing and disrupting up the middle. I see it as a disruption to the run game. I see it as a disruption to anything or everyone that Washington wants to get going. I see that as a huge disadvantage in this game. That part of the offensive line is the weakest, and that part of the Tampa's defense is the absolute strongest. 16 sacks, give or take, between those two guys. And they're not known as pass rushers. They're just giant smart cars that eat worlds like Galactus.
Jalen McMillan, number 2 wide receiver for Tampa Bay that they move around. They've been playing him in the slot a lot more over the last couple of weeks, but they will put him inside. They will put him outside. If you look at his rookie numbers, they're not going to jump out at you. 37 catches is fine. 460 yards is okay. He did catch 8 touchdowns, which tells you he made some plays in the red zone. In fact, his first touchdown of the year came in his first ever game in week 1, his only catch in his debut, which came against Washington. And it was a 32-yard catch and run for a touchdown, if I remember correctly, and I haven't seen it here lately, but it was like a corner route kind of into the paint. He made a nice catch over his shoulder and kept running. But let's say Evans and Lattimore are just locked up and Lattimore travels, which is going to happen almost certainly. I can't tell you how that's going to go other than I don't think Evans is a 10 catch for 178 guy. He's a 10 catch for 107 guy, or 115 or 120 guy. And the question is, does he catch a touchdown or two? But it's a good matchup for Lattimore, who's physical, who can lean on him. And if the referees, and we're going to get into the officiating crew tomorrow, because I've done some research on that for tomorrow's show already, which will be out and about at Hyde Social Bar in Clarendon. You want to come out to the show in Arlington, 2 to 6:30 for our little pep rally tomorrow as we get ready for Commanders Bucks. You should definitely join us. Should be a great time out there. But if he's allowed to be handsy and physical, I could see him having a really good matchup with Evans. What about McMillan on Mikey Sanders still? Who's had an amazing season, is going to be a great player, but it's still, he giveth, he taketh away occasionally at corner. He's an inside nickel playing outside. He's played really well. He's had an awesome year, but it's not shut down, and nor should it be. That shouldn't be the expectation. Noah Igbenogany got beat a good bit this past week in that Dallas game playing against his former team. What about McMillan against him in the slot? McMillan last week, 74 yards. Second time in 4 games, he's gone 5 for 75 or better. He's caught a touchdown in every single one of the last 6 games that he's played in. He's had two touchdown games in that time. I worry a little bit about him putting up some numbers in the passing game and having something like 7 for 105 and a touchdown in this game.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in to the Tampa Bay Bucks this year, you look at his first, I don't know what you would call it, 7-8 games, and it's like a total of 10 receptions for just over 100 yards. You're like, what are you guys talking about? Why is anyone concerned with this dude whose overall numbers are nothing? Well, look at since really the beginning of December. 4 for 59, 2 touchdowns. 5 for 75, a touchdown. 5 for 57, a touchdown. 5 for 51, 2 touchdowns. 5 for 74, and a touchdown. That doesn't sound like some slot receiver. That doesn't sound like some nobody. That's a feature player. That is not a what do you want to call it, like a coincidental thing that just sort of happened to happen a couple different times. This is now someone that they are targeting, 6-7 targets per game per week. He has really come on down the stretch with some numbers that would make a lot of number ones jealous, quite frankly, in terms of consistency there. A key compliment to having Evans on one side, Irving there underneath doing a little bit of everything, and he's become a really important target for them, and he's been awesome.
The other one I'll go with here is Bucky Irving. I guess, it's hard to say who his matchup is in the running game.
Washington's defense.
I guess I'd go Bobby Wagner just because he's like the Mike linebacker responsible for plugging gaps and getting them on the ground in the interior. But he'll make people miss. He'll make you wrong occasionally as you're trying to get him on the ground, tackling a running back. There's going to be a few times where it feels like they've got him stopped, dead to rights, and all of a sudden he makes a move. Now, if you look at 8+ down percentage, meaning how often he faces an 8-man box, what would you guess for the Bucs? Like, how often does a team just load up and try to stop the run?
I would say very rare. I mean, you're with Baker Mayfield throwing for north of 40 touchdown passes,
right?
10% of the time on 3rd and short, maybe.
So it's 15%.
There you go.
It's a really low total. Just as a comparison, against the Chargers, who are running all the time, like Gus Edwards faced 8-man box 33% of the time. He was their short yardage guy. But Derrick Henry is a good example with the Ravens, full-time back. He faced an 8-man box 33% of the time this year. Najee Harris of the Steelers, 27% of the time. Joe Mixon of the Texans, 26% of the time. David Montgomery of the Lions, their thumper, 25% of the time. So they get light boxes, and then they let Bucky Irving work. And I think they trust Baker Mayfield to get them into those looks too. Like when they spread you out, 11 personnel, when they empty it out and then bring him into the backfield, if you don't adjust and you've only got 4 guys, 5 guys, 6 guys ready to stop the run, Baker goes to those runs and really gets them into some advantageous situations, I think, too. But Irving has just it's no longer sneaky. It's no longer, a story because I think it's been talked about so much.
It's like it's not new anymore.
But just an amazing year. One of my favorite stats, this is rushing yards over expected. And the only way to really do it is per attempt because everyone has different numbers of carries. But RYOE, so we've talked about this on the show, but it's a little nerdy. But whatever's blocked for you with the chip data is, given, and then you get more or less than that. Well, as an example, Derrick Henry, who almost had 2,000 yards, and Saquon Barkley were the best 2 in the NFL in this category, right? Bucky Irving finished ranked 5th in the NFL among qualified backs in RYOE. Almost 1 more yard then gets blocked for him on every single run.
That's a remarkable number.
So I think he's going to make some of the Washington defenders miss some tackles in this game. I'd be shocked if he doesn't.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's one of those things they're gonna have to live with, right? Just because everything else is so terrifying, and you hope you don't have a Barkley situation, right? Where if you go for 7 on first down, you're still alive. You can still live to fight another down. It's that go for 60. It's the the breakaway type stuff. You got to keep some contained. And when you get a chance to get a guy down in the backfield, it's got to be that rally stuff, right? It's got to be one guy holds him up, and he's going to run through an arm tackle. Talking about Irving, he's good enough to do that. But there are going to be a few plays where whether it's Deron Payne knifes in, or maybe it's a linebacker that's blitzing, where it looks like you got him penned in. You got to maintain that. You got to force this team to be one-dimensional. They're excellent. Talking about Tampa's offense, especially here in the second half, as they played some bad opponents. And I got news: Washington as a defense ain't great, so they've really taken advantage. If you can make them 2nd and 3rd and long, just like everyone else is a little bit worse in those kind of circumstances. But that to me is the key for Washington's defense, to maybe force some of those forces from Baker Mayfield. That to me is your path, right? Is you make Bayfield is what I just call him. That's Baker and Mayfield combined into Bayfield. You make Bayfield go YOLO. Make Bayfield go, I can fit it in there. That's your chance to me.
Reminds me, I did not get into the numbers that we've got to go through on turnover-worthy plays and giving the other team a chance. With Daniels' interceptions being ramped up in the last third of the season and Mayfield being worse than the NFL in that area, so we can do that next hour. But let's talk to John Keim next. Wrote a great piece on Cliff Kingsbury today, what he meant to this offense this year and whether or not he might be on the move after Washington's playoff run ends. We will continue talking Commanders-Bucks next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for their wild card playoff game against the Buccaneers on Sunday Night Football. Taking a look at today's practice report, players that were limited include John Bates, Tyler Biadasz, Jamison Crowder, Cleveland Farrell, Cornelius Lucas, and Frankie Louvu. Everyone else practiced in full, including a second straight full day of practice for Marshawn Lattimore. Other NFL news, Mike Sanderstill was named the Rookie of the Week this week. Ravens wide receiver Zay Flowers has been ruled out for their playoff matchup on Saturday night against the Steelers, and the Raiders fired their general manager, Tom Telesco. College football playoff semifinal tonight, Notre Dame and Penn State in the Orange Bowl at 7:30. Other semifinals tomorrow night in the Cotton Bowl, Ohio State and Texas. In the NBA, the 76ers beat the Wizards 109-103. The Wiz back in action tomorrow in Chicago against the Bulls at 8 o'clock. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. And in hockey, the Capitals beat the Canucks 2-1 in overtime. Pierre-Luc Dubois with both goals for the Caps. They're back in action tomorrow against the Canadiens at Capital One Arena. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Commanders have a foundation built on the field for their future success. It's time for you to plan for yours as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show will help. The law firm, Kandori & Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. They will give you a discount. Again, kmlawyers.com. On the guest hotline, we find our guy, John Keim, ESPN.com, covering the local football 53. Had a great story today on Cliff Kingsbury finding his love for the game again here in the nation's capital. John, thanks for a few minutes. Getting ready for playoff football, one of the rare occasions in your time as the longest tenured member of the beat where you've gotten to cover the playoffs. How are you?
I'm doing all right. It's kind of weird. Like I didn't realize that there was still football after January 5th. Who knew?
Yeah, normally you got to like cancel a vacation.
For those other cities, not ours.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, these other cities, that looks fun for them. Yeah. No, listen, man, it's fun to be, what's fun this year is to talk football all season. Like every week it was going in there and talking to guys about matchups, about, hey, how do you need to beat this guy? What about this matchup? And it was all football. And that was a pleasure.
Yeah. Unprecedented around these parts in the 2000s. For sure. There are a lot of different pieces that I want to get into from the story here. But let's just kind of go back to Kingsbury getting fired, which is where the piece begins. He travels the country with buddies of his, and I think realizes he wants to coach again. Was there a thought initially from him maybe that he wouldn't want to keep coaching?
I think in that after he got fired, I think he was kind of, I don't know about beaten down, but certainly it was a difficult experience. And I think at that point, he definitely was considering other options, whether it was as an investor or some sort of, he has a business management degree, maybe putting something like that to use. He was around people who are making 9-figure deals. He has a billionaire friends. So he knew he could do something else. I think it was just more or less, I don't know how serious that was. I think he had to get to the point where he's like, yes, this is what I want to do. I don't know if it was really, I think a lot of people go through their life at a certain point, like, is this really what I want to do? I think he found out for sure that it was, and even told his brother basically, he didn't say it quite like this, but in my paraphrasing, his retirement sucks. So, here's this guy traveling all over the place, but he really did need to find, like, what is the reason why you want to keep coaching, and what is it that drives you with coaching? I think he had to rediscover that.
John, so I'd love to go into this one element of things that I try to put myself in these shoes, and it's almost impossible for a regular person to do that. But the way Arizona ended, he gets the extension. He's going to be paid through 2027, like he's the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, without having to be the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. That's the kind of security that nobody could ever fathom in their day-to-day life. But he's got that. How much is that kind of influencing things even maybe today and maybe his next steps and sort of this journey that he's gone on of self-discovery with that great backdrop of getting paid like a head coach without the responsibility?
It means you don't have to rush into something for the money.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it certainly gives you the security to know, like, if you clearly at some point he'd like to be a head coach again. And he has said that. And even back in the spring, he mentioned something about how when Dan Quinn first started doing that bag drill with the little competition stuff before practice, he's like, hey, if I get a chance to be a head coach again, this is something I would do. So he's still thinking along those lines. But as he has said here very clearly, it's not about the money. So, if you're making $1 million, a couple $1 million or whatever as an offensive coordinator, and someone comes along with an $8 million contract, well, that's going to open your eyes. Well, right now, he doesn't need that. So I think it has to be a good situation. It just buys him the security. I don't know that it's going to stop him from becoming one before that deal is up, but it certainly buys you the security to know that I don't have to take this one just for the money. I'm going to take it because it's what I want.
One thing I've always been interested in with Kingsbury this year, and it didn't really come up in the piece, but I'm sure you kind of got something on it along the way, was he did not seek out Washington, and all along it was the Commanders. People forget he basically agreed to the Raiders job, and I still don't know what happened, but it fell apart, and then he ended up here. And look at the Raiders now. I mean, they fired their GM, their coach, that whole staff is going to be out. Do we know any more about how all that played out? Because it's funny how sometimes in life, it's the job that you kind of fall into as much as that you really wanted that ends up being the perfect one for you.
These guys gave him a 3-year deal. The Raiders were giving him 2. So there's more security in that. And so I think I think that was a big part of it. That's always been my understanding. That's what, that was the big part of it. I don't know if Antonio Pierce said, well, Magic Johnson called and all that. It wasn't really about that. It never hurts to have Magic call, but in this situation, it was a better contract. So I was surprised, to be honest, I was surprised a team like the Bears didn't make him a strong offer to be their OC. And although then when you watch Eberflus coach, you kind of understand, maybe he didn't quite know what he was doing with it. But that was the team that to me always made the most sense. But these guys are certainly grateful that it fell this way.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the stories now from February 1st of last year, though. I mean, the reports are that he was taking the job. It didn't seem like it was oh, he's talking to both teams. He was going to be the Raiders OC, and then he wasn't.
For sure. And again, but nothing was signed. And I do think the one thing that I don't have the great depth on is how the wording of some of the contracts were in relation to his Cardinals contract. Because I think that plays a part too. I just don't have the depth of knowledge of that particular aspect, but that always plays a factor as well. But again, these guys gave him a 3-year deal and they were offering him 2.
John Keim, ESPN, with us here on G&D. Wrote a great piece about Cliff Kingsbury that it's available now on the interwebs. So, John, one of the things that the blowhards and the loud talkers like myself were pointing out in his history that was kind of happening here for a little while, whatever you want to call it, the nickname or otherwise, the Cliff, so to speak, where the whole point of me bringing it up wasn't to some kind of I told you so or some sort of weird agenda. It was hey, Terry McLaurin just had 1 catch against Philadelphia in a loss, and the offense is scuffling a little bit. Let's move him around. And the whole point of bringing it up to me was what's happened since. Some changes. Then there are things that I'll never be, intelligent enough to see and spot in terms of motion design and the way certain run games are called or different things like that. But to me, the one that I can see, I'm as a pudgy dope at home, is 17's not just on the left side every time. He is sometimes, but he's also in motion. He's also on the right side. He's doing, everything under the sun, which is what I want. And that to me doesn't happen without this kind of introspective life journey that he's gone on, right? Of kind of self-discovery. I think that's a theme for this coaching staff with Dan Quinn as well, hungry to figure out, hey, what were my missteps the first time and let me correct them. I'd love for you to kind of speak to that in terms of Kingsbury's journey here to whether it's self-discovery or self-analysis or whatever, to say, I can now recognize where I need to improve and then actually do something about it.
I think one of the things that jumps out with this staff, you can go with Dan Quinn, and I think it's also true with Kingsbury from all the people you talk to, is there's one word that jumps out is collaboration. And at the end of last year, the number one word that people would use, the offensive guys would use, was collaboration, but it was the lack of it with the offensive staff in particular. And how I think with Kingsbury's, like, I don't think he necessarily cares who comes up with the idea if it's a good one. So if there's something going on, I think there's not a stubbornness to it to resist change. And I think that's a big key. So I think that's an element of that. Like, he could have just said, listen, it's not the issue with Terry on the left side or right side. For example, like the next week against Dallas, he was on the left side exclusively. They took shots. They just didn't hit him. But he was open because it was man coverage, not zone. It's just that the Eagles game was the one where it really was magnified. But you're right. Like in other games, you say, hey, it wasn't the big issue in the first half of the year. But they did do it, and it has resulted in not just moving around, but throwing to him on different spots. But I think that's a result of, in some ways, maybe egoless football, where you don't really care, like, well, how does it come up or who brings it up? It's like, is it a good solution? And you're right. I think that's the case. I also think in this case that Jaden Daniels' ascension also helps as well. He has a quarterback here who studies and works a certain way that perhaps his quarterback in Arizona did not do. That too makes a difference because you can evolve your offense a little bit more, and they put a little bit more on Jaden Daniels' shoulders down the stretch here with the run game not working as well. And I think some of that, it all plays together. But I think that's why Kingsbury feels like he's at a good spot, because he has a quarterback who works like he does. And the quarterback has a coordinator who works like he does. It's a good fit for both. But I think that also results in the ability to maybe grow your offense more than what you had in the past. And again, I go back. So there's that part of it. But it is the other part where guys will talk about, like, yeah, if you bring up a play, and he even told me, like, it might be the worst play in the world, but if they want to own it, I'll try it. And so I think there's all that. And I know with McLaurin, there were definitely games where people complain about it where he's like, it wasn't an issue. But he also knew in some games you have to move him around because you can't be static. You can't be predictable. And they become less so with that.
John Keim on Grant and Danny wrote about Cliff Kingsbury. You can check it out on ESPN.com. Joining us here on the Fan. Kingsbury, if you guys watched the Hard Knocks when he was the coach of the Cardinals a couple years ago, he gets to the facility in the 4:00 hour most days.
Yeah.
Right around 4:30 in the morning. Goes in, it's pitch black, it's quiet, and it's a couple hours before he sees another human. But football season is football for him. He doesn't really do anything else.
No.
Bed early, wakes up early, and gets to the office. And you wrote some about that as well. I want to talk, though, about the presser. I guess it's been 2 weeks ago now,
right,
where he came out and said that he does want to be a coach again. I mean, to me, he's been asked now multiple times, are you going to interview for the job? And he basically shuts it down and says, I'm on to Cincinnati, right? Like, I'm not answering that right now. But if he wasn't interviewing for the job, then I would think that the best way to shut it down would be to say no, which tells me that he is going to interview for jobs. And the first press conference, frankly, that was kind of a open for business sign being turned on above his head with he and his agent by saying, yeah, I want to be a coach again. But what do you make of, we know that there are at least 4 teams that are interested already. There's 6 openings. What do you make of how choosy he'll be and how many interviews he might do in this cycle?
I think he'll be very choosy, and just taking a Zoom interview won't be that big of a deal. Because even one thing that, for what people worried about, like the distraction and all that, one thing Dan Quinn told us last week, like, if you're just preparing now for these, you're doing it wrong. Like, you should have everything prepared already. You know what I mean? Like, like whatever he goes in there, it's an hour interview, whatever it is, right? So, but the other thing that Quinn said too, he's been through this. Like, the first job you're taking because you want to take any job. The second one, you're going to be very choosy. So I think he would be, partly because of all the reasons we say so far, like the money situation. He doesn't need it. You also have a quarterback here that you can grow with, and if you feel confident that, well, listen, this offense is only going to get better as they're working together and as you get more talent. Therefore, you should have really good opportunities in the next year or two, right? It's not like he's some one-hit offensive coordinator. He's a guy that has had head coaching experience. So he's going to be okay regardless. So I don't like a job like the Saints. I don't know what that would appeal to him. It doesn't make sense to me. The Bears would make sense just from the Caleb Williams standpoint, but does the organization make sense? And I think that's where you get to be choosy, because if you can find a spot where it's like the ownership and the offensive situation match up, or you have a draft pick where you can get that young guy, et cetera, well, that might make sense. But I think but I do really believe he'll be very choosy, because he even told me there, it's like, it's going to take his quote was, "It's going to take a lot for me to leave this kid," and because he knows what he has. And while others can look and say and wonder, like, what if it's not as good next year? It's not how these guys look. They look at how can it get better, not what if it gets worse. Right. You know what I mean? So he will be very, very choosy.
Makes sense. Before we ask you about the game in a minute, do you expect that he'll be the coach here in week 1 next season?
As we sit right now, I would lean that way. Yes. I from the beginning, I keep hearing like it would take an awful lot to get him away from here, how much he likes it here. I think what helps too is being with Quinn, who went through the same thing, and he was in Dallas for 3 years, and he was very intentional about how he rebuilt his own coaching game, et cetera. And so I could see him kind of taking that same path, unless there's some job that comes open. Like, what if McCarthy comes open and he was born and raised in Texas? Does he, would that be something that would appeal to him? I don't know. But short of that, like I definitely at this point lean toward him being back, but that's reading TV. Yeah, not even read. It's just talking to people here, talking to him, knowing what it would take. But what I don't know is what exactly would it take? Like, that's the part I can't speak to. But yeah, I think he'll be back here next year.
John, can't let you go without asking you about the playoff game this weekend. As we all expected, the 12-win Washington team going on the road to play this Tampa group. Give me a couple of keys. If Washington's going to win their first playoff game in 2 decades, what has to happen?
For one, get out to a good start on offense. You can't allow Tampa to get in that double-digit lead on you the way they run the ball. So you have to have a good quick start. I think it's kind of set up for them to be able to have that chance, just because Tampa will come after you. They blitz a lot, but they also have holes in the secondary. So I think if I'm them, I'm looking at that quick game, getting it going, get a good drive, get some points, boom, right? Number 2 on defense, it's going to be a pick your poison. Bucky Irving is not, he's not Barry Sanders, he's not Derrick Henry, right? But he's been a really good back over the last 5, 6, 7 weeks. What do you want to stop with Tampa? Do you want to stop Evans and McMillan and Baker Mayfield, or do you want to stop Bucky Irving? And so, whichever one you're going to do it, right? But then I think the other thing is you cannot have a game where you're not forcing turnovers. You have got to force a turnover or 2 in this game to get a short field to help this offense. And I think it's going to be hard. If you don't force a turnover, I just think it's going to be really hard for them to win. But those would be the main things. Like, they can't afford to fall behind in this one. This is the best offense they've faced in a while. So I think they'd be prudent to get a good start. And I think it's possible. Like, Tampa's pass coverage is not that great right now. And I think there's an opportunity. Like, it's funny because going back and watching the first game all year, I kept saying, like, Jaden Daniels never looked like a rookie. But then when you watch all the games this year, watch 17 games, and I go back and watch the first one, I'm like, oh, he kind of looked like a rookie.
Week 1 he did. Yeah.
Yeah. But at the time, it didn't stand out the way it did in watching it again for me. And like, it's just like little things like putting his eyes down 5, 6, 7 yards behind the line and missing some opportunities down the field when he scrambled. Like, that's where he's better at. So like, you present some of those situations again, the results are different. And, I think the defensive coverage, the secondary, is in a much better spot than it was then. Doesn't mean they're going to shut him down, but I think they're just in a much better spot. There were multiple confused coverages situations that led to huge plays. Now, We've seen it again where in other games where they've given up some big pass plays, but I think they're in a better spot with that. So is that enough? I don't know, but like I said, I definitely think you've got to create some turnovers to give yourself a much better chance.
John, great story on Cliff. Thanks for the time today. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
John.
Thanks.
Go read it, ESPN.com. That's John Keim with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Next, state your case. Who is the NFL's MVP? I think Danny and I are on different sides of the aisle here. So we'll get into that right here on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. Football fans, buckle up. For the first time ever, we've got 5 straight days of playoff football in college and pro ball starting tonight. And FanDuel is celebrating with the great playoff payoff. That's a no sweat same game parlay every day for all 5 days. With a no sweat same gamer, you can combine your bets from the same game for a chance at an even bigger winning. And it doesn't hit. You're going to get bonus bets back. So don't worry. Not only do we get to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, but 5 big chances to win. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP to get in on the action. Got to be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required, minimum 3-leg parlay also required. Refund issued, non-withdrawable. Bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund, $5 unless specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders taking on the Buccaneers on Sunday. Taking a look at the practice report for today. 6 players were limited. John Bates, Tyler Biotish, Jamison Crowder, Cleveland Farrell, Cornelius Lucas, and Frankie Louvu. Everyone else was able to practice in full today. Other NFL news, Mike Sanders was named the Rookie of the Week. Ravens wide receiver Zay Flowers has been ruled out for the Ravens game against the Steelers on Saturday night, and the Raiders fired their general manager, Tom Telesco. College football playoff semifinal tonight, Notre Dame and Penn State in the Orange Bowl at 7:30. The other semifinal game tomorrow night, Ohio State and Texas in the Cotton Bowl at 7:30 tomorrow evening. The Wizards fell to the Sixers last night, 109-103. They're back in action against the Chicago Bulls on the road tomorrow night. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Canucks 2-1 in overtime. Pierre-Luc Dubois with both goals for the Caps. They'll take on the Canadiens tomorrow at Capital One Arena. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
One hour left on Grant and Danny, taking you up to 6:30. Hopefully, we can make your commute home in the snow, ice, cold a little bit better tonight. Thanks for making the show part of your day on the Fan. However you check this out, Odyssey app, 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, over the air on 106.7 The Fan, in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1. Doesn't matter how you listen. We just are glad that you do. Tomorrow, come hang out with us. We're going to be out for the field trip Friday in Arlington. In fact, we'll be in Clarendon tomorrow.
Hyde Social right there at Clarendon Boulevard and North Highland Street right there. One of the nice intersections in the heart of Clarendon. That place is supposed to be awesome. Can't wait to check it out with YEFO. Getting ready for, a playoff game. That'll be fun.
All right, so we've got a possibility ahead here. I think that could be fun. We've got 3 people working our show now. So I thought we could have a 3-man jury, if you will.
Yeah.
Right? Our jury includes Darius Dameron, who is the producer of the Grant and Danny radio program, Toby Altizer, you know him as Tobe for Time, and the co-host of the most popular and celebrated Washington Nationals podcast in the history of Washington Nationals podcast. And also corporate Ryan Clary.
Corporate representative Ryan Clary.
He is a new addition to the show, got sent down from Philadelphia, where he is very corporate and wears dress shirts that are buttoned down. And corporate Clary is
cufflinks,
one of our jurors. But I thought what we could do is, because I know you've mentioned on the show a couple of times this week, you think Lamar Jackson's the MVP. I happen to think Josh Allen should be the MVP. We have not debated it. We have not discussed it behind the scenes or otherwise. So I thought we could state our cases for our respective quarterbacks to you guys, the jurors, and then we could have you decide once and for all who the MVP in the NFL should be based on our counsel. So without further ado, it is time to figure out who is the MVP in the National Football League. Representing the defendant, the plaintiff,
defendant,
representing Lamar Jackson, counsel Danny Rouillet.
This is close, except for statistical categories and record-setting stuff. Here's what happened. People got bored with Lamar Jackson getting the MVP. Josh Allen had some incredible highlights, great season in his own right. So they decided it should be Josh Allen's turn. That's not supported by any evidence that we have both in regular stats and advanced analytics. So you've got similar number of pass attempts, 474 for Jackson, 483 for Josh Allen. Lamar simply did more with it than anybody else ever has. Led the league in touchdown percentage, 41 touchdowns, only 4 picks, touchdown interception ratio, yards per attempt, adjusted yards per attempt, quarterback rating, the 4th highest ever, up there with the Mannings and the Montanas and the Bradys. QBR, better than Allen. Net yards per attempt, better than Allen. EPA per dropback, better than Allen. And these aren't close, by the way. These are things that are so impossible to comprehend the gap between Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. It would be like Josh Allen and Gardner Minshew. That's how big these gaps are. Touchdown passes, I mentioned, not even close. TD interception ratio, not even close. You add in the rushing totals. There is a clear-cut MVP who just had one of the great seasons we've ever seen in the NFL that's going to get passed over for Josh Allen because someone said at some point Josh Allen should win the MVP, and everybody group thinks because they're tired of giving to Lamar Jackson, who just had, again, one of the greatest seasons we have ever seen in football. And for those who go, no way, Allen did it with us. Allen did it in a crappy division where they won one more game than did Baltimore. Baltimore had some bad moments against some bad teams. Fully aware of that. I'll close with this. One of their best moments was against a Bills team where Allen, trying for the MVP, was benched in the fourth quarter because they were getting blown out so bad. So we're talking about little insignificant small details in moments, but if you want the MVP trophy, it's probably not what it should look like against the guy that should win the MVP. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I correctly rest my case.
Very well done. That is the case for Lamar Jackson as the most valuable player in the NFL.
But now it's a crime? Wait, we were doing people's court. Now it's like a crime got committed?
It's a crime.
Oh, no.
A crime is you trying to take the MVP away from Josh Allen.
What just happened?
That's the crime that's being committed here. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Paulson. I represent Josh Allen. I'm honored to do so because I am on the right side of history. You know, my co-host talked a lot about history. Didn't give you a whole lot of historical achievement, though, necessarily. Here's some history for you. The Buffalo Bills are averaging 3 points per drive this season. That is top 5 all-time historically. None of the other teams that have ever done that have done it without a 1,000-yard receiver or a 1,000-yard running back. They did it because without a great wide receiver or a great running back, Josh Allen is that good. Josh Allen is that special. Josh Allen, who does not have a Pro Bowl wide receiver, Zay Flowers. Josh Allen, who does not have a Pro Bowl running back, Derrick Henry, who does not have Pro Bowlers all around him, is just that special. Danny's MVP, Lamar Jackson, plays on a team in Baltimore, the Ravens. You know how many guys are sending to the Pro Bowl? 9. You know how many guys my guy, Josh Allen's team, is sending to the Pro Bowl? 2. The Buffalo Bills are sending 2 players to the Pro Bowl. The Ravens are sending 9 players to the Pro Bowl. I'd like to stress the word value in most valuable player. What are the Bills without Josh Allen? What are the Ravens without Lamar Jackson? Still exceptional defensively. Still got a running back who might be the best in the NFL, not named Saquon Barkley. Still got a Pro Bowl wide receiver in Zay Flowers. None of those things exist where the Keon Coleman oft injured, Curtis Samuel, broken bones every 2 weeks, scat back turned to wide receiver, Khalil Shakur are leading the Buffalo Bills. The Josh Allen candidacy can also be stressed by his strong performances and wins against the Chiefs, the number 1 seed in the AFC, and the Lions, the number 1 seed in the NFC. I feel very, very good about how he performed against the best teams in football. I will also make the case, and this was brought forth yesterday very eloquently, I thought, by Dan Orlovsky of ESPN, who said that Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen's candidacies, when juxtaposed, can best be exemplified by negative plays, right? Lamar Jackson, if you look at sacks and turnovers, is more responsible for negative plays than Josh Allen. Josh Allen was the hardest quarterback in the NFL to sack this season. The hardest, number 1, best pressure to sack percentage in football. He also turned the ball over less than Lamar Jackson did this season. He had more positive plays, fewer plays. First quarterback in league history to have over 40 touchdowns, under 8 turnovers, and under 20 sacks. Nobody's ever done that before. Lastly, I'd like to turn my attention to Derrick Henry. I'm going to recite his numbers for you, and then I want to play a game. Who am I talking about? Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley? Because the only difference is about 15 carries. That's the difference. Derrick Henry ran for 1,921 yards, almost 2,000 GD yards, 325 rushes, 15 fewer than Barkley, or else he might have done the exact same thing that Saquon Barkley did this year. He had 16 touchdowns. Does Josh Allen get to turn and hand the ball off to a 1,900-yard back who's a human wrecking ball? Certainly not. He's certainly not throwing it to a 1,000-yard wide receiver who's going to the Pro Bowl either. He's certainly not a part of a team with a defense with a half dozen Pro Bowlers either. This is very simple. Last year, you all took the award away from Josh Allen, and you gave it to Lamar Jackson because it wasn't about the stats when Josh Allen had better stats. Lamar is the better player on the better team. It's about the best player on the best team. Well, now, Josh Allen doesn't have the simpleton stats that everybody cares about, like touchdowns and interceptions and passing yards. They're the most minute, silly stats that the simpletons use. But now he can't win it because now it's about numbers. Why don't we just give it to Lamar every year then? The years where it's about numbers, we could do that. The years where it's about being the best but not having the best numbers on the best team, we could do that. We'll just give it to him next year too. He had a great year. He is deserving on most years. Josh Allen, most valuable player. I rest my case.
Good thing there's no time limit. The crime that's been committed, or do we have more or we don't do more? What do we do now? Should we go rebut each other or not?
I mean, we can. If there's questions from the jury, I think we could accept those at this point.
We can also notify people if they want to donate to the Josh Allen charity, because it sounds like he was doing this by himself and he's all alone with the 11th best scoring defense, and there's no James Cook there with the leading amount of touchdowns out of the backfield. But let me know
when James Cook runs for 1,900 yards, or when Zay Flowers shows up through that door. I'll be waiting.
That superstar
again. 9 Pro Bowlers on the Ravens. 2 on the Bills.
Courtesy of Lamar. The best point you made, though, and this is true, by the way.
Safeties. He made Kyle Hamilton really good.
Yeah. The best point you made, which is correct, is last year the criteria was different. I actually didn't think Lamar should have won it last year. Allen should have. But because that was wrong previously, we got a chance to make it right. Let's have the right one happen now. It's never too late to do the right thing. But yes, questions from the jury.
Do we have any questions from the jury?
Yeah, I'll start off here. Danny, when you were talking about Lamar Jackson and you believe that he is the MVP,
right?
What would you say about Derrick Henry then? In one of the most legendary seasons that we have seen from the running back position, I think that's pretty valuable. What do you say?
That's certainly helped him. There's no question about that. But sometimes we choose to punish players because they have good players around them, and other times we don't really seem to care. So this is a time where now we decided we're going to punish Lamar Jackson. Derrick Henry's got nothing to do. He's off the field a lot of times on these passing downs with a 119.9 quarterback rating, which Lamar Jackson just
quarterback rating. That's a good one.
So is EPA per dropback. That's another one too. So we got quote unquote simpleton stats where Lamar Jackson walks miles past Josh Allen. Then the advanced stats too, those pesky advanced ones in terms of like yards per attempt, air yards per attempt.
It does not a walk past.
It's not close, unfortunately. It's bad news.
That's
but
not true.
EPA per dropback, huge
that's
total.
a stat. You're right.
Well, it's one of them. But what happens when you drop back? Better things for Lamar Jackson than Josh Allen, who fumbled more, threw more interceptions, and the like.
Josh Allen?
Allen did, yeah. Threw
Allen
more picks.
turned the ball over less and got sacked less.
Got lucky on fumbles that are 50-50.
Great.
Threw more interceptions in the same number of pass
plays.
attempts. Right.
Good.
Well, no. I mean, more interceptions is more negative, and fumbles are 50-50.
Interceptions, right?
Sure.
That's
Interceptions.
that you're just counting the ones that bounce off guys' hands.
I'm just counting interceptions, the big total.
Yeah.
So Jackson was better there. And again, so much more productive.
Who turned the ball over more? Who had more negative plays? Who took more sacks?
I don't know. Just
those
pesky.
Order in the court. Order in the court.
Those pesky. What happens when you drop back numbers? And it's so much better for Jackson.
I'm sure.
Just it is. I mean, it's right there in front of you. You can be as sure as you want.
Yeah,
because it's correct. 0.31 to 0.24. That's expected points added per drop back.
That is one of the stats that is in his favor.
It's a huge one. It's a big one though, because we're trying to figure out, we're trying to quantify it. What happens? And better stuff happens when Lamar does it. So that touchdown interception ratio, 10.3 to 4.7.
Whoever has the best EPA per play. By the way, I hope you're a running quarterback.
What's one of them?
EPA per play it favors running quarterbacks a ton.
Well, you want to include Allen's totals for 40 total touchdowns.
But no,
you got a long way to go to get to Lamar, though.
It's just EPA per play. That's all we need. We don't even need to watch football anymore.
What more negative place? What more negative place? What more negative place? I could just do that too. I mean, it's easy to do repeat something over and over, but there's so much more bold on Lamar's page than there is on that Allen page. He had a really good season. Probably should finish second.
We'll see. Any other questions from the jury?
Oh yeah, sorry. We took
yes,
your questions.
We do, and this is from the jury. Grant,
yes.
How many rushing yards did James Cook have this season? He have less than 1,000?
Around, I don't know, 9 something.
He had 1,009 yards.
Okay, so he got over 1,000 in the last game.
He was a 1,000-yard rusher.
Okay. 900 less than Derrick Henry. Half of Derrick Henry.
Yes.
Value, by the way.
Half of Derrick Henry. Now, let me say this. If you take James Cook out of the equation in Buffalo, does Josh Allen still have that MVP season?
Yes, because James Cook is used about as much as Ray Davis in a lot of their games.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever heard of that guy.
That's a silly Ray Davis Bowl, by the way.
So, yeah, I would say he'd be just fine without James Cook.
Okay.
And that's the okay. Any other questions?
Toblerone has no questions?
No. All right.
All right.
No, we're good on questions.
All right. Is the jury ready to return their verdict?
I think we are.
We are.
I think we are.
All right. Round the horn we go. Darius, you can go first. Who is the MVP in the National Football League?
The MVP of the National Football League will be Lamar Jackson. I side with Danny.
Okay. Very good. Ryan, MVP?
The MVP for me is Josh Allen. I thought Grant made a good case for it, and I think he is the most valuable player, which is the base of this award. I think no one is more valuable than Josh Allen. I think he laid that out correctly.
Darius forgot that Derrick Henry was on his team, but that's okay. Toby, you're up. This is, by the way, big for Toby.
This is the first
Welcome
time
to the show. Deciding.
By the way,
vote.
before I heard him say before this segment, he's like Joe Burrow. So like, who knows what's coming out of his mouth right now?
Drum roll, please.
Wild card.
This is official, by the way. This is how they're going to determine the MVP in the NFL. Now, remember, Lamar had the best EPA per play, so I guess none of this matters.
And rating and stuff, and yards per attempt.
Quarterback ratings is really the most important stat.
Well, what happens when you throw the ball? Better stuff. Go ahead, Topes.
Despite Grant Paulson taking 3 times as long to state the case for Josh Allen compared to Lamar
There's
Jackson,
just more information to present.
I side with Josh Allen.
Ladies and
The swerve.
By the way, am I supposed to be quick? Is that how court works? 2 people
I don't know.
commented on that.
Yeah, I thought it
Was that not? We don't like radio's not about talking.
I think it was totally fine. We filled the segment.
All right.
See the crime.
Next time I'll give you 60 seconds if that's what you're looking for, guys. Didn't know that was an issue. But Josh Allen is the MVP.
He's going to win it, by the way.
He should. I hope so. That would be great for him. Or we could just give it to Lamar every year, and that we could keep changing the definition based on the cool quarterback that we want to win the award. Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30. Got a busy final segment coming up on Grant and Danny at 6 o'clock. Right at the top of the hour, we've got Devin McCourty joining us. He's not Jason McCourty, but he looks just like Jason McCourty. They're brothers. They're twins. They're both in analysis now on different networks.
Both really good.
They're great on television. They were really good football players. We also have Matt Humans next segment as well, about 6:15 on the back end of the segment after McCourty. I want him to tell us who's going to win these college games. We got a game tonight, Notre Dame and Penn State. Apparently, Claire was telling me that a bunch of guys are sick on both teams. Like one of them's got a virus, the other one's got a stomach bug. It's going through the locker rooms. Just what you want before your national semifinal.
Good Lord. That's an X factor right there. I mean, I didn't realize that. That's on both teams?
I guess so. But the other thing is we don't know who is sick and who isn't. And like we normally don't find that out either. College is so bad at updating injuries and stuff pregame, but apparently there's a bunch of guys sick on both teams.
I believe from what I saw was that it was like second teamers and special teamers, at least on Notre Dame. I'm not 100% sure about Penn State, but I do know it has affected Notre Dame up the last few days.
Some people are saying, Clary, that you're just preparing a potential excuse in case Notre Dame loses.
Interesting.
What do you say to those people?
I say you're 100% right. I mean, this will be something that I will piggyback on.
Like if they lose tonight.
Yeah. I'll say they had the stomach flu, which they have the stomach flu right
but
now.
But if they win, this is their Jordan stomach flu game.
He keeps saying they have the stomach flu, like the team collectively, like the mascot has
yeah,
the stomach
all 96.
Well, who knows who has it and who doesn't?
How many? I mean, is it 4 players or is it 51?
We don't know. We don't know at this point. People are just saying that it's a bunch of players that's been going around over the last week. Penn State has like food poisoning / a stomach flu as well. So both teams are sickly right now down in Miami.
Penn State has food poisoning?
I've seen food poisoning. I've seen stomach flu. Notre Dame has the flu. That's what I do know. But Penn State, like I've seen food poisoning.
Where are you getting this from?
Twitter. Eric Hansen, I believe, from InsideNotreDameSports.com.
Scott Hansen. 7 hours of commercial-free food poisoning.
Puking starts right now.
The puking starts. That's a good bit. Looking at what lies ahead for the Commanders if they can somehow beat the Bucs. Not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but have you thought at all about what a second round would look like for Washington if they can escape with a win?
Yeah. So, a lot depends, of course, on what happens with Green Bay and Philadelphia. That's kind of the terrible pun here, but that's kind of the wild card.
Yes.
If Philadelphia holds serve, as they're favored to do, if they win at home, then Washington's got a date with Detroit Lions.
That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I know the Lions just played their best defensive game of the year, and Aaron Glenn, their defensive coordinator, might have just gotten himself a head coaching job with how he went about dismantling Kevin O'Connell and Minnesota's offensive staff.
That was his masterpiece.
What a Mona Lisa he painted on Sunday Night Football in game 272 to end the regular season. But that's not a good defense. They are super banged up. They'll get a little bit healthier, I'd imagine, in the couple of weeks leading up to the playoff game. But like Tampa, they'll be able to move the ball on Detroit, I think, if Washington somehow beats the Bucs. So they wouldn't be favored. In fact, they'd be more underdogs in that game, obviously, at a 1 seed than they're going to be at Raymond James Stadium. That goes without saying. And the Lions are just a better team than the Bucs all the way around. But there's something to be said, Danny, for the possibility of a second straight game where you'd go in thinking, we're going to move the ball. Like Washington is going to go out and get first downs and probably score points against Detroit. And even though the Eagles defense has been so good in the second half of the season, maybe against Philadelphia as well. Philadelphia, if you look at it, they gave up 40 points to Washington a few weeks ago.
They did.
Daniels threw 5 touchdowns. Only time he's done that this year.
Yeah, that one to me is more of a one-off than what Detroit has gone through as they've become more and more injured. But your point stands, right? I mean, you just saw it happen. You just saw Jaden Daniels be Superman. I got news. As far as they go, that's kind of your formula, right? You look at Detroit, though, super quick. As their defense has gotten so banged up, if you're in a game, as Detroit has won some of these, 34-31, they lost 48-42, they won 40-34, I'll take my chance in a game like that where nobody can stop anybody and you're going back and forth rather than, the Detroit that's beaten teams 52-6 as they were 2 months ago. I don't think they have that card in their hand right now.
I look at the Commanders, if they can beat the Bucs, as at that point, it's already house money right now.
Dangerous.
But like you have nothing to fear at that juncture. There is no expectation in the next round. Right now, you go, man, if they lose handily, if they get embarrassed by the Bucks, there's going to be some idiot somewhere screaming about how they won one game all year long against a team over 500. And in that game, Jalen Hurts got hurt when the Eagles were leading them by 2 touchdowns. And that's going to sting a little bit. But you go out and beat the Bucks. What could possibly be said? Now, all of the pressure is on the team you're playing. And by the way, if the Packers somehow beat the Eagles, then they could get a matchup with the winner of the Rams and the Vikings. So you're a Sam Darnold dud maybe away from the NFC Championship game, or you are going to LA, a winnable game. You would have rather him played the Rams than the Bucks. I wanted Tampa more than LA, but imagine if they play them both ahead of the NFC Championship game. And it's the kind of year where a lot of things have gone well and they've had good fortune. So who knows? Maybe it will work out for them.
Well, you think about this, the number of double-digit win teams in the NFC is kind of insane. One is sitting at home in Seattle, lost a tiebreaker to the Rams, despite beating them in the final week of the season. So the point is, there's a lot of pretty good groups here where, and I hate the cliche, but the any given Sunday part, you've got a lot of teams that have put up some pretty good offensive totals at various times. If you can do that in the postseason, you can get that lucky break, right? Where the fumble bounces your way or the tip pass interception to stop the other team or they run into a bad day, et cetera. If you could move the ball and score points, you got a chance in this year postseason, the way the NFC is shaking out.
There you go. The Commanders, a win away from maybe even a decent playoff matchup if some things shake out the right way this weekend. All right, next, to wrap things up, taking you up to 6:30, this should be a power segment. We'll cover the NFL playoff games with Devin McCourty, the college playoff games with Matt Humans. You don't want to miss it on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Insulation, your clear home improvement choice. The Commanders taking on the Buccaneers on Sunday Night Football. Taking a look at today's practice report, John Bates, Tyler Biotis, Jamison Crowder, Cleveland Farrell, Cornelius Lucas, and Frankie Louvu were all limited. The rest of the team was able to practice in full, including Marshawn Lattimore practicing in full for a second straight day. Mike Sanderstill was named the Rookie of the Week in the NFL, and some injuries around the NFL. Ravens wide receiver Zay Flowers has been ruled out for their game Saturday night against the Steelers with a knee injury. The Raiders today fired their general manager, Tom Telesco. College football playoff tonight, Notre Dame taking on Penn State in the Orange Bowl. 7:30 kickoff there. The other semifinal game is tomorrow. Ohio State going to take on Texas in the Cotton Bowl. In the NBA, the Sixers beat the Wizards 109-103 last night. They're back in action in Chicago against the Bulls tomorrow night. And in hockey, the Capitals beat the Canucks 2-1 in overtime. Pierre-Luc Dubois with both of the goals for the Caps. They take on the Canadiens tomorrow at Capital One Arena. This month only, get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We're getting closer and closer to Sunday Night Football, and the Commanders and the Bucks in prime time this Sunday from Raymond James Stadium. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's go to the guest hotline and welcome onto the show Devin McCourty, studio analyst, NBC Sports Football Night in America, the most watched studio show in sports. Studio coverage on Sunday begins at 7:30 Eastern on NBC and on Peacock. Devin, what do you make of the matchup? Washington represented by the Commanders on the road, and the Bucks playing host for the second time in 2 years as the champions out of the South.
I think it should be one of the better games of the weekend. I think you look at, I think the fun part is you look at both of these quarterbacks, and when you walk away from watching them play, you say they make all the clutch plays at the right moment. And Jaden Daniels, I know it's only a year, but when you watch him play, it's been big play after big play when it's 4th and 10 or some crazy moment that he has to step up. And Baker Mayfield these last 2 years in Tampa has done that, whether it's him having to scramble and drop his shoulder or throwing the pass he threw to Jalen McMillan after the penalty Sunday where he throws an absolute dime in the corner in the end zone. So I'm looking forward to just seeing these two quarterbacks duel it out at some point in the fourth quarter to see which team comes away with the win.
Devin, in your estimations, you've kind of watched this and sort of, seen what Washington's done here down the stretch. It's been, with the Cowboys game kind of notwithstanding, Daniels has kind of had to put the cape on and sort of fix all the warts and the inconsistencies and the penalties and the struggles and the bad starts, et cetera. We're all kind of going, hey, that's probably not sustainable, but here they are with 12 wins in the postseason. Just what have you made of that and the expectations now for Daniels going into this huge matchup?
Yeah, man, it's no knock on any of the other rookie quarterbacks, but Jaden Daniels is the only guy where you look at his team and you say, he's the best player on the team, and if he doesn't play his absolute best, they probably won't win. And that's the truth in Washington. This guy has carried the team. Like, when they haven't played particularly well or they struggle, they look to him to get them going and to make the plays. They go down against Atlanta. It's not looking good. He makes a series of plays, whether it's scrambling by time, whether it's scrambling to run. That's just like most of the time we sit there and we say, that's good. He did it, for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. He's a rookie. He can't do it. No, Jaden Daniels has proven he can do it. And a lot of it has to do with, I think, the amount of games he played in college. When he got to the pros, he just had to learn new vocabulary, learn a little bit about the game. And, we all know about the week 1 loss to Tampa. But I'm sure he sits back and he's happy about that, because now what Tampa decides to throw at him, he studied it, he's seen it, he'll be ready for it. And I'm looking for him to play his best game. I'm not one of those guys who believes in, because you don't have playoff experience, you can't go out there and shine. You just need an opportunity to go play, and he should believe in what he's done all year and believe that he could go do it Sunday night.
Devin McCourty, NBC Sports. We saw C.J. Stroud in round 1 light it up last year. Brock Purdy the year before that had some success with San Francisco as a rookie quarterback. my belief on this game, when you look at Tampa Bay's struggles against running quarterbacks this year and the fact that Washington just can't run the ball traditionally in the last month or so, I think they could turn up some of the design stuff with Daniels. You know, you maybe hesitate to do some of that during the year to try to keep him healthy. But Devin, do you think there's a chance we could see them run him, 8, 9, 10 times design and maybe like a 15 carry game for him as he plays a little hero ball here?
Yeah, I mean, there's no tomorrow, and that's the fun part about the playoffs. Any play that they've been sitting on that they like during the regular season or they've seen somebody else run, this is the time to pull it out. And I look for him really to be dangerous in the red zone. They scored on a play against Atlanta where Jaden Daniels fakes it to Brian Robinson. Then he looks like he's going to run. They take that away at the last minute. He finds the Zacchaeus in the end zone. And that's what I look for them to go to more and more within the game, not just in the red zone. But how do you take that and put it in the field and do more of that where, yes, he could keep it, but he also could throw it. And I just know as a former defender how much pressure that puts on you. And I think about doing that within the first 15 plays of the game. Now everybody's going to get to the sideline on Tampa and Todd Bowles and those guys. They're going to be, all right, we need to do this. We need to do that. We got to it forces the defense to prepare for so much more because he can run and throw the ball. So I think any new wrinkles, I think they should probably throw in there early in the game and then save maybe another 1 or 2 plays for the second half that possibly could be the difference in the game.
Devin McCourty with us here on G&D. And you kind of lead me to my question here, Devin. You were so good at this for so long as a member of the secondary. What kind of challenges here? If you guys were prepping for Jaden Daniels this week, you touched on some of them, but go in depth here in terms of his ability to throw the ball and how long you've got to stick with a receiver. But then maybe you're worried that if you're sticking too long, now the scramble's happening because you hear the crowd. Like, go into some of that, the real challenges, especially for guys far away from the line of scrimmage like you were.
Yeah, I think about the times playing, and we used to play against, Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson and those guys. It was all about keeping those guys in the pocket. And as a secondary member, I would always be reminding the guys up front, hey, keep them in the pocket. I know you want those sacks. I get it, but sacks not as important today. And I think that's the key, because if you have to cover for 8 to 10 to 12 seconds, I don't care who you have out there. I don't care if Antoine Winfield Jr. comes back and Jamel Dean. You can't cover guys for that long. So to me, the key is all about rushing coverage. You're going to need your pass rush to be able to be disciplined, stay in lanes. We watched Jaden Daniels when he played against the Saints. They sacked him 8 times. Washington still won the game because he was still able to make some dynamic plays because when the pressure got there, he was able to escape. But if you can force him to stay and throw every pass from in the pocket with the pocket closing in, that's the key to playing against these guys. And then you have the ability to try to make some plays down the field. And it's not saying that they can't do it. It's just that when they do the other things, scramble, buy time, get outside the pocket, you have no chance to win the game because now they're able to do everything that they can and want to on the field, and it just leaves you at such a disadvantage.
Devin McCourty on Grant and Danny. How about the quarterback on the other side of the field? Baker Mayfield, as great a year as he had, 40 plus touchdowns, 4,000 yards, number 1 in interceptions, number 1 in turnover-worthy plays. It does feel like he's going to give you a chance to make a couple of plays with your hands on the ball.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't feel like it. He will. I think that's the key. That's the key to Baker Mayfield, though. It's this aggressive mentality, and I think Tampa had to get used to it. You think back to year 1 of, we want to run the ball, we want to do this, and Baker's sometimes we need to throw the ball to open up the run game, and that's how he plays. If there's a play out there to be made, he's going to try to make it. Yes, I think as a defense, you should be out there saying, we got to be aggressive. Jeremy Chin, Quan Martin, you got to be aggressive in that secondary to go make your plays. But you just got to remember there's going to be some throws and some plays in the game that you might think he can't make. He has the confidence to do it, and he has the ability to get it done. And that's the times I think where Baker Mayfield catches people off guard is they're not expecting him to do something. It's 3rd and 16. Everybody's playing deep, and then he breaks a tackle, and he runs, and he picks up the first down. And when you watch Tampa, when he does things like that, it gets their whole sideline energized. It gets them going. So that's something that you got to have to try to contain. I think both of these quarterbacks, the key is to try to contain them and do and take away some of the other things that they want to do. You got to take away Mike Evans. You can't allow Baker Mayfield to just whenever he wants pick up the ball and throw one-on-one to Mike Evans. You got to give him different looks, make him figure it out post-snap and not just be able to know where he's going and drop hit his back foot and let the ball go.
Devin, you touched on it, but I'm terrified of this Tampa Bay offense here from a Washington perspective. If Joe Witt and company called you to consult, what would your plan of attack be? I mean, you have to probably live with something, right? Like, just I don't think Washington's defense is good enough to take everything away, but what would your plan of attack be against this Tampa O?
All right, but what are you telling me? You telling me I got Marshawn Lattimore?
Yes.
Okay, if I got Marshawn Lattimore, I'm saying, hey, Marshawn, remember that guy from the NFC South that you used to go at it? I need you to get in his head and play the game you've always played against Mike Evans, attack mode. And that's why I love when Washington has him, because I know the Philadelphia game with A.J. Brown, people are like, oh, A.J. Brown did. But, like, if you really break down and watch that game, Lattimore had about 3 or 4 pass breakups, 2, I think, on third down. Like, that's the competitive nature that allows me to take my other 10 guys and say, okay, this is how we're going to play the game. And to play that game, I would always want Bucky Irvin surrounded. I would tell everybody when he gets the ball in the run game, he's at the point of attack. When he's able to go and get in a route, I would want whatever linebacker has him. I want you to stay outside. The other linebacker, we're not going to be able to help everybody. I want you to stay inside. If Bucky Irvin brings us back inside, you got to be ready to match him and take him out. And we're going to be 2-on-1 right there. And then for everybody else, we got to hold up. We're going to mix coverages in there, some man, some zone, some blitz. We're going to keep it moving on Baker Mayfield so that they can't get in a rhythm, that Liam Cohen on the sideline can't get in a rhythm on how to call the plays. And we're going to just mix match it all game. But the key for me is Lattimore on Evans being able to move everybody else out, letting Sanders still play against the number 2, letting him play against McMillan, like letting that happen and him not having to always be on a bigger guy like Mike Evans, I think will allow Washington. I think Frankie Louvu's a guy that needs to be big for them. Third down, pass rushing, and coverage, doing so many different things, being that kind of Swiss Army knife that just does a lot of different things out there.
Devin McCourty, studio analyst, NBC Sports, Football Night in America, the most watched studio show in all of sports. What is your favorite game? And we'll go outside of Commanders Bucks in the event that was your 1 seed. But the rest of the slate, what do you like the most for round 1?
The other 2 games I really like, I like Green Bay going to Philly. I think Green Bay is one of those teams that, yes, Philly's a favorite. They should be the favorite. But Green Bay's like this team that when they come out, if they're playing a certain way and they're hot, it's a scary game. And I think Buffalo and Denver. Denver's obviously going to have to go to Buffalo. Tough environment to play in. Rookie quarterback and all of that. But they have a defense that travels. They can rush the passer. They can go. Now, the key will be them holding up in man-to-man defense down the end of this stretch of this season. They haven't been as good in pass coverage. So that'll be a key part that they have to do a good job of. But those 2 games I'm looking forward to being games that, I think the favorite should have handled it. But those 2 games I think could go any way and surprise us.
Dev, this is great to catch up with you, man. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, you too, man. Good luck.
You got it. Thank you. Crush it on NBC. We'll be watching Football Night in America. Before we get to the NFL games on Saturday, Sunday, when Devin will be on the broadcast, and Monday, we kick off what is the first 2 of 5 consecutive days of playoff football tonight, with the first of a couple of semifinals in the college playoffs. And to discuss the first of the 2 games that kicks off here in a couple of hours, Matt Humans of VSiN joins us on Grant and Danny. Matt, thank you for the time. We appreciate it. You got Notre Dame and Penn State tonight, just like we all expected and drew up. What do you think?
Hey, great to be on. And yeah, I agree. These 5 days are going to be great. 5 straight days of football. And I'll tell you what, the funniest thing I've seen today on Twitter is a photo of Tom Brady with Mark Davis's haircut. Have you guys seen that?
I have not, but that's perfect.
No, but I'm actually going to look for that now.
I can send it to you. Anyway, here's what I think. The betting market right now is on there's a lot of steam on Penn State. And you're seeing the Nittany Lions flip to the favorites in this game. But I also think it might be a bit of an overreaction to the report that several Notre Dame players have the flu. And there was an outbreak of the flu in the locker room. From what I understand, it doesn't impact any of their key players. So I don't want to overreact to that. I do think that Irish are going to struggle to win this game tonight. And a little over a month ago, the one to win the national championship, and then again at 10-1. And that's kind of my bet riding on this game tonight. But I don't have a lot of confidence in Notre Dame getting the job done. And My biggest concern here is the Notre Dame offense is really struggling to produce explosive plays. And when you look at Riley Leonard in the Georgia game, he had 90 yards passing on 24 and Jeremiah Love, an NFL starter soon. He's got obviously a bum knee, and he was pretty ineffective against Georgia. So I don't know why he's going to be able to do tonight. So where do the big plays come from within the Notre Dame offense? I'm not really sure. So the Irish had to win the Georgia game with special teams, that 98-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. Field goal kicker was on the money 3 times. And defense, obviously, with the sack and strip of Gunner setting up a touchdown. A lot of breaks went Notre Dame's way in that game. I would like to be a little bit more optimistic about the Irish tonight, but I'm not. I did play Penn State on a teaser early in the week. I've said many times the way I played this was Penn State +8 on a teaser, and I've got Ohio State pick them on the other side. So from the Penn State perspective, you've got more playmakers, more options. You got 2 stud running backs in Nicholas Singleton and Katron Allen. Drew Aller is improving as a quarterback. I know he's had some spotty performances throughout his career, but I actually kind of like the way he's playing now. You got Tyler Warren, arguably top tight end, one of the top 2 or 3 tight ends in college football. And then Abdul Carter's back in the defense, and he's a difference maker, kind of like the Micah Parsons of that Penn State defense. So the one thing that's got to concern you if you're playing Penn State is big game James Franklin, who is 2-16 in the underdog role, and is he going to find a way to screw it up? Is he going to his decision making in crunch time going to be a problem? Well, I still think even if the Irish win the game, it's going to be by a narrow margin. I cannot see Notre Dame winning this game by double digits, and that's why I think Penn State +8 on the teaser was the way to go.
So,
I also played under the total of 45. Not as big a bet, but I did play under 45. I think it's going to be kind of a grinder like the Notre Dame-Georgia game was.
That's what I was going to ask you about, Matt. The other semifinal game, over-under is around 55 points, depending on where you look. This one feels like more of a defensive slog to me. I don't know if either offense can really hum tonight. How good are these defenses, and are they going to be on full display this evening?
This Notre Dame defense is elite, but then again, a little bit thinner on the defensive line, right? And you got some injuries that have weakened this ND defense a little bit. Still, it might be the best defense in college football, averaging, allowing just over, 13.5 points a game. Really locked down the Indiana offense, where Indiana looked impotent on offense. It was kind of a joke until the last couple minutes of that game. Notre Dame, the best thing that happened to the Irish this season was losing that Northern Illinois game, right? As a 27-point favorite, you lose by 2 at home. You're the laughingstock of college football. Well, since then, the Irish got back on track, and they've won 12 in a row and just blown out opponents. Well, the defense has been dominant. I don't know if the defense is going to be dominant tonight, because I think Penn State can really beat you in different ways, or at least move the ball in different ways. When you look at Allen and Singleton, who combined for over 220 yards rushing in the Big Ten championship game against Oregon, and had about the same number last week in Penn State's victory over Boise. So I think what you're going to see is both teams primarily trying to move the ball on the ground. And what's that mean? A running clock. You got 2 sturdy defenses that are not going to give up a lot of big plays. So you got to grind out drives. And that's why I think the under is probably a pretty good bet here, too. I think this is going to be a 2017, 23-20 type of game.
Little over an hour and 15 or so from closing in on kick. Capital One Orange Bowl tonight. Penn State, Notre Dame, 6-7 of the 12 seeds that started these playoffs. And the other semifinal, you alluded to Ohio State and your play there. They've got Texas. Texas had a harder road here, frankly, believe it or not. I mean, they barely survived Arizona State, whereas Ohio State just dominated Tennessee and then made pretty quick work of Oregon off of Oregon's bye. But now there's been a little bit of a layoff. I mean, is it possible that Ohio State slows back down offensively? Do you think Texas, with that strong defense, can give them a run? What do you like there?
So I have a hard time envisioning Ohio State losing the game. And I really think the Buckeyes got their swagger back. More importantly, they got their play calling right, because in the Michigan game, it was one of the dumbest game plans I've ever seen by Ryan Day and Chip Kelly. They got tight. They felt like against Against Michigan, they felt like we got to be tougher. We got to out tough Michigan. We're going to play bully ball, caveman football. We're going to run it up the gut. And we're going to, beat them on the offensive and defensive lines. That's not the way Ohio State should have played that Michigan game. And Chip Kelly called 19 inside runs between the guards for 18 yards. Just ridiculous. Played right into Michigan's hands. So what Ohio State's got to do and what the Buckeyes got back to in the last two games against Tennessee and Oregon, get the ball out the space to your playmakers. You've got two of the best wide receivers in college football, two of the better running backs there in Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins. Get the ball in space to those guys, let them make plays, and open it up. Don't be so conservative. Don't run the ball into the line 20 times like Chip Kelly did against Michigan. And what do you see? Buckeyes blew out Tennessee. They just embarrassed Oregon. I don't know about you guys, but I never could have fathomed the number one undefeated team in college football be down 34-0 in the second quarter. So there's going to be some regression a little bit. The Ohio State offense probably not going to be quite as explosive in this game. But on the flip side, here's why I have trouble seeing Texas winning it. Longhorns, we talked a lot about their elite defense, but is it really elite? Because they played a softer SEC schedule. Caught Michigan in the non-conference. We know how miserable Michigan's offense was this season. So I think a lot of those defensive numbers for Texas were, let's say, deflated. Like offensive numbers get inflated. Those were deflated defensive numbers that weren't as impressive as they probably looked on paper. Cade Klubnik and Clemson rolled into Austin and put up 412 total yards, and Klubnik passed for 360. Then against Arizona State, the Sun Devils outgained Texas 510 to 375. And again, you had a freshman quarterback who lights up the Texas defense for 300 yards passing. So, and Cam Scatterbo was unstoppable for the most part. I'm not sure the Texas defense is that great. And you know what? I'm also not sure Quinn Ewers has been pretty erratic, has enough playmakers to trade punches with the Buckeyes for 4 quarters, because you're going to have to trade shots. Trade big shots with an Ohio State offense that's not going to get stopped a lot. And that's why I think Ohio State eventually wears Texas out and wins the game. I lean towards laying the 5.5, but I played Ohio State on the money line, and I played Ohio State on a teaser.
Matt, great info, man. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the game tonight and the rest of the weekend as well.
Okay, you bet. Thanks, guys.
Be good. There's Matt Humans, VSiN. Like to check in with him ahead of these big college football games where everyone's suddenly no longer just casual, but getting in and making their bets and enjoying the games tonight and tomorrow. I like Ohio State a ton. I've gone back and forth a million times, Notre Dame, Penn State. I think it's more likely that Penn State wins.
That's what it feels like to me, but I can't prove it.
I'm pulling for Notre Dame, though. I think that would be really cool. It really doesn't matter. I think either of those teams is going to get worked by Ohio State in the national championship.
So if Ohio State, by the way, none of the top 4 seeds made it. So just, you kind of look at that and you go, maybe it worked. Maybe the machine is good. We want a tournament, right? Instead of just 1 versus 2.
I just think the seeding thing didn't work.
Yeah, it was hard. I mean, Oregon would have been everyone's number 1 seed, but they got boat raced, to Matt's point, by Ohio State. If Ohio State doesn't win the whole thing, who does? That's my question for you. You think Texas, because they beat them?
Yeah. Texas would beat them, so I know they're in the final. And now it's Texas against either of those 2 teams, and I think they'd be favored over either. Maybe a pick 'em against Notre Dame, maybe. But I think man, that's tough. I think they would probably be a couple point favorite over both. But it'd be a much more similar game. Notre Dame would be a better matchup, I think. Like all 3 of those are really defensive minded.
Yeah.
But I think Texas is like Notre Dame with some better athetes, in my opinion.
That's right. Just more of them.
Certainly throw the ball a little bit better on days where Ewers has his game. Linnell's got overtime coming up right here on the Fan. We should remind everybody one last time. Tomorrow's show, Football Friday and a Field Trip Friday, is out and about out of the studio. We want to go hang out with you guys. We're going to be at Hyde Social, which is an awesome bar in Clarendon in Arlington. You can watch the show from start to finish with us if you want. You can get drinks and food and hang out. It's going to be really fun. Bunch of fans getting ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, throwing it back to my early 20s, hanging out on a Friday in Clarendon, baby. Let's do this. Me and some JMU frat guys. I'm doing some shtick. Of course, I'm all in. Cannot wait to check this place out. It's right there, right in the heart of Clarendon at Clarendon Boulevard and Highland. You will see us out there if you come hang.
Caps tickets on the show tomorrow as well. We're giving away right at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz. And we will get you ready for the 1 remaining semifinal game in college football. We'll break down tonight's game and then a full preview of all the NFL action this weekend, including everything you need to know about Commanders Bucks. Thanks for listening. We're back at 2 For Darius, Toby, and Ryan, Grant, and Danny, saying so long. Linnell is next.
Thank you for coming.